Found out today that somebody that I work with is a conservative, and he's somebody who's really intelligent, and he's somebody who works in climate tech as a super smart guy, somebody I would never have thought was conservative, and apparently he is. And it's surprising, and it's disgusting. But what's most surprising to me is the level of sudden hatred that I have for him. Sudden hatred for this man who I used to respect suddenly just went boop, and I hate him now.
Why, as a black person, I wouldn't go back to Vienna, Austria? Let me just say this. It's not for the blacks. I was there for 3 whole days, and guess how many black people I saw? 3 total. And one of them was me in the mirror. And don't even get me started on the food. Bland, dry, unseasoned. Y'all know I try to give European food a chance, but at this point, it's a losing battle. If you love museums and architect, Vienna is cute or whatever. But if that ain't your thing, baby, there is nothing else for you here. Nothing. I was just out there existing. So why did I even go? Child, I was just trying to be different. Step out my comfort zone. But let's just say I stepped right back in. Vienna, checked off the list, never again. Is this a place you would try?
That was the dumbest, most economically illiterate statement I have ever heard.
I award you no points. Oh my God, have mercy on your soul.
I feel like that is the theme of this week, based on my trolling of social media this week. Hey Daisy, how you doing? I guess yes, they are the party of tolerance. She doesn't understand her sudden urge to just murder someone because of their beliefs. Very super hyper mega tolerant. Yeah, some of you may have noticed. Well, of the 5 of you watching, some of you may have noticed I had to change the timer right at the start. So I downloaded that from the Pixabay that has like a this is royalty free. You don't have to attribute at all. I grabbed it from there before when I started the show. And have been using it the entire time. This week I started to get copy claims.
Ooh.
So I got a copy claim on last week's episode, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like grand orchestra or whatever the fuck. I'm like, okay. And I just muted it out. And then I got another one yesterday that was for pre-stream intro December 31st, 2022. Because I used to upload the intros to YouTube, separately. And I'm like, holy shit! It's the fucking countdown. So the guy who uploaded it to the Pixabay and agreed to their terms and conditions, saying that, it's royalty free and you can't fucking copyright claim it. Like you're basically pushing this out into the world and anybody can use it.
Did he remove it from the Pixabay?
It's still there. You still go and get it.
No, fair enough. Yep.
You can still go and get it, but now it's being claimed on behalf of some other company.
Oh, okay.
Some dodgy.
Yeah, it's like some fucking some music company, and I'm like, fuck you, man. So I just grabbed one of the random samples I had from my trying to generate a theme song. So that's the countdown. I'll change it. Don't worry. It's a little bit extreme. So anyway, yes, let's start, shall we? We'll start with some UK news. Oh, it's from 8 days ago. No. Oh, well. Anyway, doctor not struck off by panel over, quote, one-off rape. It's just one rape. It's fine. Doctor found by a tribunal to have raped a young woman at his... Rick, it's one. I don't think that's what Spider-Man meant. Doctor found by a tribunal to have raped a young woman at his home avoided being struck off over what the panel describes as, quote, a one-off attack. Dr. Oloye Afoy-Ayama, then a consultant at Blackpool Victoria Hospital, instead had his medical license suspended for 12 months for attacking the woman. Police investigated but did not charge Dr. Foyama But the medical tribunal practitioner's service concluded on the balance of probabilities he had raped the woman, which he denies. The panel, which emphasises the incident had not taken place at work, has been accused of victim blaming and failing to properly assess Dr. Foyama's risk, given that it found he had raped someone. So they determined that on the balance of probabilities, yeah, he probably did rape her. Here's a 12 months license suspension. Don't do it again. Fucking
God,
UK.
the UK's fucking so cocked.
This clip of a British policewoman rocking back and forth on a rocking horse while playing on her phone is somebody's backyard. Back garden is the perfect visual example of the state of the UK right now.
You got a license for that rocking horse?
You got a license for those phones. She's got 2 of them.
One personal, one work.
Maybe.
Maybe 3 personal if she has an OnlyFans.
But that's Jesus fuck.
Oh my God.
Pretty soon AI is going to take over all other things and claim back all their music too. Yeah, I noticed. So I generate using Suno, but I use the free product. I've noticed they've suddenly started saying, "Oh, hey, if you want to commercialize your music, you need a pro license." I'm like, what the fuck? When did that happen?
No clue.
He claimed Aussie was probably a Chinaman. No,
Statistically speaking,
his name
it's
was
getting
Gregor
more-
or something. So I'm pretty sure it's not a Chinaman. What kind of fucking Chinese name is Gregor? Young child's been kicked out of a UK nursery after accused of being transphobic. The child, aged 3 to 4, was suspended from a nursery for abuse against orientation and gender identity. According to the UK Department of Education statistics, 94 children across the UK primary education institutions were suspended or permanently excluded from UK schools between 2022 and 2023 for transphobia or homophobia.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, King, that's right.
Also based as well.
Yeah, based kid, yeah. Well, I think we know which kid it is.
Apparently, my nephews are transphobic. Good on them. They know the fucking difference. Like,
There is hope, yeah. Until they spend all their time at school being indoctrinated.
Well, here's the thing. They're getting kicked out of school.
Well, yeah, the preschool. Met Police have charged Russell Brand with the following offences: one count of rape in the Bournemouth area. I don't. What part of that is on your body? What part of your body is the Bournemouth area? Back in the dating dates back to 1999. One count of oral rape in Westminster, 2004. One count of indecent assault in Westminster, 2001, and 2 counts of sexual assault in Westminster, 2004 to 2005. So I can't remember how long ago it was. I feel it was 2023, where the allegations came out against Brand, and it was like, I didn't do nothing. It's a Matrix attack. This is bollocks. And he's like, I've always been, a touchy-feely guy, and I had relationships with women, and I had a sex addiction, and now I'm a Christian, and that was it. But apparently the Met Police have finally finished their exhaustive investigation, apparently, and have decided to levy charges. So
yeah.
Sorry, the Met Police doesn't charge anybody. The Crown Prosecution Service has levied charges at the recommendation of the Met Police. So yeah, and I don't know. I mean, at the time it felt sus. It still kind of feels sus. We're talking 26 years ago in the oldest case.
This is also before he got famous, slightly before, because he didn't really become famous till 07.
No, wasn't he? He was famous in the UK.
He was gaining fame around 2004. That's when he was starting to, but he didn't get his first. He didn't really become a big name until 07. But he was an MTV presenter. He was on their Big Brother. He presented their Big Brother spin-off or something around 04.
Okay, yeah.
But,
so he performed his first big stand-up in 2000.
Yeah.
So
That's when he was. Yeah, he was starting to gain.
And he had a one-man show in 2004. So really not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
then
yeah,
around
2007. It's 2007. He co-hosted a Teenage Cancer Trust gig with Noel Fielding.
And then forgetting Sarah
And
Marshall.
then performed for the
2008.
Queen in 2007. So yeah, you're
exactly.
right. But
Yeah.
2007 he really started. Royal Variety Performance was then.
Yeah, and he got his.
So yeah,
radio
these
show.
all predate fame.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's a Matrix attack. Matrix is coming for me.
Yeah, it's so close to his breakout time, but I was like, I double checked it, and it's just like, so maybe there is something to this.
Don't talk about 2-tier thermo. You don't talk about Top G like this. He's not Top G.
Well, the Top G is now under federal investigation, so we'll
Oh
leave
my
that
god,
there.
you're so good at burying the lead. Like,
Sorry,
Like-
didn't mean to.
spoiler alert.
Oh fuck it, the Tates are British. Andrew's British too, so whatever. You know,
Anyway. No, we've got a separate session for the tape.
we'll get to that.
I heard the full story of the woman jailed for 2 years for a tweet. Her injustice shames Britain. I thought this was quite an interesting
Next
story.
slide.
Tabs.
Oh, my bad.
Thank you.
I thought this was a quite interesting story. This was Lucy Connolly. She got the 31-month sentence back when Keir Starmer was throwing people in prison for tweeting.
I always ruin the show. Costa,
Yeah,
what
shows
you
over,
see.
guys. Tim ruined
That's my
it.
job.
You have,
Yeah.
Costa, you have no idea.
It's my job.
Goodbye, everyone.
An ugly social media post landed Lucy Connolly with a 31-month sentence. Her treatment is a testament to our injustice system. So this is from Alison Pearson. This is the journalist who had the cops show up because of one of her tweets that wasn't one of her tweets. This was like 2 or 3 months ago. Actually, what month are we in? April. Might have been the start of the year. The UK has just been terrible. It's been a year since I clambered into a cage in Cambridge King's Parade for Amnesty International and stared glumly through the bars at a photographer who snapped me for the front page of the student paper. On that drizzly damp day, we were trying to draw attention to the plight of prisoners in authoritarian countries where people could be thrown in jail for no reason, except to deter other critics of the regime and denied their basic human rights. In the past few days, I found myself wondering what the idealistic young student would have thought if you told her that 40 years in the future she'll be writing about a woman thrown into jail in her own country, largely to act as a warning to others. A widely respected and adored childminder described by one parent as, quote, the kindest British person I've ever met. Does that mean there's kinder non-British people they've met? I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that qualifier. A mother of 2 children, one living, one dead. A carer to a sick husband, by whose side she has also appeared in his role as a Tory councillor. As I write this woman is not only serving a sentence many legal experts to consider to be outrageously harsh, but is being denied the opportunity for time at home with her family, which is granted to jailmates around her who are guilty of actual physical harm. Quote, you've upset a lot of people, Lucy, one probation officer explained when she asked why she wasn't being denied RTOL, release on temporary licence. If the name Lucy Connolly rings a bell, it's because she was one of the 1,500 plus people arrested in connection with the social unrest which followed the July 29 Southport massacre of 3 little girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class. In fact, that's not strictly accurate. Mrs. Connolly, then aged 41, she turned 42 in prison in January, played no part in the rioting. But a tweet she posted on the day when Elise Stancombe, B.B. King, and Alice de Saliva Aguiar were murdered by Axel Rudicabana. Sucks that I know how to say his name so much easier than De Silva Aguiar. Like, it's because I've had to say it so many times and the victims just get fucking forgotten. Was enough to get her arrested 8 days later and charged under Section 19 of the Public Order Act of 1986 with publishing material intended to stir up racial hatred and lol her being a foot taller than her husband. It was without a doubt horrible, hateful and deeply offensive tweet. Quote, mass deportation now. Set fire all to the fucking hotels full of the bastards for all I care. While you're at it, take the treacherous government and politicians with them. I feel physically sick knowing that what these families will now have to endure. If that makes me racist, so be it. End
That's
quote.
the last part's why they probably arrested her. Oh, you admit it's a being
No, it was
racist.
this. Set fire to all the fucking hotels
I
full
know,
of the
but
bastards.
it's Britain. It's probably the last. It's probably the last.
Politician portion.
Bit. Yeah.
Having posted the tweet around 8:30 p.m., Lucy took the family's German pointer Harley for a walk, had a chance to think better of what she'd written in the heat of the moment, returned home and deleted the tweet. It must have been visible for less than 4 hours, but that was enough time for someone to take a screenshot. Ray Connolly knew how easily his wife was triggered by the suffering and death of children. He says she was always writing to MPs and to the paper if there was ever a case of neglect or kids being harmed on the news. In 2011, the Connollys lost their firstborn, Harry, aged 19, as a result of atrocious failures in NHS care. After multiple hospital visits, Lucy pleading with a paediatrician to put the listless toddler on a drip, the Connollys took Harry home and laid him in a cot by their bed. They woke at 4 a.m. to find the lifeless body of their tiny son. Lucy screamed at Ray to do CPR while she called an ambulance, and Ray, who is an immensely practical chap, best person in a crisis, did his best. But rigor mortis had already set in, he tells me. The horror of that moment, never to be extinguished. There followed a bruising battle to get, quote, justice for Harry. Although the coroner found a catalogue of catastrophic failures at the hospital, it was not ruled to have committed gross negligent manslaughter, as Harry's devastated parents had wanted. Those doctors have got away with killing my son, Lucy said. The Connollys went on to have a rainbow baby 2 years later and a daughter called Holly, now aged 12. The daughter's name's been changed for the protection of her identity, I guess. But Lucy, who received a diagnosis of PTSD after she lost the baby, never truly recovered. Hearing about the mass stabbing of little girls in Southport was enough to tip her over the edge. When Ray got home that day, he'd found her in the kitchen with the 6 toddlers she looked after. Lucy was crying. In the absence of any clear information from the authorities about the killer's identity, Rita Cabana was initially described to a disbelieving public only as a Cardiff-born choir boy, and with Merseyside police and government ministers still insisting the massacre was not terror-related. The situation on social media was extremely volatile. There was widespread anger that such a monstrous attack had been targeted at the most vulnerable members of our society. That was the state Lucy Connolly was in when she posted the 51 words that would ruin her life for a second time and turn her into the ideal poster girl for Starmer's pledge to impose heavy sentences on, quote, far-right thugs. Rainbow Baby is a baby that's conceived by a couple that's lost a child. The concept is a rainbow can only appear after the rain.
Yeah.
So it's the little bit of
happiness.
Happiness after something tragic. So hence Rainbow Baby. Ray knew nothing about the tweet until police turned up at the house and took his wife away. It was around 8 a.m. and all of the infants Lucy looked after were being dropped off for the day by their parents. Mrs. Connolly's precious charges include Nigerian, Somalian, Jamaican, Bangladeshi, Lithuanian and Polish, as well as white British kids. Quote, it's like the blimmin' United Nations in here, the child might have used the joke. Lucy went with the police, quiet as a lamb, as she thought if she did as she was told, everything would be fine, recalls Ray. I asked him if he ever thought the family's tragic history and his wife's mental distress would help Lucy with her case. He shakes his head. I knew things were bad when Starmer and the Home Office started going on about the far right. They obviously had an agenda. Over the next few days, Lucy Connolly ceased to be a person and became a demonised figure stripped of nuance and humanity. Conservative councillor's racist wife was her name from now on. Looking back, we can see how it was expedient for panicking politicians to blame social media for civil unrest rather than acknowledge the growing anxiety about uncontrolled immigration that fueled the rioting. That would have meant officialdom shouldering some of the blame. While social media can amplify content that inflames tensions, yada, yada, yada. On July 30th, the day after Lucy Connolly's tweets, Keir Starmer was jeered when he laid a wreath at the scene of Southwark attack and hastily scuttled away, earning him the nickname 19 Seconds for the amount of time he'd given the distraught crowd. That same day, newly elected MP Nigel Farage posted a video in which he asked whether the police were deliberately withholding information from the public and wondered whether the incident was terror-related. Turns out he was right. The Reform UK leader was widely criticised for giving legitimacy to, quote, conspiracy theories about the Southport attacker. This is the fucking thing. Every time the world collectively concludes something and is found and it is true, like where everybody's spot on, where everybody's conspiracy is a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory. Look at Wuhan. Like, oh, it's a lab leak. It's a lab leak. It's a lab leak. Yeah, that makes sense. This totally makes sense. No, it's not a lab leak. That's a conspiracy theory. No, fucking true. Down at the police station in Northampton, meanwhile, it was dawning on Lucy Connolly that her protestations she had made a terrible error of judgment and she was really, really sorry we're falling on deaf ears. I couldn't quite believe what they were telling me. Someone who'd never broken the law. Whatever I'd done, police made it quite clear I was going down for this. Their intention was always to hammer me. The omens were definitely not good. Lucy's lawyer, a young Judy solicitor. So Judy solicitor is is what it sounds like. It's it's the lawyer that's on duty. If you're arrested in the UK and you don't have your own counsel, the duty solicitor is the one who represents you. It's basically a public defender.
Yep.
Commissioned a psychiatric report on its client, but it felt weirdly perfunctory, far from the rigorous evaluation she'd had in London after Harry's death when she got a diagnosis of PTSD. This new psychiatrist who spoke to Lucy for just an hour on a video call, didn't even ask me about Harry. There was worse to come. The police and the Crown Prosecution Service released a statement saying that Lucy, quote, told officers she did not like immigrants and claimed that children were not safe from them. But Lucy hadn't said that. What she said in her log interview with the police was that I'm well aware that we need immigrants. I'm well aware that we need immigrants. I'm well aware that if I go to the hospital, there are immigrants working there and the hospital wouldn't function without them. I'm also well aware of the difference between legal and illegal immigrants. They are not checked, and nor is what they might have done, any crimes, in their country of origin. It's a national security issue and they're a danger to children. Sentiments which are shared by millions of British people. So they truncated the statement. Oh, she told police that she didn't like immigrants and claimed that they were a danger to children.
So they lied.
Yeah,
Lied
shock
by
horror.
omission.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't talk to police. Lucy broke down and cried when she heard how her words had been misrepresented. Whatever else she said, she was not a bigot. Lucy and her two sisters had been raised by an old-fashioned socialist mother to abhor racism. The Connollys asked for a transcript of the police interview, which was grudgingly handed over after a long delay. Of course. Lucy's mother complained to the CPS, and they corrected the statement on their website to match what Lucy had actually said. Too late. Police had accused Lucy of previous racist posts. Turns out she'd called a friend a pikey after he called her a brummy cunt.
Oh, fucking
Even
pikey.
banter could be passed off as evidence of a malignant character.
Yep.
After taking advice from her solicitor, she pleaded guilty to the offence of distributing material with the intention of stirring up racial hatred. It wasn't my intention to be racist, Lucy protested, but her initial resolve to fight took a bad knock when a bail application was refused. Lawyers I've spoken to say it was an astonishing decision and there were no substantial grounds for refusing bail. Lucy had already deleted her Twitter account after posting, quote, I know people are angry, but violence is not the answer. So she wasn't going to commit a further offence, nor was she about to do a runner, not with Ray and Holly at home. In short, there was no justification of keeping Lucy Connolly in custody. Ordinarily, bail would have been a formality, but judges were refusing almost all bail applications connected to the Southport riots. Notably, some of the most senior judges were drafted in to handle cases which would normally be dealt with in a magistrate's court. But magistrates could only impose sentences of up to 12 months. Clearly not what the PM, who had set up a violent disorder unit to look like he was in charge, had in mind. So, collateral damage. Was it true, as some suggested, that the judges all had their orders from above? That seems unlikely. Quote, I think it was more in informal pressure, says one senior lawyer who represented a Southport defendant. A fear of rioting that had the effect of inducing a herd mentality. There was a sense that judges had to crack down hard on this, so it had the same effect as an order from on high. People like Lucy Connolly were casualties, collateral damage, if you like. With her bail application refused and being held on remand, Lucy was panicking. Imagine you're a middle-class mother with a child at home, says one lawyer. You've never had any contact with the police, suddenly you're arrested, then thrown into jail. There was a feeling of bewilderment, of terror. Ray Connolly, who was convicted... You know what I don't understand? The number of fucking times we hear stories about, oh, this migrant took it to the European Court of human rights and it was overturned and now they get to stay in the UK forever. How the fuck isn't shit like this already in front of the European Court if this is such a fucking powerful tool to cudgel people even to keeping immigrants, how is it not a fucking similarly powerful tool to cudgel the government into fucking dropping the charges or fucking reversing convictions on these people who did nothing but express a view?
Because it's a powerful tool one way, doesn't work the other way.
Yeah, well, you know why? It's because you know exactly why. It's because there's a fucking a mile of lawyers who will fucking take up the charge of the poor pedophile migrant who might be deported, but no one to pick up the cause of the British woman who said some naughty words on Twitter and now finds herself in fucking prison.
What court were you talking about? Sorry.
The European. So the highest court of appeals in the UK is a European court. It's like the European Court of Human Rights or something.
Yep.
Or the European Court of Justice.
Well, that's
and they have it because they have it because they still have the laws in place, the human rights laws in place when they're a member of the EU, which means that anything related to human rights goes to that fucking court.
Fair enough.
So it's one of the things that everybody complains that they want to get out of. Like, that's the last vestige of the EU that still has control over the UK. But it only has control because social justice lawyers, for want of a better term, have their pet targets that they're happy to defend for free because they get paid. They get paid by the Soroses of the world via NGOs.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly how that. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if we did it on the show, but there's a scheme in the UK to make it easier for citizens of Ukraine to get temporary status in the UK due to the war. A judge decided. Well, this wasn't a European judge. This was a local judge, but a judge decided to just. Because it exists for Ukrainians, it would be unfair to not allow everybody to access it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the guy just ruled it into existence for everybody else, and it's like, fucking judges, man.
Judges should have no power to make law like that. Like making law from the bench is bullshit.
Yeah, doing that shit from the bench is retarded. Anyway, Ray Connolly was convinced by a couple of leading barristers who insisted that his wife should plead not guilty. A jury, they said, was unlikely to convict a patently decent woman like Lucy for one horrible tweet. And that's what we all assumed. Like, we all assumed that would happen. But when you're held on remand with no bail, you're in prison until your trial. And they were going to drag their feet as long as fucking possible.
Oh, yeah.
If I could have gotten her round a table with those barristers, I'm sure she would have gone with not guilty, Ray says. But Lucy herself was in jail, where she was surrounded by women who had waited months for a trial date. You just don't know how long you'll be there, she argued with Ray. I might not get to court until spring. She would, however, get a large discount if she pleaded guilty. She'd be out in time for Christmas, she believed. Lucy is a tenacious researcher, but while she was on remand, she found it very hard to look things up, get proper advice, or even speak to her solicitor. It became apparent early on I was a lost cause, she told Ray. All her life, Lucy had been a fighter for justice. When she was a child, her mother had urged her so many times, Lucy, please learn to play the game. But that pugnacious little girl would never listen. But it's not fair, Mum. She always answered. Lucy was weary now, though the years of fighting for Harry had taken its their toll. A guilty plea looked like the fastest way to put this nightmare behind her. I don't give a damn about having a criminal record. I just want to be home with Ray and Holly. It was a terrible decision, if a perfectly understandable one. Lucy basically had to admit she was the person she was the opposite of, says Ray. A sad sentence I can't seem to get out of my head. Councillor Connolly attracted his own share of abuse after he told Sky News Lucy is a good person and not a racist. For standing up for his wife, Ray faced calls for his resignation. The monitoring officer at West North Hampshire Council received 13 anonymous complaints, which were referred to a fancy London firm to investigate when they could easily have been handled internally. It looked a lot like the complaints amounted to an attempt by Labor to try to take down a hugely popular Tory councillor when he was acutely vulnerable in an unbearably bleak situation. With the loss of Lucy's income, Ray had already sold his car and cancelled any payments he could without touching Holly's gym classes. Anything to preserve some sense of normality while her mummy was in jail. Lawyers asked Ray to get some character references for Lucy, which they could submit to the court. I thought because I don't have direct experience of racism, he told me, I'd ask parents of the children Lucy looked after who do know about racism. I've copied one of those references here out in front of me, and it would be hard to find more glowing testimonials. One woman doctor wrote, quote, I first met Lucy looking for a childminder when my then 1-year-old daughter, when I was looking for a childminder for my then 1-year-old daughter. Since then, I'd never have any cause to doubt Lucy's kindness and warmness. In this time, I've known Lucy to be one of the kindest, most diligent person who ever looked after who looked after everyone and anyone without any regard to their race or ethnicity. We were originally from Nigeria and moved to the UK for work. Lucy has looked after my daughter as I may expect to do myself as her parent. I also watched her interactions with other people of different races and religions, and the care offered was always the same. Even my family back home all know Lucy because of how fondly I talk about her. In fact, I've often described her as the kindest British person I know. Lucy even acted as a formal referee when the members of the family applied for British citizenship. Boo! Boo! She could stay in jail. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. First my daughter last year, and even more recently for my husband. She personally drove to my home to drop these letters off herself. This is certainly not the behaviour of a racist person. It is my sincere hope and plea that one error of judgment is not used to judge an otherwise unblemished record of kindness and openness that Lucy has shown everyone she has come across. There's another one. No facts of the kind presented in support of Lucy by the immigrant parents who adored her appear to carry much weight with His Honour Judge Melbourne Inman, KC, Recorder of Birmingham, when he began his sentencing remarks on October 17th last year. He said, this is one of a number of cases that this court has had to deal with arising from civil unrest following the very tragic events in Southport on the 29th of July 2024. So she pled guilty. Was arrested 8 days after this, so she was arrested early August. She still spent 2 months in prison waiting for her guilty fucking plea. She would have spent 6, 8, 12 months in prison if she'd pled not guilty. Because she wasn't getting bond. As everyone is aware, some people use that tragedy as an opportunity to sow division and hatred, often using social media, leading to a number of towns and cities being disfigured by mindless and racist violence, intimidation and damage. It is a strength of our society that is both diverse and inclusive. There is always a very small minority of people who will seek an excuse to use violence and disorder, who will seek disorder, causing injury, damage, loss and fear to wholly innocent members of the public, and sentences for those who incite racial hatred and disharmony in our society are intended to both punish and deter. Ray, who was in the court in his best Armani suit and polished church shoes, from a mate I couldn't afford them otherwise, froze. As soon as Judge Inman started talking about diversity and inclusion, I thought, oh my God, you don't know what you're saying. If anything happened to those parents, they would quite happily let Lucy keep their kids and look after them like her own. She really would. Judge Inman directly linked Lucy's short-lived tweet to serious disorder in a number of areas of the country where mindless violence was used to court. This is nonsense. Nonsense. Like, for fuck's sakes. To make that leap of logic that her tweet, which I read earlier, just led to serious disorder in a number of areas of the country, like, is preposterous. It was used to cause damage and wholly innocent members of the public and their properties. He wanted to say her culpability was clearly a Category A case, as both prosecution and your counsel agree, because you intended to incite serious violence. No, she most certainly did not intend to incite serious violence, but because she pled guilty with intent. Fucking Christ. Also claims Lucy failed to offer words of comfort to the Southport victims. She specifically said in her notorious tweet, I feel physically sick knowing what these families will now have to endure. There spoke a mother who had lost her own child. Like, this is fucking ridiculous, man. This every one of these people that was arrested was fucking railroaded. I don't care if they set buildings on fire. I don't care if they bashed coppers. They were all fucking railroaded.
Oh, yeah, 100% agree.
31 months. was greeted with general disbelief in legal circles. Quote, sickening, outrageous. A normally reliable judge was wildly out. Are a few printable comments. Although Lucy was given a 25% off for her guilty plea, the judge paid remarkably little heed to personal and general mitigations. Well, that's because she's a white woman. Lucy Connolly was a first-time... So, ignored first-time offender, good character, fucking mother of a 12-year-old, carer for her husband, mental health condition. No.
Means nothing.
Means nothing. But, you know, the alcoholic Pakistani can't be deported because, you know, they might look down on him. Fucking hell. Her sentence is even more mind-boggling when you consider that Ricky Jones, then a Labor councillor, now suspended, was charged with encouraging violent disorder around the same time as Lucy Connolly. Footage of an anti-fascist rally went viral showing Councillor Jones spew bile at disgusting, nasty fascists, saying we need to cut their throats and get rid of them. Hey, Buller, how you doing, man? The former trade union official was remanded into custody until the autumn when he was granted bail, and in January his trial was put back until August, a full year since his offence took place. Maybe threats from left-wing men are viewed as harmless rhetorical devices, unlike tweets from right-wing women. Hard not to agree with Lucy Connolly. Whatever she said, in two-tier Keir's justice system, they were out to hammer her. I daren't tell Lucy they've given Ricky Jones bail. Ray told me this week it would kill her, the injustice of it. But Lucy was the perfect message for Starmer after Southport, wasn't she? If they could do that to a nice middle-class lady like her, imagine what they could do to you.
Oh, we already know that.
That goes.
That suffered a couple of years under
that goes much longer. It's in the UK Telegraph. I would advise you to read the rest if you're interested. Yeah. I don't know how the UK could possibly get more unjust. It's every fucking day. Like literally every fucking day. There was another story this week, I don't even have it on the show, about like 9 cops showing up to some guy's house because of WhatsApp. Like a message said in a WhatsApp.
Really?
Yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah.
Here you go. 6 officers from Hertz Police arrived. The crime, WhatsApp messages. It was like being in a police state. It was a story that seemed too outlandish to be true.
In a police state.
How 3 police vehicles and 6 officers turned up to arrest a couple over WhatsApp texts about their child's school. But the full truth, as they revealed here, is even more deplorable. Like, look, there we go. There's 6 at the door. Ridiculous.
What's that? You got a license for that opinion?
It's,
the lampposts aren't just saved for the politicians.
Yeah. Well, you start at the start, don't you?
6 police.
Dude, we're not living down that far right podcast label now, I swear.
Officers came
Just
to
shows
my
how much
house
the
and
Everton
arrested
window
me.
has shifted.
Why? Because I've been talking about my daughter's school on a WhatsApp group. It was the morning of Wednesday, the 29th of January, about 11:45. I was on a Zoom call for a work project, when on my Zoom screen, in the little window where I saw my own face, I realised that 2 police officers were standing behind me. Another 2 police officers were arresting my partner, Rosalind, in front of Francesca, our 3-year-old daughter. They bundled us into
Don't
a
open
police
the
car,
door.
took us off to custody at Stevenage Police Station, where we remained for the next 12
They would have
hours.
had a warrant.
He arrested me on suspicion of harassment and malicious communication.
No, they don't have a warrant. They arrest you on suspicion.
Yeah. You got a warrant? No, then fuck off.
No, it allows them to go into your house. Like, they have suspicion. We have suspicion you've committed a crime. You're under arrest.
Oh, that's right. It's the UK. Sorry, it works totally different. Yeah.
Communication.
They
it's
can
to
just
do
go
with a
in.
dispute with our daughter's
It's the same with the
private
TV
school,
license people.
which began with
No,
posts.
that's a private business. They can't do shit.
Is it? I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought that was the government.
No, they can't do shit.
All right, fair enough.
In fact, you can call the police on the TV license people if they're trespassing.
Sweet.
Which is hilarious.
And people do.
On a WhatsApp group. On the 23rd of November 2023, the head teacher of my daughter's primary school announced he would retire. But what seemed strange to me was the Board of Governors decided immediately to appoint the deputy head as acting head 10 months later without even advertising the job. So I made some inquiries. I contacted the chair of governors in private and in good faith and asked her to explain what a rationale was and what was going to happen. Her response, in my opinion, was rather evasive. So I asked again, and I wrote to all the governors asking them to explain what was happening and why they decided to do that. I posted that letter in a WhatsApp group. It's a private parent WhatsApp group. Like most parents, we chunted about a few things. One thing we talked about on that group was a letter from the school commanding all parents not to talk about the school on Facebook or social media or WhatsApp groups. We thought that was a bit...
So the letter says to parents and carers, is with regret I have to, like, this font is horrendous. Nobody, if you're writing a letter that's for other people to read and you use this font, you should be executed.
This is what you write the kids' text. This is what you write the kids' textbooks in. Not
That's right. This is like a textbook thing. Dear parents and carers, it's with regret that I have to write this letter. While the vast majority of parents support the work of the school and believe and behave appropriately, there are a very small minority who choose to cause disharmony. Ooh, disharmony and division. No, it's not quite Comic Sans. It's in the same family, but yeah.
Very close to it.
You can if it was Comic Sans, I'd accept it for the meme. Fucking disharmony. Oh, you're causing disharmony. God, this fucking communist talk, man. It has come to my attention that social media, including WhatsApp groups and Facebook, have been used to make inflammatory and defamatory comments about senior leaders in the school. I would like to remind all parents that the school will take action where comments are aimed at individuals within the school community, or as a result cause disharmony within the school or distress to members of the school community. Last year saw Crowley Hill have the highest levels of progress for any school in Borehamwood. Attainment at the end of K2S. KS2 was significantly above the national picture, yada, yada, yada. As a Board of Governors, we're very proud of this. So this letter came from the Board of Governors. These guys sound like absolute fucking communists.
It actually is Comic Sans, but the whole letter's in bold.
There is a special place in hell reserved for this person.
I was so curious. Yes. I had to double check. No, that's actually Comic Sans, but the whole
Jesus
bold. They've just highlighted the whole thing and went Control B.
I didn't even know Comic Sans had a bold. Why would you bold that?
All fonts have a bold.
Not all fonts have a bold.
Not all of them.
Not all fonts have a bold.
Comic Sans comes standard with Microsoft, so yeah, definitely. Yeah.
My partner Rosalind made a handful of vaguely spicy comments. She referred to one school leader as a control freak.
Yeah,
she said the chair of governors didn't know much about anything. Out of the blue, on the 12th of July last year...
Hang on, I just want to read that. Rosalind says, can you imagine what the action is they say they'll take? Hello, 999. One of the school mums said something mean about me in a school mum WhatsApp group. Can you please arrest them?
That's exactly what
they fucking did.
On the 12th of July last year, the chair of governors wrote to Rosalind and me. She accused
Miss Levine and Mr. Hanno Allen. I write further to your recent communications with the school and the inflammatory and disparaging comments made on social media. On the 7th of June, the school wrote to all parents, so that's the aforementioned letter. In this letter, we made clear we would take action in accordance with Appendix 3 of the school's published complaint policy and procedure, where the school deems communications to be unnecessarily persistent, unreasonable, and or vexatious. The school will consider implementing communications management measures. This may also extend to restricting access to the school site. That's physical location, not their website. Your recent communications have, quote, included a variety of messages about the leadership of the school and appointment of the new head teacher in a Year 4 WhatsApp group. Comments about the process around appointment of successor to the current head teacher in a group on Facebook. The group contains 1.2 million members. Further comments about this were also made in a WhatsApp group on the 7th of the 6th, 2024. What the fuck? How are they just... How are they fucking like? There has to be a fucking narc in those groups.
Yeah, who snitched?
Copying a letter to members of the governing board where you questioned the appointing process of the new head teacher with regards to the governing board appointing blank to take on the role of acting head teacher, then copying this letter into a WhatsApp group.
Us of posting disparaging and inflammatory comments on WhatsApp and Facebook, and she warned us that if we didn't stop, she would ban us from our daughter's school. So we pushed back. We complained. We denied the accusations. We complained that they'd been accessing our messages, and 2 days later, they banned us from the school. Now, this ban had really serious implications for our daughter, Sasha. She has epilepsy, she's disabled, she has special needs. We weren't allowed to have normal conversations with us.
Which means the kid's a fucking cash cow for that school. If it works the way it works over here, they get fucking grants.
I would have threatened to take the kid. I'm like, no, fuck you then. You're going to be a bunch of cunts? I'll take my kid somewhere else and someone else can get all the extra funding. Fuck you.
We could only send emails. So we had to send emails about everything our daughter needed for her health and education. We were going through the school's formal complaints policy. And then on the 20th December, there was a knock on the door. It was a police officer. He told me in no uncertain terms not to contact the school, not to speak to anybody about the head teacher recruitment issue. He even told me to take my daughter out of the school. In the end, we gave up, I suppose. We took Sasha out of the school. 5 days later, the police turned up. When we were finally interviewed, the detective, who'd had no previous involvement with the case, he turned out not to have any evidence of those alleged crimes. He had no documents, he had no first-hand accounts. He just had a vague statement from the acting head teacher at the school. It was Kafkaesque. It was surreal. It was bizarre. It was horrific. Eventually, we were put on police bail and discharged at midnight. We got a £75 cab back to our house in Borehamwood. About 2 or 3 days later, a kind of PTSD began to kick in. I mean, did that really happen? Even now, 2 months later, when I see a police car go by somewhere near our house, I shudder. I think, are they coming back for us again? Eventually, we got a call from the...
Yes, Tim is correct, Costi. And what is the end game here? The process is the punishment.
Yep.
So it never, and that's the thing, it never used to be that way. Like when I was young, like, yeah, there was process to follow, but the process was never made to be so, like, maybe it was and I just didn't notice, but the process was never made to be so onerous, and stuff like this was never so easily weaponized. Stepping out of line, Costi, asking questions.
Mouthing off.
Control, Costi.
Yeah, what's the end game of making people compliant? Yeah, exactly.
Remove resistance.
Yeah.
So don't question the new board member.
So when you own nothing and you'll be happy, you'll actually be happy, and there'll be no uprising.
Detective in charge of the case, he said to Rosalind, "We're taking it no further." I have found no...
In a just world, in a world with actual justice, the detective, like the person who instigated the arrest, the person who looked at the evidence that was non-existent, save for a statement, should be fired.
Yeah. And
the couple that were wrongfully arrested should be compensated for their false arrest and 12-hour detainment. Yeah, short period of time, but when you haven't had encounters with the police before, and then all of a sudden police come to your door, kidnap you, because that's what it is. Like whether they saying some magic fucking words and wearing an outfit does not make it any less than kidnapping. Like when you're arrested, you're being kidnapped. Now, when you've done something, like when you've actually committed a crime and you're arrested, well, there's a reason for it. So it's not really kidnapping. But if you've done nothing wrong, if you've said some words
it's just
online, like, yeah, It's state power abused. And the fact that nobody ever fucking gets punished for it is what really makes my fucking skin, like my blood boils. I should give me a second. I'll take a few deep breaths.
Take some pills.
Upping it from
Heart meds in order
this week.
Feel my heart go. Anyway,
No evidence for these offences.
Oh,
And that was it.
something that
It
just
was
a
over.
PSA for
And even
everyone.
now, we still
Stab vests don't actually cover the entire body. In the side, they're not stab proof.
yes,
Under the
that
under
is
the
just that is an interesting
Interestingly,
PSA,
that.
Yeah.
That was a joke for legal reasons. Not only from my end. I don't know about him.
Yeah, I'm telling you, one day it's going to be Thermo, host of Far Right podcast.
Well, we've all done the political
don't.
compass.
That quote encourages violence. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I went and sat down and watched some TV and put dinner on. And I was going to take all the political compasses you guys did in the chat and overlay them, so I can see where everybody lies. I'll do it later.
know what we're meant to have said or done, which was so terrible, or justified sending 6 police officers to our house. I don't know if we're the first parents to get our collars felt by the police for
Nope.
putting a school's nose out of joint, but I hope we're the last.
Hertfordshire
You're
Police
not.
has
Sorry,
said,
buddy.
Nope.
following reports of harassment and malicious communications, which are criminal offences, a man and a woman...
If they're criminal offences, you fucking cunts, where were the charges? Where was the evidence? If they're criminal offences, why aren't these people charged?
Because they were only taken in for suspicion.
I swear to Christ, if like conservatives get in again in the UK or reform gets in and the first thing they do isn't fucking roll back all these ridiculous fucking laws that allow police to be like, allow the justice system to be abused, to fucking allow people to just be pulled out of their beds and out of their homes and dragged to the police station and dragged through these kind of fucking things, the UK just needs to fucking open revolt. There needs like sharpen the axes and ready the fucking executioners. Like, because fucking I don't know what the fucking point is. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Then we definitely are saying that, because none of those people are going to actually do what you suggested.
But they're called Reform UK, RC. It's in the name. They're going to reform.
They're not going to reform it in your way, not in the way
Yeah,
it needs
well.
to be reformed.
Because that's the thing. Like, all these speech crimes online, these are all charged under the Communication Decencies Act of, like, 2003, or the Communications Act of 2003.
Yeah.
Well, how long were the fucking... conservatives can whine about it all they like, but they had fucking thumping majorities for something like 12 years and did bugger all about it. Didn't even fucking make sounds about it.
Less than bugger all.
And if there's ever a lefty who gets fucking crushed by them, watch out, because they're just as big a fucking hypocrites.
from Borehamwood, both aged in their 40s, were arrested on Wednesday, 29 January. The arrests were necessary to fully investigate the allegations, as is routine in these types of matters. Following further investigations, officers...
How is arrest routine
How
in these matters? Harassment and malicious communication. I guarantee you, if you had a stalker, like in the UK, like Caroline Farrow has a fucking stalker. I guarantee you she calls the fucking police and that guy doesn't get arrested. That guy doesn't get dragged down to the fucking local constabulary to answer some fucking questions. I guarantee you. And I know this because she said as much. So instead, she's the one who gets dragged down. Like, this is so fucking back to front. Like, so he described it as Kafkaesque? Absolutely. Like, just so fucking topsy-turvy, ridiculous shit. Like, it's fucking words. Even if it is true harassment and malicious communication, surely you have the capacity to send one officer to knock on the door and say, "Hey, we would like you to come down to the station. We'll organise a time for you to speak to a detective. There have been complaints." Most people are fucking fine, upstanding citizens who have never committed a fucking crime in their life. Their first encounter with the police shouldn't be dragged out of bed like that, or fucking dragged out of their house and down to the station and arrest. You can speak to someone under caution without having to fucking arrest them. And it concerns me that the police have gotten this fucking retarded. Like to the point where I think the UK might need to just abolish all of their local police and just have a single national police that are all trained at a fucking single place.
Aren't they?
Deemed that no further
No, these are all like, yeah, there's a set, like, yeah, I think there's individual schools, but all these Hertfordshire polices, they're not the Met Police. The Met Police is just London.
Yeah.
Like
So
the
they're
London
not like
metropolitan area.
where each state
No.
has their own.
Each
I don't,
local area.
I don't think it's devolved that way. Like maybe Police Scotland has their own, but there's no. I don't think there's like a Scottish police and a Welsh police and an English police. Like it's just the police. It's the area police.
There's police, or there is Police Scotland, and then there's police service in Northern Ireland. But you're right. In England, Wales, it's all area based.
Yeah.
It's like local.
It's all like counties outside of the metro area, like where the Met Police are.
Yeah,
it's all just fucking counties.
Nottinghamshire, Sussex, Wiltshire,
Hertfordshire.
Yes, Hertfordshire, Derbyshire, Devon and Cornwall, Dorset.
Which is slightly different to Australia because ours is
Scotland Yard is like the FBI.
Yeah.
They're like a nationwide investigative agency. They don't actually enforce the law so much as they investigate other crimes, like multi-regional crimes.
But like the UK doesn't have a federal police service, does it?
They're not No, but that is the federal police, really.
That is federal police.
But it's an investigative body more than an enforcement body. And it's sort of half what the FBI does. The other half, because everybody knows what the FBI does in that, they arrest federal criminals. But the other half, and I would argue the most important part of the FBI's job, is counterintelligence, domestic counterintelligence. And the agency that does that in the UK is MI5.
I thought Scotland Yard was the Met.
Yeah.
No, Scotland Yard is not the Met. The Met is the Metropolitan Police.
Scotland
and
Yard.
They handle policing
Yeah.
for the entirety of the metropolitan area of London. So, and I think they're like the third largest police force in the world.
Action should be taken due to insufficient evidence. A spokesperson for Hertfordshire County Council said an interim head was appointed for the one term to allow time for a proper recruitment process to be carried.
Yeah.
New Scotland Yard is the building.
Yeah, but I can't find the agency.
Maybe it's not an agency now.
I always thought it was, right? Because watching TV and stuff, I always thought it was an agency. But apparently Scotland Yard is the headquarters of the Met. Which is just the London police.
They don't.
Yeah, I always thought it was
too. Yeah.
Yeah. Ask your wife. Your wife's British, isn't she? She'd know.
Yeah.
Oh, either way, TV lied to me. Surprise, surprise.
Fucking TV.
Yep.
Out. The role was advertised publicly and the recruitment was supported by external professional advisors. We are confident that this was a fair, transparent and timely process. A Cowley Hill Primary School spokesperson has said, "We sought advice from the police following a high volume of direct correspondence and public social media posts from two parents, as this was becoming upsetting for staff, parents and governors. We're always..."
You weak cunts. Seriously. It's upsetting.
Is happy for parents to raise concerns, but we do ask that they do this in a suitable way and in line with the school's published complaints procedure.
Yeah, it did lie. It did lie to you.
Yeah.
I was going to do pigeon news next, but I just read that whole thing. But we'll do that after tariff time.
Real quickly, check the show chat.
Oh, you overlaid all of ours, did you?
Oh, nice.
Wonderful. Thank you, man.
I didn't put any names in there, so just
I wasn't planning on putting any names in there.
I know which one is mine. Mine's right at that intersection of the L shape.
So here you go. We all did the Australian vote compass for this election.
Yeah. And it's interesting to know.
Here's our scatter plot.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know which one's me, and I know which one's Baldo. And that's
I know which one's me, and I know which one's RC.
I know which one's RC as well, yeah.
It's the bottom fucking right. Now, it's interesting. This
I
is
am the farthest of the far rights.
well. The thing
Come
is,
at me,
this
bros.
this is slightly different to the rest of the other ones we've done because this is not authority liberty. This is progressive conservative. So
Yeah.
but I still ended up in basically the same.
No, it's
fucking place.
progressive conservative on the social and...
Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's not authority. Most compasses.
Well,
are,
technically it's both. Technically it's progressive conservative
yeah.
on economic as well, but
Yeah, exactly.
that would
But-
just
but
be confusing. So
most normally political compasses are left, right, and authority versus liberty on the y-axis.
yeah, because the Liberal Party is actually it should be liberal conservative,
yeah, but I
because
still
the
I
Liberal
still
Party
ended
is
up-
supposed to be economically liberal and socially conservative.
Wikipedia calls it,
Which is
liberal
funny because the ALP is on the center like left economically.
Yeah,
That compass outed me as a Nazi. Lol.
yeah.
No, that added you as more progressive than a One Nation voter, Costi.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
By Australian standards,
By Australian standards.
we are far right.
Anyway, so look forward
Which
to
is
more
insane.
of this. So yes, if on election night you want far right coverage from a far right podcast,
Which is crazy because
and,
like,
and it's
three of us-
far right viewers.
But like, look where we
Yes.
are on the conservative progressive line. Like half of us aren't even below that first third. Like where
Hey, I'm a Labor voter, so
Yeah, and I've never voted.
the
for either
irony
of
is
them.
that I'm a Labor voter, but there's no way I would vote Democrat if I was an American citizen. No way.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm mostly a Labor voter because Medicare. I strongly support Medicare, and the Liberal Party hates it.
As do I.
Socialized medicine. I think socialized medicine is very important. So,
Whereas
and the
I
Liberal-
think
and the
that's
Liberal- and the
where I
liberal and the
differ.
and the Liberals do not. So
No.
that's. So I'm not a big fan of their social agenda, but they have toned it down. So, and they're not the Greens, because what do you notice?
Yeah.
Far
left.
There's no one like economically conservative left. There's no one. It's empty. There's nothing
was
there. There's no
going-
party there.
I just
Going
filled it
through
out.
the questions underneath once you finished it, and it was hilarious how almost
yes.
every one of those questions, ALP and LNP, were either on the same line or on the same side of the question,
Yeah.
and oftentimes it'd be the Greens on the opposite side.
Yeah.
I just
Like,
filled
it's
it
so
out like
far
it was,
out.
Yeah.
That it's not. funny.
No, I'm not necessarily for socialized disability insurance. I do think the NDIS is better than the previous model, but I think it's been executed incredibly poorly, and I would reform the shit out of it.
I just filled it out like I was Malay or Ron Paul, and it put me right at the intersection of the L shape, like just to the right of the LNP on that axis.
Anyway, speaking
And it's
of libertarians, let's talk about tariffs, shall we? Trump had his Liberation Day. Well, you know, libertarians hate tariffs because they're barriers to free trade.
Yeah.
Trump had his Liberation Day, which apparently meant liberating people from their
Ronald Reagan
money.
said the same thing. Yep.
So these are the reciprocal tariffs. I want to remind you that Trump keeps referring to these as reciprocal tariffs when they are anything but. So China has been levied a 34% tariff. I'm not going to go through them all. I'll just point out the most. So Trump, in his magnanimity, there's the word of the day, fellas, magnanimity, has decided to. Costy's like, here comes the TDS.
You're the one who posted the Rand Paul speech in the Discord, by the way. That wasn't me.
Right
Yeah,
now, I'm imagining Costi as that seagull with its head cocked all the way back, ready to scream "Kid
Yes, Trump decided in his magnanimity to cut the tariffs that they're charging us. They're ripping us off. Their tariffs are huge. They're stealing our money. He's decided to cut them in half. So China charges the US a tariff, including currency manipulation trade barriers, of 67%. So the US has decided 34% is adequate. The European Union gets a 20% tariff. Essentially, this was Oprah, but instead of cars, it was tariffs. No country remained untariffed. Sorry, 3 countries remained untariffed.
Which ones?
Well, they didn't get new tariffs. At least they already had existing tariffs. But Russia, North Korea, and Belarus. So I have no idea what those 3 countries have in common, other than that they're fighting in Ukraine.
I like how they put a tariff on uninhabited islands too.
Yes, he did put a tariff on uninhabited islands. He put a 10% tariff on Australia, despite the fact that we have a free trade agreement with the US. The only tariff we have is on all luxury vehicles imported to Australia, and we don't get American cars because they don't actually meet Australian standards.
Well, where did the Ford Rangers come from that I see everywhere? We don't make them here
The Ford
in
Rangers meet standard.
Islands.
They get converted. You think Ford makes? Let me blow your mind.
there
Map
another
of the
factory somewhere?
world by side of the road.
Because I'm seeing Ford
Driving.
F-150 or something like that on the road now.
Oh yeah, I see Ford F1. Like I see the
Raptors. I've seen Raptors. They're not made in Australia.
here. Let me blow your mind. So we drive on the left. We're the minority.
I know.
We're the massive fucking minority.
I know.
Basically, if you're a former UK colony, you drive on the left.
Except for
Other than that,
Okay.
except for the United States
yeah,
and Canada.
yeah.
But almost the entirety of North America, the entirety of Europe, most of Asia,
Yep.
and a huge chunk of Africa, and all of the Middle East drive on the right.
Yeah.
Which means
And
if I'm General Motors and I sell cars to Africa, I don't have to convert them to left-hand drive.
Yeah, I know. That's the
So-
thing.
Hey,
Like,
even
The reason there aren't an inordinate amount of American cars in Australia aren't because of tariffs. It's because they cost more because they end up having to get converted.
yeah, fair enough.
So
yeah,
wait, does South Korea have? Which is
Yeah,
South Korea?
South Korea has left-hand drive because they're all part of that map. I'm pretty sure.
just open the thing again. No, South Korea drives on the right.
Or am I miss? I must have missed.
What's to do like Kia and?
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong part of the map.
They make them.
I'm an idiot.
Cyprus. Look at that Cyprus.
But they make them for
I
they
know
make them
she's
for
Cyprus,
the
left-hand
Japanese
drive.
market. They make them for the Indonesian market. Like, thankfully, these are some pretty big fucking markets.
Okay.
Like you've got India, which is going to be the next biggest market in the world.
Yeah.
Indonesia, which is probably going to be the one after that.
And above that is
and
Malaysia.
Japan.
Yeah, and then you got combined above Indo is Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. So that's another 300 million people, right?
Yeah. So
yeah,
it's a big enough. It's a great. It'll be a big market in the future.
Oh, and the West Falklands too.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
That's
the two
right.
little places
The
in
Falkland
the Caribbean,
Islands
I don't
as
know
well.
what they are.
No.
And
West
Africa
Falklands.
matches up to the previous
South Africans do, yeah.
previous England's or UK's colonies, except for
It's the West Falklands because East
I
Falklands.
think they've taken over a little bit of
You've got nearly,
Portuguese.
and Tom Bolo's right, like including India, you've got
Well,
nearly 2 billion people, right?
Oh, they're going to have more. They're going to have more people than China. I think soon,
But you've already got about 2 billion.
because China's population is declining and India's is growing.
and you've
They're gonna
already
be
got people moving from.
there's going to be
Shenzhen
2
over
billion
to
people there pretty fucking
India.
soon.
Yeah, but like in the left-hand drive, sorry.
Sir, do not redeem.
Yes, the
It's
left
going to become
side
the next place
driving
that
market.
shit's built.
Anyway,
Big tech market is going to be in India.
yeah.
where it's
Anyway,
all
this says Israel has a 33% tariff on US goods. As of that, they have zero tariff, but they got a 17% one. Let's see. Any other? Trinidad and Tobago has 12% tariffs. So the problem with this is the non-trade barriers include sales taxes, which
That's where
which is
10% comes from.
which is baffling to me. Well, no, not really. We'll get to the calculation, but the argument, like I've seen the argument that it's sales taxes. It's sales taxes. Sales taxes are a tariff on American stuff. Like, What the fuck are you talking about? Imported goods get the sales tax added, yeah. So do domestic goods. It's not a trade barrier. It's just a fucking sales tax. Like, it's not a barrier to trade. Nobody has a competitive advantage.
And it's not
Like
everything.
barriers to trade are things that advantage one country or one marketplace over another. That is a trade barrier. A domestic sales tax, like a national sales tax, is not that. Otherwise, we'd all be complaining because almost every state in the fucking union has sales taxes. That's not a barrier to trade. You don't hear fucking Georgia complaining about the trade barriers between Georgia and fucking Florida. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. This fucking...
Actually, kinda. One of California's taxes actually... We have to actually
that's
deduct it
California.
for Californians. For any capital gain sales.
But that's a capital gains tax.
Yeah, still.
That's
it's a
not
tax.
a sales tax. That's a different tax.
It's a
not
state tax that overseas
That's not a
need to
trade
do.
barrier because America has fucking capital gains taxes. So, and
Yes.
half the countries on this list
And
don't.
Canada has an additional one that we have to also do. So we have to do
Sorry.
two taxes. The normal one and California ones. Especially
But yes,
for
to
people
the
in California.
to the people saying that fucking sales taxes are a tariff on American goods. I have this to
That
say.
was the dumbest, most economically illiterate statement I have ever heard.
Yes, that is my statement. Because this is a sales tax equally applies to imported and non-imported goods. Yes,
Yep.
and which is not a tariff. Yeah, that's exactly right. See, Costi knows because he has to deal with this stuff. Vicky T says there are 3 states that don't pay sales tax. New Jersey, I think. No, not New Jersey. New Hampshire is one. What are the other 2? I think it's New Hampshire is one.
I think one of them is
Because, I think famously they don't have a sales tax. States without sales tax. Let's say
sales tax. I don't know.
Alaska, Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon.
Okay.
That's 5.
Damn, son.
That's 5. Vicky's lying. You lying to me, Vicky?
Those rookie numbers. Better pump
Fake
them up.
news.
Cote d'Ivoire. Montana and Delaware. Okay, yeah.
The fuck is going on?
Cote d'Ivoire is the Ivory Coast.
Sorry, there's dogs howling in the background.
Liechtenstein has a 73% of the tariffs.
Liechtenstein is like 40,000 people. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. Bosnia and
Barely a place.
Herzegovina.
It's a microstate, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if San Marino is on this list. St. Martin, that's 10% tariff. The Falkland Islands, 82%.
Oh no.
They get a 41% tariff. I think Lesbos, the country that's inside South Africa, is on this list with a huge fucking tariff. Nauru, oh no, 59% tariff.
Saint Pierre and Miquelon.
Saint Pierre,
99.
Miquelon, that's a fucking external French territory.
Never even heard of it before.
It's like an island.
They've got a 99%.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I think it's in the Atlantic. I think it's an island in the Atlantic. 99%
One of the
tariff.
series of islands.
So, but
just
no,
above South Africa.
And I pointed out a 10% tariff on Australia, not because we impose any tariffs in the US, we have free trade, but because it's a 10% sales tax. And I got AI to
Actually, it's up near Canada.
to generate a list of sales taxes. Californians, how do you not fucking kill yourselves, or
Give it time.
rise up and overthrow your taxing bastard masters?
Like
not
they
gonna-
7%
tax out the
A
arse.
7% state tax plus what is it? Like a 14% fucking state income tax as well. Like fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No
And
wonder my
also
liberal
capital
is-
gains tax.
And your own fucking capital gains tax. That's outrageous. Let's see what old Reagan had to say about tariffs.
For those of us who lived through the Great Depression, the memory of the suffering it caused is deep and searing. And today, many economic analysts and historians argue that high tariff legislation passed back in that period, called The Smoot-Hawley tariff greatly deepened the depression and prevented economic recovery. You see, at first, when someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs.
How old is he?
And sometimes for a short while.
I think this is one of his fireside speeches. I think this was while he was president.
He was like
Well, it
60 or
works,
something at least.
but only for a short time. What eventually occurs is, first, homegrown industries start relying on government protection in the form of high tariffs. They
Sorry,
stop
at least
Cough.
70.
Cough farming.
Cough.
competing and stop making
Cough.
the innovative management.
He was the
and
oldest president
technological
at the time
changes they
until Trump
need
took power.
to succeed in world markets.
And then Trump was the oldest
Biden.
president until Biden.
Yes.
And then Biden was the oldest president until Trump.
Yes.
And please, please let it be Trump forever. As the oldest president.
let's
I've
go
fucking
back
had
to-
it. I've had it with the fucking 90-year-old, like the
go back
fucking
to-
70 plus like septuagenarians
Yeah. Let's
and,
go back to presidents in history.
octogenarians
Wait,
fucking
please.
being president. Like God,
Well, maybe Gen X
Then-
should step up.
I'm really sick of worrying about their mental decline. Like at least George Bush was what in his 60s when he was elected. Like George Bush 2, not George Bush 1.
While
How
all
old,
this is going on, something
Ben's going to be in 4 years.
I think he'd be one of the youngest presidents. If like, yeah, maybe. Oh no, I think even then, it'll still be JFK. JFK was 43. So it's a tough beat.
Yeah.
Everybody, like all the young presidents, are like, oh God, fucking JFK, nip me at the post. Just as long as you don't have the same outcome.
even worse occurs. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries
if Trump
and the
cocks it
triggering of
tomorrow,
fierce trade
Vance will be
wars.
the youngest president.
The result is more and more tariffs.
Oh, yeah.
Higher and higher trade barriers and less competition. So soon, because of the prices made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity. Now, it hasn't always been easy. There are those in the Congress, just as there were back in the 30s, who want to go for the quick political advantage, who risk America's prosperity for the sake of a short-term appeal to some special interest group.
So yes, Reagan was not a fan of tariffs. So people trying to make it that, oh no, Reagan loved tariffs. No.
No.
I saw people like to say, oh yeah, Reagan loved tariffs. I'm like, who the fuck are you talking about? Is there another Reagan that was president that I don't know about?
I'm fairly certain he lived through the Depression.
Yeah,
he's
that's
not gonna
right.
like tariffs.
You lived through
Maybe his
both world
4-year-old granddaughter
wars. Like,
might love them, but
Yeah, apparently the National Association of Manufacturers do not like Trump's tariffs. They think it will be very bad for manufacturing in America. Oh, I did want to point out list of countries by manufacturing output.
Yeah, because it's a slight issue
Manufacturing by
with
country.
the US.
Yeah, because
Doesn't
I mean,
manufacture too many stuff these days.
yeah, no, the US manufactures nothing. They're trying to get from the second in the world back to the first in the world. Like the idea that America doesn't manufacture anything is fucking preposterous.
yeah.
It is the second largest manufacturing economy in the world. Yes, it's second to
Oh.
China.
What are they manufacturing? Are they manufacturing the basic stuff, or are they
Guns.
manufacturing the advanced stuff?
They're manufacturing advanced stuff. It's an advanced economy.
Yeah,
Yeah, but what does that mean?
and they're
Like,
kind
what
of
do you
looking
mean by
to stay out
advanced
of the basic stuff, which is required to do the advanced stuff.
Yeah. Well, like I have a Right in the Rain notepad sitting in front of me, like brand name Right in the Rain. That's made in the USA, but are they making steel? Like the really, really elementary stuff that countries need?
I got Claude to shit this out. So China dominates global manufacturing, contributing nearly 30% of the world's total output. Its strengths lie in electronics, machinery, and textiles, supported by a massive and extensive workforce. The US holds the second spot of global manufacturing. It excels at high-value sectors like automotive, chemicals, aerospace, and military equipment. Yeah, because I said all to go from 2 to closer to 1. Good thing Trump hasn't done anything to damage domestic military exports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Trump specifically called out us, and Clown from Down Under, I'm pretty sure, is not Down Under.
It's just the Australian version of Clown.
Yeah, I know, but I would Australia first. Australian jobs for Australian workers, and Clown Down Under is stealing Australian jobs.
Pretty much.
Probably see what's happening with all of the, not only car companies, but car companies in particular. See it with all of the ones they're moving, they're announcing day in, day out. You're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world. Brutalized.
No, that's ABC Australia.
They're subsidised up the wazoo, which is a trade barrier.
That ticker on the left is showing, I believe, Australian. Sorry, a ticker on the right is showing Australian weather.
Yeah, because it's from the ABC.
The Clown Down Under Twitter account is not run by an Australian. Is the point? Yeah, it's run by clowns around the world.
Yeah, but Tim's point is
my point.
That he's watching ABC News.
Why is he watching ABC News?
Or maybe that's just where. Did he record this, or did he just get this from YouTube?
Probably from YouTube. I don't know.
So
YouTube.
Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after. So
I don't know if I've explained this before. It kicks in at a certain level, the tariffs, and it is protectionist. 100%. It's to protect their local dairy farmers. The dairy industry in Canada is incredibly heavily regulated, to the point where I would call it a command economy. Like the dairy farmers actually dump milk down the drain.
Yep.
Because of the way it's managed.
But they got to dump it.
They stop. Yeah, because you can't stop milking dairy cow. They'll stop making milk. So they just milk cows to dump the milk, and it's like, dude, really? And it's because there's price controls. Because otherwise, milk would be unbelievably cheap. Or see, this is the thing. I can understand trade protections, like protecting the domestic industry, so the domestic industry doesn't disappear. Because you want to have domestic milk. You want to have milk
doesn't collapse
and
on
that
itself.
stuff made locally. So I can understand barriers to that coming in, but this command-driven economy where you go, no, you can make this much milk and you can make that much milk. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? All you're really doing is keeping the price high, which is a tax on your own people.
Yeah. So my granddad was a pig farmer. The reason he was a pig farmer is because he was first a cream farmer. He had to do something with the milk that couldn't be turned into cream. So he fed it to pigs and then became a pig farmer. But there are things you can do with excess, like
diversify.
Yeah. Or
yeah, but there's probably rules about that.
Bullshit rules.
There's probably bullshit rules about that.
If they control the milk, they control the cheese.
God, what's the legal case around the Commerce Clause that basically let the US fucking do whatever they like under the Commerce Clause? It was the guy who held back his own wheat or corn crop because he was going to use it himself, and the government
didn't sell it, and they were like,
he grew up, didn't sell it, and they were like, no, you can't not sell it. And it's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? I bet it's something like that. I bet it's some bullshit that says, no, you can't use it for something else. It has to be destroyed. It has to be dumped. Because by using it for something else, you're depriving the person who would have sold that something else, that would have filled that gap. That's just fucking communism, man. Like either you're a capitalist economy or you're not. Like internally.
So, not only
Like-
could you make cheese from it, but you could make powdered cheese, which lasts longer. You could make powdered milk.
Powdered milk.
You could
Yeah.
make UHT milk. You could do a whole bunch of different things that are long life that aren't going to affect the fresh produce sector.
Yeah, you could have a strategic milk reserve
Yeah.
or a strategic cheese reserve, like America actually has. The
Or,
US has a cheese reserve.
evaporated milk, sweetened condensed milk. There are a number of different things you could do with it that preserve it long term. But it's got to go down the drain
Yeah.
because some fucking bureaucrat has their finger up their bum thinking they're doing good when they're not.
Well, no, it's because a lot of the it's to do with Quebec. Apparently, a shit ton of farms in Quebec, like dairy farms especially, and because of that, that's why they get a whole bunch of shit. So that Quebec doesn't leave Canada. Anyway, back to this.
To that, it gets bad, and then it gets up to 270.
Because he does mention Australia, and I just wanted to get that. I thought he would just include that bit, but God forbid.
300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country.
The National Cheese Reserve is in Wisconsin. Maybe.
That makes
I have
sense.
no idea where it is. It's probably secret.
Well, see, I'd have it somewhere cold,
And,
but I wouldn't
with-
put it in one spot. I'd diversify it across several states.
Yeah.
Countries like
And it's not, I don't think it's good cheese. I think it's like that craft processed cheese that lasts decades.
Cheese is cheese.
Like shelf stable.
like
If you're
Canada,
in the
we
shelf-stable
subsidize.
cheese. Are you really going to complain?
Yeah, exactly. If you're starving, cheese is fine.
Cheese is cheese.
Cheese is one of the after dried meats. Cheese was one of the first staples that the Europeans used.
It's been a staple for centuries. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got fat and protein.
Yeah.
Combined
and
that
it
with
keeps
the-
for a really long time.
Yeah.
Like when it's sealed off, keeps for ages.
There's a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say you got to work for yourselves and this is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years. And we're really not taking it anymore.
I think he's actually responsible for something like $3.5 trillion worth of said debt. But go off, King.
Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union.
To be fair, Biden's like $4 billion or $5 billion or something of it as well. So
Cost the incoming.
everybody, Costy's going to.
Union bans imports
No one's hands are clean here.
of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars, we want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans, and they're wonderful people and wonderful
Thank you, Donald.
everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers. And you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing.
So
don't
to my
want to
knowledge,
seize beef.
Hang on. If we're selling you 3 billion of our beef, why would we need other people? Why would we need your beef? That makes
Exactly.
no fucking sense. That makes
So-
no fucking sense.
What if I want
75% of the beef grown in Australia, like raised in Australia, I guess for want of a better term, is exported. So Australians can eat 25% of the beef we produce, and have more than enough beef.
Yeah.
So granted, it's
Probably
not
20%
super cheap.
because of the vegans.
But
Yeah,
at the
fuck
not at the
the
moment.
vegans though.
Because Townsville was flooded and probably still is, and they're still trying to figure out. Like beef's going up again. In
Yeah.
the next couple of weeks.
But it
Well, that's-
becomes it's more.
No, well,
You go, you go.
we've got cattle ranches that are the size of Texas.
Yeah, I'm just saying the reason they import Australian beef is it's particularly that Wagyu is one of the more in demand for Americans, right?
Australian beef is quality beef. There's a certain
I know.
there's a few
know.
cuts. There's a few cuts that America takes, and it's because they mix it in with their beef to get the fat content up in the in their meat patties. So like Cargill, which is like one of the biggest beef companies in the US.
Yeah, but again,
they're in Australia.
Yeah, I know.
They're meat packers. They're the ones who who export that beef to the US. And it's an American company. So an American company exports the beef from Australia to America at about $3 billion worth a year.
Is what if I want American beef? What if I want American Wagyu? Technically, hang on.
What if you want mad cow?
Yeah.
It's not. You're not going to get mad cow from it. That's the point.
Yes, you can. No, it's a possibility that mad cow can be brought in.
That's what
there has never been a case of mad cow in Australia, and the whole reason we do it is biosecurity. We want to keep it that way.
Yeah, but we also import beef from other areas. Like you have the option. Hang on, I'm not saying we do it a lot. I had an argument with someone about this this morning on Twitter about it. Technically, there is no ban on American beef. There's just a lot of standards that are in place.
Yeah.
And there's no demand for it.
Exactly.
That's right. It's right. It would not be a burgeoning industry. It's a niche thing. It would be a niche thing. I understand.
Yes, and I don't think we import UK beef either. Like the only beef we really import is cooked. Like beef that's cooked,
which is
fine
a
to
different
import,
standard.
which is a different standard. Yeah.
I think we may import beef from New Zealand.
Well, that's basically like importing it from Australia. So.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying, like, it's another country, but
I see New Zealand. New Zealand beef.
Their tariff's 20%. So.
Yeah.
Suck it, Kiwis. We get a better tariff. We get a better tariff rate.
No, but send it to Australia and then send it to the States.
That's right. They're going to ship their shit to us, and we'll ship it to the US.
Lovely.
Farmers have reacted. So cattle farmers would rather cop Trump's tariff. It's 10%. We'll deal with it. Rather than disease for American beef. Farmers have reacted defiantly as US President Donald Trump singled out Australia's beef in his trade crackdown, warning that Trump's 10% tariff would hike prices for fast food consumers, declaring the country's world-leading biosecurity measures must not be compromised to benefit US exports.
Yep, I agree with them.
And look, our biosecurity is very, very strong, but we are not immune. The fucking honey, the price of honey has gone through the fucking roof because we managed to keep out, what is it? They're like little mites that attack honeybees. Like, we kept them out for fucking ages. And they slipped in. They slipped in on like an American shipment, and they got out in New South Wales, and now they're fucking everywhere. Mm-hmm. And Department of Agriculture is literally going to entire like hives, and just destroying them, ordering destruction. But it's pointless. They're not gonna have a chance to stop it. It's here and it's never going away.
One bee that's got it, and it's not at the hive at the time, and doesn't ever go back, then it spreads. There's a reason our biosecurity is so paranoid, because we don't have rabies.
Well, that's the thing, and that was the other point that I kind of missed before, is the American farmers are the ones who call Australian standards paranoid.
Yeah,
it's not the government. It's not the American government. It's the American farmers that are calling Australian standards paranoid. Like, both countries use hormones and shit in their beef, and they're like, hang on, you guys are just fucking crazy.
Like the Simpsons and the Frog, yes. James Sorowski, who was not the first person to figure it out. I think the first person to figure it out is actually in his replies. This guy here, ornithologist. He says, "I think I figured out at least a chunk of the math. It's trade deficit divided by their exports. So the EU exports 531.6 million to the US, and imports 333 million for a deficit of 198.2. 198.2 divided by 536 is 37, or close enough to 39%. Israel exports 22 billion, imports 14 billion, deficit 7.4. 7.4 divided by 22 is 33%. And that's how all these fucking tariffs were calculated. It has nothing to do with reciprocity. Because this is the thing. This is what I've always wanted. I've always wanted reciprocity in tariffs. If you charge me a tariff, All right, that's fine, but we're going to charge you exactly the same tariff under exactly the same scheme. So if you export too much of this, and so if you were to import like with exactly the same rules, actual reciprocity. This isn't that. The administration just went too hard and went. Everybody gets 10%, and if you've got a budget surplus, if you've got a trade surplus with the US, like Australia does, we import more American products than we export to the US. We still get a fucking 10% tariff. There's no benefit. There's no win. There's no win in this situation. Trump wants the trade deficit. And sorry, let me clarify. This is trade in goods only. Because for almost all of these countries, if you include services in those exports, the trade deficit disappears. Just vanishes. Because the US exports... The US is a service economy. So they export services, intellectual property, fucking financial services. Like all this stuff is exported. The value of that is far greater than what they make in goods that they export. And because America's the fucking richest economy in the world, they're also the biggest consumer in the world. So of course they're going to import more fucking stuff. Like... It's baffling. I saw some fucking economist talk with Tucker Carlson about how the trade deficit is so high it's meant $20 trillion have flowed out of America. I'm like, are you fucking high? America has some of the highest amount of foreign investment in the world. Like, the company I work for invests in the American stock market. Where do you fucking think that money sits? Like, every single country in the world invests in the US, either directly in organizations, like directly in companies, or through the fucking stock market. Every fucking dollar on Wall Street is in US dollars. To make those investments, you needed to have US dollars. That money sits in companies in the US.
You're telling me that investment firms don't put their money in piggy banks?
That's fucking right. They don't. So I'm sorry to say they don't.
Oh, illusion shattered.
So, like, then you get these because the way it was calculated, and I've seen many people say, like, what, did they use AI to calculate this shit? Like, did they just say, hey, Grok, give me a list of all the countries in the world that America trades with, like all the countries in the world. Okay, calculate reciprocal tariffs based on trade deficits. And this is what it spat out, because this is what it feels like. Like, so Drew Pavlis says the French overseas territory Saint-Pierre et Miquelon, population 5,800, now has the highest tariff rate in the world at 99%. Their exports are valued at just $3.5 million a year. My guess as to what happened here is that they likely export a tiny amount, like $100,000 worth of lobster, to America without importing anything in return. So the insane White House algorithm, trade deficit divided by imports, would have produced this 99% tariff figure. And sure enough, he was right. So the tiny island got it because someone bought $3.4 million worth of goods in July of 2024, most likely crustaceans, and the inhabitants only bought $100,000 worth of goods from the US in 2024. If only someone had bought something really expensive from the US, they would have only got a 10% tariff. Like, fuck's sakes! Like
this a couple of Lamborghinis.
No, that would be Italian. They'd have to be Ford F-150s. Everybody on the island bought a Ford F-150. Their tariff rate would still be 10%. People have been making a lot of hay about this. Nowhere on Earth is safe. Trump imposed tariff on uninhabited islands near Antarctica. So the Heard and McDonald Islands.
I'm sorry, those penguins have to pay their price.
Yep, I saw a meme of like Trump standing on the lawn. You know the one where he's standing on the lawn talking to the kid?
Yeah, I saw that one.
Like, but they've replaced the kid with penguins, and it's just Trump standing there saying you have to pay. You've got to pay. You got to pay, penguins. Look, you're wearing a suit. You got to have money. Where is it? I saw this and just thought, oh, fuck, I hate quartering so much. So Unusual Whales pointed out that the markets were down, which, of course, the quartering says, when did this account become a leftoid? Yes, pointing out reality makes you a leftoid. To which this guy pointed out that the quartering uses sweatshops to make his T-shirts. And it's irrelevant. The quartering's like, I only sell like 4 shirts a year. And I'm just like,
that's
really,
capitalism,
bro?
baby.
No, he only sells 4 shirts a year. I think I understand why you owe $300,000. Like why you are $300,000 in the hole on your coffee company.
Yeah, no one wants to buy merchandise.
Labor Secretary Lori Chavez-Durema says Trump wants to onshore garment factories from Vietnam and Cambodia to the United States.
Oh, so instead of paying 12 cents an hour, they're going to pay $30.
No,
$30.
they will pay they have to pay the federal minimum wage.
Yeah, $7.25 an hour.
Which is it $7.25? I thought it was $5.50 an hour.
I have no clue. I'm just.
No,
I hear the $7.25 figure going around in the different states, but whatever. Like it's. But that actually kind of sums up possibly the point.
In California.
It's not about profits necessarily. It's protectionism. He just wants jobs, even if the economy.
Even if so $7.25. Sorry, yes, you are right. $7.25 is the federal minimum wage.
Yeah, he just wants jobs.
Didn't he lose $300K? No, he's $300K out of pocket in his coffee venture.
Yeah, we covered that last week. Yeah, he was bitching and crying about it on.
What? A quick update on the quartering. From what I heard, he actually invested money into the company, which is why I can call it his.
Yeah.
So he invested money into a white label coffee company. So technically, it is quote unquote his company, but yeah,
he's like majority shareholder or something.
No, it's probably
Costi says it's not even that; it's brinksmanship. So Costi's one of the people who thinks it's a plan to get everybody to adopt free trade, which is fair. That's what a ton of people have said. It like I have heard so many fucking theories. I've heard that this is 4D chess.
Of course, that's always true.
For that, it's 4D chess to get the world to be a free trade paradise. Which, look, if it works, I'll be very happy if it is. But what really makes me think that this isn't that is like 4 days before Liberation Day, Israel came out and literally said, "Okay, you want us to not have tariffs on the US?" They dumped all their tariffs. So their tariff rate with the US is 0. They got a 17% rate on Liberation Day. Vietnam said after this that they're going to slash all their American tariffs. They still have a 47% rate. Ooh. So there's been no word of it being reversed. So there is no indication that you as a country slashing all your tariffs will get Trump to go, no problem, you can have no tariffs. You have none with us, we'll have none with you. And also that entire thing is paid to like the lie's put paid to because, well, we don't have tariffs. Why do we have a 10% tariff?
And then it brings in the
I'm
other
fine with
theories,
it. I'm fine with it if you want to put tariffs on our shit. Go right ahead. It's fucking your country.
This brings in the other theories. The other theories that is punishment for non-tariff reasons, i.e., our stance on freedom of speech, which is trash. And
I have seen no evidence of that either. I've seen people saying it, but I've seen no evidence of that either. I would love that to be it.
For non-tariff reasons.
But that doesn't make sense because the UK is a fucking huge threat to free speech, and they have the lowest tariff rate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense either. The only thing that makes sense is Trump wants all manufacturing to be done in the US forever.
Plus,
and this is how he wants to achieve that. And
I don't tell other countries why they're being tariffed for non-tariff reasons.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to adjust. Yeah, if I smack you, and don't tell you what you've done wrong, you're not going to adjust your behaviour.
I have a question. What
punishment for Albo and Rudd? Albo and Rudd's mean words.
Could be. I do have a question though. What was America's manufacturing rate historically? Like, I know it's 15% now. They make 15% of the world's goods, whatever. What was it historically?
I think it was like 25% of the world's manufacturing historical trade.
Because like Trump just keeps going on about gold.
Figures.
Trump keeps going on about golden age. So I think,
dude, he's like, oh, I want to bring us back. I want to bring us back to the wonderful age of the 1910s. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, World War I, baby.
Like, what? No, Trump, no. You've dialed it too far. Aim for 1950s, not 1910s.
Ooh, the men in the hoods are still around, buddy. Segregation is still around.
Okay, so I think this might be the one. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
All I hear
that's not that that's percentage of employment.
Oh, great. I guess the only takeaway I can think of is he just wants to bring it all back to the U.S. Take us back to the days when we actually made shit in this country. Even if the economy takes a hit and people don't, and the country doesn't have as
industrial
big as
production
GDP,
100-year chart.
Job creation is all I'm saying. Sorry.
Jesus fucking Christ. USA total global.
Doesn't matter if Americans have to work in sweatshops. It's job creation, boys.
Manufacturing industry. Okay, so is this it? Is this fucking spreadsheet? Manufacturing output. Okay, macro trends. Come on, macro trends. Okay, so what the bottom number is percentage of GDP. Okay, so this is as a percentage of GDP.
All right.
So as time has marched on, the value has gone up, but the percentage of GDP has gone down because the country has become a service-based economy.
Yeah.
Historical output. This percentage. No, this is not what I'm after.
Yeah,
Fuck, I'm just going to have to ask an AI.
What was what was the list you had earlier in the show? Like 0, whatever.
That wasn't over time, unfortunately.
No, but I mean, that makes sense.
God, Copilot is useless. Like, it never really tells me what I
just
actually
use
want.
Grok. I just use Grok.
I use Claude, but like Grok's for, yeah. Wait, what? N-word towers get censored now? That's insane.
Yeah,
Oh no, they're onto us.
N-word tower?
They're onto us.
US of USA made up from 1910 2024. Percentage of global manufacturing the US made up from determining the exact percent. I don't need to tell me how you fucking did it. The US was a dominant. So in the early 20th century, particularly around 1910, the US was a dominant force in global medicine. So around 1910, the US was responsible for approximately 35 to 40% of the world's industrial output.
Now it's 15.
So there we go. Post World War II, it was 50%.
That makes sense with the war going on.
So in the 70s, it was 25 to 30. In 2002, it was 28%.
It's dropped over.
So it's gone for turn of the millennium. Turn of the millennium, it was
what China
30%.
Yeah, like what a little bit less than what China is, but roughly China-ish. Yeah.
So, and now that China has risen, which is all Clinton's fault, because he admitted them to the trade. He encouraged them to be admitted to the World Trade Organization, and managed to get the most favored nation status, which means that when you import, you automatically get the best tariff rate.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the reason. So yes.
Yeah, he just wants to bring manufacturing back to the country. Cost be damned.
One example. I was hearing about companies that make shirts and garments in Vietnam and Cambodia. That it's very difficult. There are certain things that we can ramp up fairly quickly. As I said a moment ago about car manufacturers and lines that they can kind of kick open fairly quickly. But will American workers make shirts and garments for the same, obviously the labor cost is so much cheaper overseas in those places. So how's that going to work?
Because those overseas countries like
exactly
slaves.
What the president talked about in the Rose Garden when he was talking to the American worker and to the people and saying, we're going to onshore.
No, see, Tim, they're not slaves.
Comparatively.
No, they're not. When you consider... So if you're a garment worker in Cambodia or Vietnam, you're paid really well compared to fucking everyone else in your country. Like, you're not paid. You're not paid like a knowledge worker, but you're paid relatively well. You're a middle class worker in Cambodia and Vietnam.
I didn't actually know. I thought it was I thought it was all just all sweatshops.
They're sweatshops. It's hard work.
Compared to the West.
Yeah, compared to the West, it's fucking hard work.
Well, of course,
you try sewing shit by. You try
all factory work.
Sewing sneakers by hand.
Yeah, all factory work is hard work. I get it.
Well, I have, but I wouldn't want to do it for 48 cents a day.
Yeah, exactly right.
In a what would we call it? A textile shop. In Vietnam. Okay, so the wage of a worker in a textile factory in Vietnam is, drumroll, so it typically ranges from 5 to 10 million Vietnamese dong, which translates to roughly 200 to 400 US dollars per month. This is based on a standard...
How many dong?
10 million dong. All the dong.
All the dong.
All the dong. Which translates to roughly 200 to 400 USD a month, based on standard work week of about 48 hours a week, although some workers may put in overtime. So figures align with Vietnam's minimum wage, which varies by region, ranging from 145 US to 200 US as per month. So these jobs pay double minimum wage, like the high end of minimum wage to double minimum wage. So they're not the best wages in the world. How do these compare?
But they are wages.
Average wage.
Sorry, what's $1 million dong? 10 million dong to USD?
200 US.
A day.
A month.
Yeah. That's.
Yeah.
$50 a week.
You go look at the
okay,
cost
so
of
the
living.
average monthly wage across all sectors in Vietnam is 7.5 to 9 million Vietnamese dong per month, so $300 to $360 a month. So they make average wage to above average wage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
An
average wage. So what's that?
Which is like a factory worker in the West, right? Maybe not quite, but it is above minimum. Okay, that's fair.
US. So the average wage in the US is, come on, Grok, be faster. 62 to 6. So $5,000 a month, or an hourly rate of roughly 30 to 32 US dollars, assuming a 40-hour work week, and 52 weeks of work per year. So I would like to point out, I went and looked on Indeed.com earlier, like before the show, to see how much you get paid. Manufacturing jobs in, Dearborn and North Carolina. General Motors, what they call factory worker, like just a line technician, $25.94 an hour plus benefits.
Oh, okay.
So, but what I'm saying is you'll be making the average wage. Yeah. So if you work there, you'll be making the average wage. Same as if you work in a sweatshop, what we refer to as a sweatshop, in Vietnam. You make the average wage, or a little bit above, or a little bit below. Mm. So, and it's the same everywhere. These aren't fucking huge. You'll be able to buy a boat jobs like that. World no longer exists. I understand the desire to get back to a world where the dad can go and work at the steel mill, like for 40 hours a week. Just punch a clock day in, day out.
Yeah, have a house.
Wife can sit at home. That the home is relatively new, but you own it. You're paying it off. You've got a car. You take vacations twice a year. That's gone.
Yeah.
We executed that dream the second all the women started working. And then everybody turned around and went, holy shit, look at all this look at all this productivity. Yeah, no shit you got productivity because you put half the fucking population into the workforce like that.
Or repatriate some of these companies to invest in America directly, so that we can build that workforce, we can retrain, we can upskill, and we can have the American worker.
You sound like a human
be paying
resources
attention to
officer.
What's happening on
You're
the
a labor
ground.
secretary.
That's
That makes
the goal
sense.
with these tariffs that the president has imposed, is that he wants fair trade practices.
How long do you think it will take, to build garment factories in this country? And
So what she doesn't realize is there are tons of garment factories in the US that are just lying dormant. You just pick them up and rejuvenate them, but you'll have to buy equipment. But now you'll have to pay tariffs on that equipment because that equipment has to be built in China.
what is the role of AI in many of those jobs that we understand could be easily replaced by AI?
Well, I think the goal is to have a blend.
Oh yeah,
and a
because the
mix.
AI
And
can
working with my colleagues
sew
in
shirts.
the cabinet, working with.
Now, you know what's funny? They talk about retraining, so that you can be retrained into working in a garment factory. So now, instead of learn to code, it's learn to sew. And because AI is going to take all the coding jobs by the end of next year, all the coders will be who learned how to code after their steelwork closed down will have to learn to sew.
You mean all the previous journalists who learned to code?
All the previous journalists who learned to code who will lose their jobs to AI will now have to learn to sew.
Well, a lot of the
Treasury
factories,
Secretary working
sewing
with the
factories and
Secretary of
stuff,
Commerce.
a
The
lot of that
goal
work is
is to
automated.
build
Yes, they still
these
have.
quicker. Even working with
And
the-
therein lies the problem. Manufacturing is not the same as it was.
That's right.
If all this shit holds up, and all these companies are like, holy shit, we are actually going to have to drag this shit. Because look, realistically speaking, if the economy takes a giant dump, and not just the share market, Vance is not getting re-elected. Like Vance is not getting to take over the fucking reins. Vance is gonna inherit a 50-state wipeout.
Yeah.
So if this triggers the Trump depression, the Republicans will be out of power for the next 50 years, like the last time a Republican president implemented tariffs and triggered a long and painful depression. Yeah. Because like Rand Paul pointed out, the last time this happened was the Great Depression. Mm-hmm. These are some of the biggest tariffs that have been levied since, like, in 100 years. These are bigger. Some of these tariffs are bigger than the Smoot-Hawley tariffs that literally extended the Great Depression 9 years. Like, if the government hadn't applied those tariffs, the Great Depression would have been 9 years shorter, and wouldn't have required World War II to drag the world out of it.
So you're saying the US caused World War II?
Yes,
in a way,
absolutely, yes.
In a way,
Churchill started World War II in order to have a jobs program, just like all wars, and the military-industrial complex that doesn't actually have any power. So, I lost my train of thought.
I didn't realize Churchill was an American president.
No, but the Americans didn't start World War II. They just came in. They came in afterwards.
Just like World War One.
As a former mayor, we understand that the regulatory
You're still learning to sew in an Ecuadorian prison. Yes.
and that's how we're going to be competitive.
I'm pretty sure I've got
We are going
really
to
shitty cheap
deregulate
shirts
at the
made in
same
our
time, make sure
Oh no, that was my point. Well, these companies, when they do bring this, if this does keep going, and it doesn't get reversed, and the country doesn't take a giant dump, and the global economy doesn't just fucking collapse in a heap, then what will happen is Nike will invest in. They won't invest in people. They'll invest in automated factories. Like everybody loves Tesla, but compared to other car companies, Tesla has half as many staff. Like for manufacturing work, like job lines, because Tesla's process is heavily fucking automated.
Yeah. A lot of manufacturing industries are becoming more and more automated.
Yeah, and that's what happens. Mm-hmm. Like the reason shirts are manufactured in Cambodia is because it's cheaper to do that.
Yep.
Than manufacture them in build the robots to build them in the US. Because if it was cheaper to build the robots, to build them in the US, they'd do that. If it was cheaper to pay homeless people to build them to make them in the US, they would do that.
Which is exactly what happened in California with the $15 minimum wage.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. We have seen what these perverse incentives do through other government policies. Like the free market is free to do lots of stuff, including things you don't like. So, and the second a company, all it takes is a company going, you know what, there's plenty of money to be made by avoiding these tariffs. So Thermo Industries is going to build the world's largest automated shirt facility, like outside of Dearborn, Michigan, and we're going to hire a whole bunch of people to build it, and then once it's built, well, it's only going to take 4 people to run the place. And we've successfully captured all of that tariffed goods that now are made in the USA. So, but herein lies the other problem: the inputs are also tariffed. Like when you apply a broad tariff, like saying everything from country X is tariffed, it means everything. So one of the examples someone pointed out is that, yeah, Hanes makes their T-shirts in Honduras, but they use American cotton. So if Honduras turned around and went, yeah, well, we're putting a tariff on American goods, all American goods, then suddenly the exports to Honduras of American cotton are tariffed, which increases the input cost on that side, and then the finished product, when it comes back into the US, is more expensive, and even again because it's tariffed twice. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the auto industry, this gets fucking insane. And the other countries that weren't on the list of tariffs were fucking Canada and Mexico, because they're being treated separately, because they fucking have to be. Because when it comes to cars, the North America is the manufacturing hub, not the US. North America. Yeah. So your American-made car has a transmission from Mexico, has doors from Canada, has tires from North Korea, like tires from Korea, has fucking a fuel injection unit from Japan. Yeah, it's American-made, but Trump has a 25%, like in addition to these tariffs, he also added a 25% tariff on cars. So foreign cars imported into the US will eat a 25% tariff. And car parts. Mm-hmm. Well, car parts go into American-made cars. So the idea that, people will buy American because imported cars will be tariffed so that American cars will be competitive. But American cars are made from foreign parts. And foreign steel and aluminum, which also have tariffs on them.
Yeah, I think I remember Holden catalytic converters were made by Mitsubishi.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's tons of that stuff.
So
Wall Street Journal did a video, which was quite interesting, on where the parts in a Ford F-150 come from, and it had it all laid out. And parts of the transmission that's made in Mexico come from all over the world as well. So, we have, like it or not, our economy has become globalized. Well, and I appreciate people want to deglobalize the economy, but you know how hard it is to unpick that knot, right? And Trump can come along like Odysseus and just cut the fucking Gordian knot. Was it Odysseus that cut the Gordian knot?
Solomon. Oh, sorry, no.
Probably getting my stories mixed up. Alexander the Great. He could come along like Alexander the Great and cut the Gordian knot, but that's not the way to fix this. Like you have to unpick it. Like, and this is the thing. I got no problem with tariffs. Like, if you want to protect, because a lot of people have said, now Stephen Miller is out on TV. Stephen Miller, who is fucking senior advisor to the president, is out on TV Not saying it's about reciprocity, not like to get people to drop their tariffs, not saying it's you know, to have a good negotiating position. He's saying it's entirely about national security. We need to bring back all these industries because national security. Because if we go to war with China, we need to be able to assemble everything here in America. And I thought, well, that's another fucking argument that doesn't make sense.
Well,
because
I think they're using
there's a
that
way to
argument
do that,
so they can do tariffs. Because I think
they're throwing so many arguments at the wall.
Security.
Yeah.
They're throwing so many arguments at the wall that that none of them make sense.
If wartime breaks out, they'll just do what they did last time and co-opt all the fucking factories.
Well,
right now, you're not making sneakers anymore.
My point is
uniforms. Yeah.
What sneakers?
Okay.
My point is that that's what targeted tariffs are for.
Yeah.
Targeted tariffs to protect domestic industries that you have an interest in, like airplane manufacturing, or weapons production, or steel,
or liter bags of saline.
Yeah, or saline, yes, or PPE.
Like
that stuff is fine. Like it makes perfect sense. Like someone was saying that most of the medications that Americans take are made in fucking China.
Yeah,
like you fucking high.
Yeah.
That shit doesn't make sense. Like on national, it doesn't make sense for that to happen on a national security level, and it makes absolute sense for them to go, no, you're Pfizer. Hello, you're an American company. You make that shit in America, and your price stay the fucking same.
Yeah. Like if you want
out?
No, well, but you achieve that with tariffs. You achieve that by saying for these medications, these specific ones that are made in China are now tariffed.
Well,
we have tariffs on these, and that is fine. If you are trying to achieve an end, tariffs are a scalpel. But this is just being fucking willy-nilly.
Scattershot tariffs, and it's not going to do
so that when these factories are built at a quicker pace, we have the workforce ready to go.
So, can you give us a time frame on how long it will take to build up, for example, since that's what we're talking about, an American garment industry? Obviously, there are garments that are made here right now, but is that a 2-year time frame?
Automated?
What are you looking at?
See it all day? Oh no, that's the Ford factory.
The good news is anything's faster than the past administration.
Lose my mind.
That's what we were understanding, and that's what we were seeing on the ground, and that's why the American worker felt so left behind. I mean,
they're gonna get left behind when they come to work and think that they're gonna be making the shit, and all they're gonna be doing is greasing up the robots.
Well, the interesting thing is that Trump's tariffs on steel in his first term saved 10,000 steelworker jobs and cost 300,000 jobs in other manufacturing sectors.
Net loss.
So, okay, that's great. The steelworkers are happy, but there's 300,000 people who don't have a job now because the tariffs made it too expensive to do their job here. So, Jim Cramer apparently doesn't like tariffs.
So the tariffs are good, boys.
Be reciprocal. So you do it, we do it, and that was going to be so good, and I really believed in it. And I feel like a sucker tonight because I am not a free trader, and I do not believe in free trade. And I was just as tough, if not tougher, than his people, but they screwed it up, and they did it a totally ill-advised way. And I was very let down as someone who really truly believes that free trade is awful for the American working person. This is what they came up with. Jeez, come on, have some gumption, have some math.
So there you go. He doesn't like tariffs, but he's pissed at the tariffs, but also he doesn't like free trade. So checkmate, anti-globalists. Proof tariffs are on the right track, prosperity ahead, but also proof that that globalism is good because Jim Cramer thinks it's bad.
Yeah, tariffs are fine when they're implemented correctly for the right reason.
Yeah,
but blanket shit is just, it doesn't make sense.
In a surprise to absolutely no one, China has imposed a 34% tariff on imports of all US products beginning April 10th, matching the rate of Trump's quote-unquote reciprocal tariffs. The interesting thing around this is that there was actually, this might have been updated. Let's see the latest post. Oh, she got rid of the flag. Okay, whatever.
Wasn't
the
that a
interesting
link?
thing about this was that South Korea and Japan were saying that they were going to work with China on their tariff response. So, great. So, two allies are going to work with America's adversary, on tariffs. So, great fucking work. So this is from earlier in the month. Like, this is from actually last month. Because Trump floated the idea of steeping levies on Chinese-made ships coming into U.S. ports. So steep levies on Chinese-made ships arriving at U.S. ports have been proposed, up to as much as $1.5 million each. So when a Chinese-made ship delivers Chinese-made garbage into an American port, it'll get charged $1 million levy, $1.5 million levy to drop its shit off. So, another unintended consequence. The TikTok deal was nuked. So the White House had finalized the TikTok divestment deal earlier this week before President Trump's Liberation Day tariff rollout, flipped the Chinese government's position on the issue. Sources familiar with the negotiations say White House lead negotiator J.D. Vance had finalized the deal on Wednesday between American investors and TikTok's Chinese parent company that would allow the social media giant to continue operating within the United States.
Okay.
Scottish Purpose ad Thermo. Hey, dude, I know this is off topic, but I found your Gonzalo Lero video and wondered if your opinion on him changed. When he was Coach Red Pill, he was just I always thought of him as just a cringe pickup artist. He had some advice I was really never a fan of. I don't like his take on stepfathers and that. I think that's kind of
part of the sector.
Yeah. He'd been a lolcow for a while. I think one of the dumbest things you could possibly do is travel to a country that is at war. Oh no, sorry, that's not fair. He was already there. Being in a country that's at war. So imagine you're a visitor in China, and you're living there and you're enjoying life there, and all of a sudden war with the US breaks out. And the Chinese are okay with you being there. They've got no problem with it because, not with the US. Say Vietnam. China and Vietnam have a spat again. Vietnam invades China, I guess. And then you decide that you're going to start going on Vietnamese TV and talking about how bad the Chinese are. And then, while living in China. And then you're going to go on your own YouTube channel and slag off the Chinese and go around filming places in in China, very, very oddly, and then posting it online. And then the Chinese secret police come to you and they arrest you in the middle of the night and say, "Hey, dipshit, cut it out." And then you're a bit freaked out, but you go back home and then you keep doing it.
Mm.
And then they arrest you again, and they let you out on bail. Like, they charge you and then they let you out on bail, which I know, yeah, totally something China would do, let you out on bail. Let you out on bail, and then you decide, I'm going to go on Twitter and say, I've got to leave this country, I've got to get out. And instead of heading to the border of Russia, where they would probably, to the border of Vietnam, wink, where they would accept you with open arms, you decide to head to, I don't know, Mongolia. And announce just before you get to the Mongolian border on your social media that you're almost at the Mongolian border, ready to cross, and then suddenly get arrested. So I don't know. I'm not happy he's dead. He didn't deserve to die. I don't believe the Ukrainians murdered him. I believe he was an old man, an older gentleman who had gone through. I believe they beat him up, 100%. I believe they beat him up, but I mean, I'm reminded of the old story of the man, the chastened God-fearing man in the flood, and floodwaters rise, and he gets up on the roof, and a friend in man in a rowboat comes by, and he says, "Hey, Jack, I've got this rowboat here, this room. Come on, hop in. I'll take you to safety." And the guy says, "No, I believe in God. God will take care of me." And the guy rows on. And a couple of hours later, the water gets a little bit higher, and then, another boat comes by and says, "Come on, John, come on, we'll get you out of here. It's getting worse. It's getting worse." No, it's okay. I have faith. God will take care of me. A few hours later, John's like up to his neck in water, and a helicopter comes, and they throw down a ladder and say, "Hey, you down there, grab the ladder. And John says, No, it's okay. I believe in God. God will save me." And of course, the man drowns. He gets to heaven and marches past St. Peter and walks up to God and says, "Hey, I believed in you. I had faith. Why didn't you save me?" And God turns around and says, "What are you talking about? I sent you a guy in a rowboat. I sent you a guy in a normal boat. I sent you a fucking helicopter. What more do you want?" That's Gonzalo Lira. He had every fucking opportunity to get the hell out of there. And instead of getting the hell out of there, he decided to continue to grift. He could have fled to Russia. Like, there was a time where he was on the Russian side of the border, but instead of leaving Kherson from Russian occupied territory back into fucking Russia, like, they would have accepted him with open arms and paraded him all over fucking RT, which is what they were doing at the time. Like it's a needless death, and I'm never a fan of needless death.
He died of pneumonia. That's the official story.
He did die of pneumonia.
Which I totally
he got pneumonia because he was in a fucking Ukrainian jail.
I was about to say.
Big shock.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine medical treatment is very good in a Ukrainian jail pre-war.
Yeah, right.
Like, of all the places you want to go to jail, Ukraine, not high on my list.
Yeah, good on you.
Norway, high on my list.
Yeah,
but not Ukraine, no. So I don't know if my opinion on him has changed. Yeah, I felt the need at the time to make a memorial to Mr. Lira. I still think he's a Russian shill who was wrong on a lot of stuff, even before. And I wish someone would release his book, because apparently it's pretty funny. So yeah, I thought Turkey had bad presidents. Yeah.
Does Nick still have a copy?
So Turkey, Ukraine, and Russia, probably like the three lowest places to be in jail on my list.
Indonesia.
Indonesia, yes, that's another bad one. Though, if you convert to Islam, you get let out. So every year they let every year during Eid, they randomly let Muslims out of jail. They grant clemency. So there's that. Norway is probably where I'd want to go to prison if I was going to go to prison anywhere. Certainly not the US, unless it was unless it was federal and it was like low security, then it'd be fine. I wouldn't enjoy it, but it'd be like, camp. But yeah, Norway, Denmark. Actually, probably not Denmark anymore. They've arrested a lot of Muslims. Yeah, Denmark, Sweden, Norwegian countries. So yeah, anyway, back to it.
Full of what?
No, definitely not South Africa. I would not want to go to a South African jail. I guess an Australian prison would be fine. Like, it's not great, but yeah.
Are they still making the inmates wear pink?
I don't know.
What? I thought one of the punishments for it could have just been all inmates, or it could have been
actually no Australian prison. I'd ask for silver water, and then I'd immediately identify as a woman, because someone I went to school with is in prison in Silverwater.
I never knew that was
and it's a chick, so we'd be able to hook up. So
Jesus Christ!
Plus, I'd be the only male in that prison.
Oh yeah, that's a nice class of pussy you're gonna go for. Like,
Hey, long time no see. Have finalized. So apparently, JD Vance had finalized the deal on TikTok, and the Liberation Day tariff. Killed it. Scottish Pope says, "I don't disagree. Stupidity and bravery are the same thing sometimes. Lol. I guess I'm asking if you consider his videos fake propaganda or vindictive. By the way, his children lived in Ukraine. He wasn't grifting. Yeah, no, I know his kids lived in Ukraine, but I mean, you can pick your kids up and leave, or you can say, "Hey, kids, let's get out of here." Plenty of people in Ukraine have. So, I haven't really watched a lot of his. Look, a lot of it was pro-Russian nonsense that you get from everybody. So, or back then you did get from everybody. So, anyway, yes, TikTok is not saved. So,
sorry.
ByteDance would retain a minority stake, and then so it would have been spun off into a new company. ByteDance would retain a minority stake that would be at the 20% cap allowed by the divestment law Biden signed last year. Vance personally negotiated this for months, and Trump just went out there and said, "Excuse me,
and
fuck
the
it." Yeah. Ah, poor JD.
Wait, why did Trump nix it?
Because
he didn't. He went out and did Liberation Day, and China went, yeah, no.
Yeah, he didn't personally kill it.
But
it was a consequence
he had to
of
know.
Liberation Day.
He had to know it was going to happen.
So the
Like at
Chinese-
least wait for the ink to dry.
Huh.
So I think this is an old story. So he's extended the deadline for another 75 days. So. Leading report says President Trump is at the peak of not giving a fuck anymore. Bad news stories, doesn't care. He's going to do what he's going to do per White House official.
Shouldn't all presidents act like that?
No, because most presidents have to be re-elected. The Senate voted 51 to 48 to pass a resolution blocking Trump's Canadian tariffs from taking effect. 4 Republicans, Senators Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, and Lisa Murkowski all joined all 47 Democrats supporting the measure.
Traitors.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that they're traitors. Rand Paul has introduced this bill, Senate Resolution 1293, quote, a bill to require the approval of Congress for the president to impose duties on the importation of articles into the United States.
I mean, strictly, taxation is a congressional power. It's only been delegated to the president.
That is, you watched the video I posted. Yes.
No, I already knew that.
So Rand has a nice speech you can find online, in support of the previous bill that passed. It is very good. I didn't know he did it. I was listening to a podcast, and the podcast described it as a barn burner of a speech. And I agree, it was very good. It was very good. His point is that there should be no taxation without representation. Given that the taxation power was given to Congress, and in fact it wasn't just given to Congress. It was said that it has to originate in the House of Representatives exclusively, because those are the members who are closest to the people. Because if you set your mind back almost 250 years, when the founders implemented the Constitution said that senators were appointed by the states, whereas the lower house, or the House of Representatives, were the only ones elected.
So
yes.
Could the president use duties, tariffs, taxes, and all that stuff with other states, as other countries, as a international relations, and that would mean it comes under the presidential purview?
Well, no. The reason he's using it is because he's using the Emergency Economic Powers. Yeah. So there's an Emergency Economic Powers Act, and the intent of the bill was to allow the president to levy sanctions on enemy countries without having to go through.
That went through Congress.
Yeah, so Rand Paul's point is that it's not actually, it was never intended for that. In fact, the bill doesn't even mention the word tariff.
Oh,
It
so
was, it was for sanctions, yeah.
Okay.
So
Well, you know, tariff
look,
sanctions.
there is 100% chance that this will end up in front of SCOTUS. So,
If this bill goes
and yeah,
through.
that's right. Trump can veto it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he can.
If this was passed, he can veto it. Hey, Jim. Thanks.
But then they can also override a veto of a bill. It would, like I'm saying, that would never happen. But that is the mechanic, right?
Yeah.
They have
supermajority.
one
Yeah.
chance.
So
One chance to override a veto.
two-thirds majority of Congress can override a veto. So.
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, taxation is a congressional.
is
It's a
lower
constitutional
house?
power. It's
Both.
yeah.
Congress is them all together. So it has to be
okay.
2/3 of both houses. This
Is that when they all go into the same room, they all vote?
I don't think it needs to be a joint session.
Oh, okay.
It's just
I think
Congress has the
It's
power.
just the lower house. The House of Representatives has to pass the bill again with 2/3, and the upper house, the Senate, has to pass it with 2/3 as well.
So it has to be 2/3 on both, not
2/3 on both houses. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Dave Weigel posted this. This is Charmath Pralipitya. The S&P 500. The S&P 500 reached an all-time high this week, passing the 6,000 points on Friday. What drove this all-time high? First, Trump's election victory drove broad market optimism as the market priced in tax cuts, deregulation, and an environment more conducive to business. Bank stocks exemplified this trend, with stock prices for JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Goldman Sachs rising 8 to 13% this week on expectations of deregulation and increased deal activity. Second, the Federal Reserve cut interest rates by 25 basis points this week, marking its second consecutive rate cut in this rate cutting cycle. Jerome Powell indicated at Thursday's FOMC meeting that the U.S. economy was doing well, citing strong activity and labor market strength with unemployment at 4.1%. Powell also indicated that given the data he was seeing, the Federal Reserve would exercise patience before making further rate cuts. This was November 10, 2024. Let's see. Costi gifted 5 memberships. Costi, do redeem! Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So let's see. What is it? What's this April? So what? 6 months later. This dog market is crashing. Trump has ruined everything. This is the end. Or to quote the great Dave Chappelle, and hear me out when I say this, you could shut the fuck up. This stock market has simply run out of Biden's last gasp of free money before he lost the election. We are back to where we were a year ago. I love these grifters, man. Like, all those grifters are showing themselves off. Like, oh, Trump is the best thing ever, sir. He's so amazing. Oh, stock market is down. Fuck you, Trump. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. All the gamers are mad, or at least all the Nintendo are. Switch announced its $450 price point. Was like this. This is so fucking ridiculous. Switch's $450 price point was likely influenced by Donald Trump's trade tariffs, expert says. I don't know where they found that fucking expert. But Nintendo did say that the pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 will not start on April 9 in order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. Nintendo will update the timing at a later date. So what was the Japan tariffs again? Japan was on the first list. 24%. So it'll be 24% more expensive to pre-order your Nintendo Switch 2.
I don't pre-order anything anyway.
Oh, fuck the Nintendo Switch, man. Like, fuck that thing.
Hey.
No,
I don't have one
anymore. Instead,
I got rid of them. But it was
and
cool.
25% tariff.
Well, the irony is it'll be the same price in Australia. Because we don't have a tariff on Japan.
Switch was cool.
Nice. Yeah.
I might buy a second-hand Switch.
It wasn't the most powerful,
when the twos come out.
It was convenient, right? That was its appeal.
No, I want to get a Steam Deck, But I look at a Steam Deck and I go, wow, that's really expensive. And then I remember I've got like 14 fucking computers in this house already. I don't really
Why do you
need
need a
another one.
Steam Deck if you've got computers? Or a ROG Ally, right? I thought about getting a ROG Ally.
Or a Legion, whatever. Yeah, we've got the Aussie tax. Yeah.
Week. Yeah. You spend on
It's like $1,200 for a Steam for a Switch 2.
Yeah,
like it's just fucking absurd.
My Switch was pre-owned. I never bought that shit. Fucking new.
So the iPhone 16 Pro components cost and assembly will rise from $580 to $850 because of new tariffs. I think I actually have a graphic.
People still
on
use
this.
iPhones.
Yeah,
I should know people do. But I work with them.
My wife uses an iPhone.
I work with iPhones. I know.
I don't use an iPhone.
I don't personally. Work gives me work phones.
Oh,
for
you know
texting
where it was?
purposes.
I had it in my bookmarks. Where are we? Profile? No, more. Bookmarks. There it is. Oh, actually, there was another item there too that I wanted to add that goes into
You need a game on the go, Eric. Yeah, that's not a thing for me.
I'm not on the go anymore. That's the fucking problem.
and
I
even when-
work at
like-
home.
And even when I
That's what I'm
travel,
saying.
right?
What,
Like, I
the
don't-
3
I don't
hours a
game.
week you spend on the train?
Yeah.
$1,200?
No, I'd sit on my couch chair and
Well, to be fair,
I have a fucking whole PC connected to the fucking TV that's perfectly capable of playing games
That's what I'm saying. You sit there playing
that I
on
don't
a
use.
hands with the keyboard in reach for your $3,000 computer.
I used to smuggle my 3DS though.
No, I think the computer cost me $1,900, but I bought everything on sale. So it's actually like I worked it out on my I had a spreadsheet. The RRP of all the components was something like $5,500.
Yeah.
But because I bought stuff that was on ultra special, and got fancy deals, I managed to spend like $1,900 on it.
Nice.
And that's how I justified it to myself and my wife.
used
And
to
because
get
I bought all the
Brandon's.
components, I didn't buy it all at once. I bought piecemeal throughout the year.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I bought my
Slowly
PC.
built it up.
The video card was the only thing I paid retail for, and I justified that as it was my birthday present.
Yep.
All right.
Yes, that's right. I have 20 PCs. I think the missus moved them into the spare room.
Wait, you let her touch your computers?
I had
fucking
a bunch of laptops behind me, next to me, that I took off my desk that I wanted to pack away. Because I have fucking so many laptops, man.
Why?
Because obviously I work in IT, and my team is small, so all the old laptops, either we throw them out, e-waste, or I take one home. So
You don't
I've
sell
got
them?
What about the other 19?
the other 19. So within arm's reach, I've got this PC I'm on. There's another one here. 1, 2. So there's 3 PCs in arm reach plus an Xbox. Oh no, there's a laptop in front of me as well. So 4. 5. Anyway, per the Wall Street Journal, pre-tariff cost for the iPhone to make the iPhone 16 Pro, $550. Post-tariff to make the iPhone 16 Pro, $850. And there's the breakdown. So the processor is made in Taiwan, the display in South Korea, the battery in China, the 5G cell phone in South Korea. The memory is American.
Hey.
The storage is from Japan. The rear camera array is
Japanese.
from Japan as well. Yep. Dude, that rear camera array is $120 for the fucking unit.
Canon, Nikon, the camera companies are all Japanese.
Yeah, if it's from Japan, it's probably one of those two.
The main enclosure is $20, and all other components another $200. So yeah, fucking, what is it? What does a fucking 16 Pro cost nowadays? Let me see.
I think it's something like $1,200.
Apple. No, but I mean in the US.
Yeah, I'm a Samsung user,
100.
Eric, and I buy my
iPhone.
phones pre-owned now anyway.
iPhone 16 Pro.
I
I
bought
got
it
the
at 20
Yamcha.
Let's see. So $9.99 US is the price. The cost. So for $9.99 US is the price. For a cost of, and the cost is $550.
Well, so 40%.
So add another $300 to that price. So that iPhone, the iPhone 16 Pro, in order for the tariff to with the tariff applied, add another $300. So $1,200.
Neat.
And the same for the Pro Max. It'll go up by the same amount. So fucking nuts. Well,
no, it'll probably go up by slightly
are
more.
you winning, son?
It's a bigger phone, so it slightly costs more to make. So, but still, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be able to make it in country for that price.
No,
they're not going to be able to make it in country for the $800 and whatever dollars.
Also, if you make it in, even if you assemble it in country, you still have to pay the tariff on all those fucking parts.
Yeah, and
so all those parts right now go to a Foxconn factory for assembly in China, and then they get put on a ship and sent to the US or in Vietnam or in India or wherever. So just get a Samsung, because there's no tariffs with Korea.
Yeah,
that's the thing. By making a global tariff on everybody else of 10%, it will literally mean everything that the US imports goes up by 10%, irrespective. Minimum.
See, what would make sense would be tariff on finished products.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by targeted tariffs. You could say a tariff on finished products.
Because Apple's not going to spin up a company to build or a factory to build optics for their phones.
Yeah, the supply chain is global.
Even then, they're going to buy parts from other countries who are going to have specialized parts for that, which is why they buy shit from other companies. It's like, anyway.
It beggars belief, it really does. I knew Trump was going to tariff stuff, but wow.
He's got
just so the broadness and the depth of the tariffs are just so big that I'm like, wow, what were you thinking?
The answer is he wasn't.
So
honestly, it probably wasn't him who thought the.
I don't think he calculated it, no. But I think that it came down. So one of his trade advisors has written a book, and the Treasury Secretary are big on this idea of remaking the American world. And one of the theories, and it's probably the best theory I've heard, is that they're trying to implement this idea where the countries fall into three buckets. There's a red, green, and a blue bucket. Red, green, and yellow bucket. So the yellow bucket is, people. So green bucket is allies, close allies, and they have zero tariffs on America, and America has zero tariffs on them. They pay for defense. They're defensive allies. They get the US protection on trade and all that stuff. So that's like the gold plan. You get the gold card for being a member of that. Then there's the non-ally countries, the everybody else of the world. That you get everybody, that you tariff us, they tariff you, whatever. Then there's the adversaries. They get the full court press. They get the red bucket. They're the bad guys. They're the Russias and not Russia at the moment, but that's China. China falls into that bucket. North Korea maybe, and depending on how Trump feels about Rocket Man in the morning. But and that's what they're trying to rebalance. They try to rebalance this world into allies, non-aligned, and China. And so the world will just have three spheres of influence.
Why does that remind me of something? Bringing back the first, second, third world. Bringing back that old economic distinction.
Yeah, the non-aligned, the non-aligned worlds. Yeah, middle powers.
See, I don't think
Derek Geis
is that he doesn't think to that minutia. I think he's big. I think
no, but the people who work for him do.
Yeah, but I think Trump himself has broad plans, and he's like, look, I want this to happen.
I want the trade deficit to go down. I want it. They're taking our money. I watched this guy on Tucker. He said they took $20 trillion from us.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
He tells other people to do it, and they go to their think tanks and say, okay, what are we doing? What's the calculations? And
one of the guys literally wrote a fucking a how-to guide on how to implement this thing.
Yeah, so like I said, he's part of a think tank, and then they come back and go, oh, this is what we're going to do. Here's the broad strokes, and Trump's like, done.
Good, do it.
Like, I don't
make sure we'll call it Liberation Day. Make sure I've got some corn flutes. Those big boards.
Because
stuff
you
printed
can't.
on, I want to hold them up.
I don't think anyone could have all the information that the president is supposed to be a part of in their minds, and no.
No, absolutely not.
So
we shouldn't expect presidents to be across every fucking single thing. No one can be. Like, I do this shit all day and like all every week for my entire life. Like this is my thing, and I don't have all the fucking info. I don't know all this stuff back to front. Like, and I've dedicated almost the entire life to understanding this shit. So, I don't expect the president to be across it. I expect the president to hire people who know their shit. So it's the reason presidents have secretaries, cabinet secretaries.
Yeah, it's kind of sounding like his experts are not that great when it comes to trade, because what the fuck are they doing?
I think the point is that these experts have a certain idea of what trade should be, and Trump's fine with that idea. Mm-hmm. And that idea starts with massive tariffs on everybody. So, the idea that you're going to reshore this type of manufacturing is laughable. Wheat Tims would cost $500. What are Wheat Tims?
Tims are Timberlands, the boots.
Okay.
Yeah,
Timberland boots, yeah, okay. Yep. Would cost $500 if made here. Basic Vans would be $200. A North Face jacket would be $750.
North Face, though.
Americans are not paying that kind of money for clothes and shoes.
I mean, no, because they'll just steal them, right?
Well,
Timberlands, right? That's
here's the. Well, I mean, and look, here's the stock market on the 3rd.
Tim, certain types of Americans will steal it. Yes.
So this is from the day after.
Yes. Who do you think wears the Tims? Yes.
So you're looking at the Dow Jones down by 8.5, S&P 500 down by 10. What is it? The Nasdaq Composite? Yeah, Nasdaq Composite down by 10. Mm-hmm. So a lot of stocks took a lot of hits. Nate Silver points out that a lot of the stocks that, so we all heard like 8%, 4%, 4%, 5%. Like, yeah, okay, the entire index took a hit across the board, but this is the interesting part. The sectors that took big fucking hits from these tariffs. Look what it is: restoration hardware, home retail, down 40%. VF Corporation, apparel, down 30%. Five Below, discount retail, down.
Junk from China.
Yeah, junk from China, down 30%. Wayfair, online retail, down 25%. The Gap, down 20%. Dell, down 20%. Urban Outfitters, another 18%. Under Armour, 18%. Shopify, 18%. Like, these are all companies that import stuff from China to sell to Americans.
Except the third from the bottom, private equity.
Carlyle Group. They're invested in those companies.
Oh, okay, well that makes sense then.
So,
yep.
But apart from then the bottom one, airline, that's what they're getting parts from overseas.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. So apart from the bottom one, and the third from the bottom, it's all electronics, clothes,
consumable,
or
junk from China.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Slop.
But don't get me wrong.
And home retail, yeah.
Well, that's
like Restoration Hardware is like a home hardware store, right?
Well, home retail is essentially just slop.
That's my understanding. Isn't that what Restoration Hardware would be? Restoration Hardware, luxury home finishings company.
Okay.
Includes a wide range of products, including furniture, lighting, textiles, bathware, decor. Yeah, so pretty much almost everything they make would come from fucking China.
Yeah.
Yep. So, meanwhile, the stocks that did really well. Goodyear, because they're going to be able to get 10% more on their fucking tyres. Lamb Weston, they're going to make more money on food. Molina Healthcare, Dollar General. See, this doesn't make sense. Dollar General goes up. The fucking Five Below goes down. Again, discount retail. Unilever goes up. They must have less exposure to China. Philip Morris goes up because people are going to be chain smoking more. Kroger, so fucking retail, like groceries.
Supermarket. Yeah.
United Health Group, lol, up 3.3%. General Mills, food processing,
Yeah.
Coca-Cola, McDonald's, but even those, they are minor compared to the dips on the other side of the ledger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like that is not a very well balanced ledger.
People are still going to buy.
And I mean,
Big
just
Macs.
it's not just the US markets. Like Asian markets down.
Yeah, markets
European markets down. DAX is down 4.5. So it'll all be down more over the weekend. So none of the Fred charts are updated. Fucking the market is in extreme fear right now.
Time
So
to buy.
this is the fear greed index. Here's the 125-day moving trend. So the S&P versus the fear greed index. Look at this fucking drop. So here, over here, Trump takes office. Trump wins. Immediate 1,000-point jump. Actually, not even. So 200-point jump. 200-point jump on Trump winning. Maintains. Pretty well up and down, up and down. S&P hits 6,000. This is February 20. Oh, like Trump's in office now after a month. So Trump takes office. Oh yeah, stable. February 20. What the hell?
When were tariffs?
Liberation Day! Liberation Day!
Yay! Be liberated from your money.
It does feel like that. Everybody's liberated from their money. Like that fear index of 4. That's fuck, man. So the
I wonder what the fear index was before the 2020 drop of 50%.
There wasn't a 50%
March.
drop in 2020. So the falls that the
I think our ASAP market was roughly
the indexes. The indexes the other this week have lost more than they did
2020?
in 2020. Yeah, this is this was the after Liberation Day. It was the largest single day fall that the market has experienced since March 2020.
Yeah,
when lockdowns were announced. When Trump went on TV and said we're going to turn off the world, we're going to turn off America for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Think about that. That's the market's response, and actually that's one of the other theories I heard, that $1 trillion worth of long-term bonds are up for reissue this year. So they're rolling over 10-year bonds for another 10 years. Which means they'll be rolled over at the new interest rate, which is what, 5% or so, 4 point whatever percent, like whatever the Fed rate is.
Yeah.
That'll be rolled over the Fed rate, and so the theory is that Trump's trying to tank the economy, so that the Fed cuts interest rates so that they can renegotiate, like they can get the new bonds for 10-year bonds issued at a better rate. And I just thought, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, are you fucking kidding me? If you're going to do that with tariffs, are you out of your fucking mind? Especially a 10% tariff across the board? Guess what's really inflationary? Making everything more expensive. Guess what makes everything more expensive? An across-the-board tariff. You literally are saying, hey, everything that's imported, like America imports a lot of stuff. 10%, just got 10% more expensive. That is inflationary. What's the Federal Reserve's job? To control inflation. If a 10% tariff across the board is inflationary, they're not going to be able to cut fucking interest rates.
Might have to increase it.
They might have to fucking increase them. And then you'll have a contracting economy at the same time as you have increasing fucking rates. And that is a fucking recipe for fucking disaster. Like absolute fucking economic disaster. Speaking of economic disaster, crypto's been having a fucking grand old time. Thank you, greatest, most pro-crypto president ever. So mercifully, it hasn't lost all its gains since he took office. But it's certainly lost all of its. It's certainly lost all of its gains since December, which is very disappointing. I should have sold in December. So we're back down to here. If it keeps going, we'll most pro crypto president ever.
Buy the dip.
Yeah, buy the dip. The fear index isn't as bad on crypto, but it'll get there. Don't worry. Elon Musk says he wants a zero tariff situation and a free trade zone for Europe amid Trump's trade war. I think Elon believes that Trump's doing this to get zero tariffs. I don't know what Trump believes. So,
well, that's what I was saying. If Trump's on actually making the decisions on who gets what tariff, then Trump doesn't know what he believes.
Yeah. Anyway, that is enough for tariff time this week. I'm sure there will be some next week as the world implodes.
For next week.
Yeah, maybe it'll be tariff time. Will be the reversal of all the tariffs, and that's the fucking problem. Like I said, if you're a company and you're looking at these tariffs, you're going, well, Trump's only going to be there for 4 years. Why would I make a 10-year investment bringing manufacturing back to the US if maybe in 4 years' time or maybe in 2 weeks' time Trump changes his mind? Plenty of countries are already doing the wait and see. Australia is. Albanese was like, it's not something a friend does, but we're going to be keeping our powder dry or whatever. However he phrased it.
To be fair on his end,
there's nothing much we can do. Yeah, and there's nothing much we can do. So, like this, adding a tariff on American goods doesn't hurt America; it hurts us. So the one good thing that Trump may have done is he may get us two interest rate cuts, and for homeowners, that's great.
Love it,
especially me. Anyway, I'm gonna do. He's thinking of running for a third term. I'm gonna let you. We're not going. We're not going into that. I've explained many times that that's not possible.
Yeah, Trump said he wants.
Well,
he says it. But Trump says a lot of things. Anyway, it's time for what I hope will become everyone's new favorite segment. In fact, I'm pretty sure because I've done it before, it will be. It's time for Pigeon News.
Pigeon News.
White House fire National Security Agency chief. Trump administration don't sack the ogre of both the National Security Agency and U.S. Cyber Command. BBC U.S. partner CBS report. The removal of General Timothy Hui, they come for the middle of the wet and be like wider purge of top security officials for the agency and for the White House. Democrat talk said they're deeply disturbed by the move and say if it put national security at risk. They clear why they remove General Haig, but they come after one meeting between President Donald Trump and far-right activist Laura Loomer on Wednesday. Report talk say Ms. Loomer been tell Trump to fire a specific employee where she suspects say no support him agenda. She posts on X said General Haig and him deputy Wendy Noble, where U.S. media reports say also chop sack, been they disloyal to President Trump. Then why ye fire them? Done tons of work in PNG. Accent checks out. Before total people report the sack, Trump been tell reporter say him go sack any staff we administration reason say he know they loyal. Quote, many people go people where we know like or people where they take advantage or people where the loyalties fit they actually I gotta do this in Trump voice.
No.
Many people go. Many people go. People we know like, or people we take the advantage, or people we the loyalties fit the another person. Tell Tory people about Air Force One. The top Democrat for the House and Senate committees, Intelligence Committees, Representative Jim Himes of Connecticut, ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, and Senator Mark Warner of Virginia Vice Chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, disclosed General X's firing, give CBS. IMS for statement say they're deeply disturbed by the decision, CBS report.
Okay, now to the next paragraph with zero accent.
Zero accent.
Yep.
I know General Haig say he be honest and forthright leader, way follow the law and put national security first. I fear those the exact qualities we fit lead to him sack for this administration. Him's talk.
Okay, you know it's easier to understand with the accent than without?
I know, right? It is. It's easier to read with the accent too. Those were them fire from the NSC on Thursday include Brian Walsh, one director for intelligence, Thomas Boudry, one senior director for legislative affairs, and David Faith, one senior director where they oversee technology and national security, CBS report. It never declare if General Hogg and Ms. Nobel removals they connected to the where happens to the one where happened for NSC. The firings they come after one major controversy where involved NSC last month, where if senior officials mistakenly add one journalist to one signal message thread about military strike for Yemen. General Hall, where no there on the signal chat, testified for Capitol Hill last week about the leak. Trump administration fired 3 national security officials after meeting with La Luma. Do you know their way? Yes, I know the way. Do you know their way? Trump administrators don't sack at least 3 officials for the National Security Council and more firings they expected, according to BBC partner CBS News. It never clear why them commot the staffer from the roles, but CBS reports say decision come after one meeting between far-right activist Law Luma and President Donald Trump for the White House on Wednesday, April 2nd. Luma been encouraged Trump to fire specific NSC employees, where she reasons say no the loyal enough of the president agenda, according to several U.S. media reports. The White House tell BBC say the National Security Council no go comment on personal matters. The sacking also come as the NSC they recover from one major Kasala where happened last month when senior officials mistakenly add one journalist to one signal thread. And no declare where the controversy get hand for the firing. Trump been support the officials were involved for the incident, including National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, where reports say add the journalist to the signal chat by mistake. Those were them firing for the NSC on Thursday, April 3rd, include Brian Walsh, one director for intelligence, Thomas Boudry, one senior director for legislative affairs, and David Faith, one senior director where DC oversee technology and national security, according to CBS News. For one statement to U.S. media, Loma took say she no give out any more details of her on top her meeting with Trump, quote, out of respect for President Trump and the privacy of the Oval Office. Quote, now honor a be to meet with President Trump and present him with my findings. I go continue to work hard to support him agenda, and I go continue repeat the importance of strong vetting for the sake of protecting the president and our national security, she talk. Who be Laura Luma? Ms. Luma, they popular for her anti-Muslim rhetoric and for spreading conspiracy theories, where includes said the 9/11 attacks were now one inside job where the U.S. government carry out. She been joined one Trump for one event where they commemorate the attack for 2024 when they steal the campaign for the election, and he raised eyebrows and people para for some media outlets. Some senior Republican politicians don't publicly criticize Ms. Luma and them coercion against Trump, bringing him into him inner circle. Quote, Laura Luma now creates a conspiracy theorist where often they talk disgusting garbage where the intention not divide Republicans. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis been rat on X. This is MAGA country. Then born her for Arizona for 1993. The self-styled investigative journalist done work as activist and commentator for organizations where include Project Veritas and Alex Jones InfoWars. For 2020, she been run with Trump support as Republican candidate for the House representative for Florida, but she lose to Democrat Lois Frankel. She tried again 2 years later when she tried to unseat Representative Daniel Webster for one Republican primary for different Florida district, but she still lose. Now she known for her vocal support of Trump and for promoting plenty conspiracy theories, where being include claims say Kamala Harris no be black, and said the son of billionaire George Soros sent coded messages where called for Trump assassination. These posts been lead her banned on many platforms, including where Facebook, Instagram, and even, according to her, Uber and Lyft sake of say she make offensive comments about Muslim driver. She want describe herself as proud Islamophobe. Ms. Luma often they attend events where they in support of Trump, and people been see her for in Florida residents Mar-a-Lago. Early 2024, she been travel on the Trump plane go Iowa and hail her on stage for one event. You need her on your side. Trump been talk. And last year, New York Times been report said Trump been want employ her on him campaign. Only relax after top aide expressed concern, saying she fit damage him electoral efforts. And that is it for Pigeon News this week.
Pigeon News.
Thank you. Let's talk about deportations for a minute. Secretary Marco Rubio says, I'm taking actions to revoke all visas held by Southern Sudanese passport holders and restrict any further issuances to prevent entry into the United States effective immediately. Due to the failure of South Sudan's transitional government to accept the return of its repatriated citizens in a timely manner.
So what's Khaled Mahmoud say? Like, did they directly contradict? Because I did, yeah. So
Trump's temporary protected status that the United States had previously pledged to provide these individuals.
Oh, so it's not okay. So whatever. It's not breaking the law. Fuck off. Okay. Yeah. I thought
they gave them some. No, Rubio. So they're not taking back the illegals. So
yeah. No, I get I
you all have to go back.
Yes.
You all have to go back.
I thought Khaled was trying to call it unconstitutional or something. No, whatever. Fuck off, Khaled.
It's unconstitutional to not let people stay in your country forever.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yep. The ACLU filing has shed light on how Andre, the gay makeup artist sent abroad in prison in Ecuador, ended up labeled as Trenda Aragua. So this is contended. Yes. Either way. So this is apparently these are the identifying tattoos for Trenda Aragua. So you see here the crown, another crown with HJ on it.
Yep.
A little
Isn't
star.
the Jumpman symbol?
Michael Jordan.
It originates
it's Michael Jordan. It
originates
Nike.
from Nike. Yeah, but it's.
Here are his tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a crown that says dad and a crown that says mum.
So
Mom.
Multiple crowns.
Criminal.
So yeah, that's how. Well, they say that's how. Trish McLaughlin says that no DHS intelligence assessment go way beyond just gang affiliation tattoos. The man's own social media indicated he's a member of Tren de Aragua.
I couldn't find the social media, probably because it's been wiped. But yeah, then she is a government mouthpiece. She is Kristi Noem's mouthpiece specifically.
Yes, I agree with potentially criminal.
Yes,
I want some fucking proof.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because we're being told that he can't come back. There's no way to get him back.
Yeah.
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Well, do you think Bukele's going to allow him back? Because
He should.
He should, but do you think he will?
The prison has doors, right?
Yeah, but do you think Bukele's going to let him?
Like if it's a prison, then he can come back. If it's literally an extermination camp, then no, he can't come back.
But Bukele is happy because he just got one of his own criminals back. Because the guy's Salvadoran, right? He's like Bukele's happy. He got a Salvadoran criminal back, and he's in a Salvadoran jail. But yeah, like there was an order. Like they're right. There was an order not to send this guy back to Salvador because the gangs were going rampant. But the gangs are gone now, so it's safe to repatriate him. So, like, technically,
you know what the problem? You know what the problem is.
Mm-hmm.
So
can you go back to the tattoos, please?
The tattoos. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a member of Tren de Aragua, according to Homeland? Or?
He's got the AK tattoo.
No comment.
I haven't.
No, I'm a clean skin.
I've got no issue with shipping them out and doing this if you do it above board.
Yeah.
And if you make a mistake, that's fine. You get to undo it. But if there's no fucking way to undo it, you better be fucking 1,000% sure on every one of those people.
Yeah.
Like if there's no way, there's no unringing the bell. That's
I'm pretty sure,
because if they fuck this up, like if this is if they have actually fucked this up, this is a fucking travesty.
Yeah.
You've sent someone who isn't, like, God forbid this guy actually turned out to be, an American citizen, or God forbid it turns out that there is an American citizen who's been caught up in this.
Well, in this case, this guy has had his day in court multiple times, and there was a court order saying don't send him back to El Salvador. So in this case, it is a government screw up to send him back to El Salvador. But that was just
my issue is if it's a government screw up because they didn't know.
That's what they say.
Or they knew and they didn't care.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's.
But I mean, if this guy had temporary asylum because, the situation in El Salvador was bad, then okay. You can make an argument that he had to go back, but if he's not if he's not a member of Tren de Aragua.
Well, the court said the court said the evidence indicates that you are a confidential informant, is what they say, right? So it could be all bullshit. But he had a bond because he came in. Apparently, he came to America illegally in the first place. He was given a notice to remove, self-deport. So they came for him previously, but because El Salvador was run by the gangs, the court said no, it's unsafe to send you back there at this point. He had another hearing, and
you got a local magistrate or like a
immigration court. So
ICE
it was an ICE.
Okay.
It's buried in my Twitter feed at this point. But this story's been covered a lot now. You think that's
and look, I agree with that too. I agree with that too, Costi. But if this guy's not Tren de Aragua and they did fuck up, then that's it's pretty fucked up. Imagine, obviously he's not a citizen, so he really didn't have a right to be there anyway. But
no.
Yeah.
That third tattoo looks.
There's a difference between putting on a plane and being deported back to where you come from, to being shackled, dumped on a prison plane, shipped to a third country, and then thrown in their supermax prison.
Yeah, this is the breakdown that kind of explained everything. Yeah.
No, this is a different person. This isn't the same guy. This guy's name's Kilmer Armando Abrea Garcia.
Andre's full name is never stated.
Is this the same guy?
Possibly. Who was? Because Andre, I thought. Oh no, Andre is a different person.
I'm pretty sure this is a different person.
But because Andre's full name was never stated. It just said known as Andres, right?
He's learning to sew for the new economy.
Yes. Yes.
Then he's going to come back and take one of the new American economy
Andres
jobs.
Is Venezuelan. So
that's
Well, you're right. This is happening multiple times. I got confused. Andres is Venezuelan.
Yeah. Okay. So this guy that was shipped back
is Venezuelan.
He's from Venezuela.
Sent to us.
This guy's Venezuelan.
Yeah.
So if he's not Tren de Aragua, then it is literally someone who is who was seeking asylum, who the courts have, like, I'm just saying if what they say is true, what the ACL asserts is true, which it may not be. This guy may be a fucking Trendo or Rugby hitman for all I know.
Yeah.
Then America has picked up someone who wasn't a member of a gang, shipped them, instead of shipping them back to Venezuela, has shipped them off to a third country, where they have been thrown in a supermax prison.
Yeah.
And they have admitted that even if they are wrong, they can't bring him back.
Oh, it's
now,
like a sanctuary city.
I don't know how that works, but over here and pretty much everywhere in the world, if you throw someone in prison, the door has a key that works both ways. Now, them saying there's no way to bring him back, that has me worried. Because that has me worried that is what Bukele's been saying about this prison bullshit the entire time. Like, is this a fucking... Like, is the reason this guy can't come back is because the administration actually knows and has been keeping from us all that Bukele has this facility that isn't a fucking prison. It's a fucking execution chamber.
No, it's probably
And that really all the gang members have actually just been executed.
No, it's probably like the same in Deep Space Nine, where they go back in time. They just throw undesirables into a city that's into a part of a city that's blocked off, and they don't know who's in there, and they don't care.
Oh, so we should be expecting
They
the
gotta
Bell
defend for
riots down in
Hell yeah. I remember that episode.
Down in El Salvador.
those 2 episodes.
That's right. It was a two-parter. Sorry, yes.
It was one of the weaker 2-parters and stuff.
Yeah, where Cisco becomes the George Bell or Graham Bell, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that too, Costi. They don't know which one he is.
They can't bring him back. Yeah, that's probably it. No, they can tell because they've all, like, he's got the tattoos. They know what tattoos he has. Just find the guy with those 2 tattoos, and then they can bring him back.
How many people are in this prison? Like 10,000?
Something like 10 or 20,000. Yeah, it's a huge prison with a huge population.
Yeah.
And didn't they just dump them in there and they're like, fend for yourself, cunts?
Yeah.
No, they do provide, like, they provide food for them, shelter for them, and they get them to, like, construct stuff.
Yeah,
like, there's a labor program in there as well. So they're making, like, the last thing I saw was they were making, like, wooden displays for, like, food, like grocery stores.
For food stalls, yeah. So they let
we watched the video on stream, like, because it was like, but now I'm like, is the reason you can't bring them back because they're fucking dead? And this is all just this is all just bullshit.
Bukele is a dictator, a benevolent dictator nonetheless, but it can.
Yeah, and that's the problem. If it is just a prison, then I will. He's allowed to keep the benevolent dictator title. But if the people who go there can never return because they're all dead, then it ain't benevolent no more.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's had his own scandals, right? He sent in the military to make the government vote his way once. Like, he is a dictator.
Also make no mistake, there are people who were tacitly associated with the gangs in that prison.
Oh, 100%.
And look, I agree with Costi. Sometimes you got to break a few eggs. But
I'd rather
with this guy, if this is true, he's not a member of a gang, and he's like,
I'd rather it be like the one from the Will Chamberlain story, where the guy is already Salvadoran.
The dude's got gaudy tattoos. Like, that's all his crime. That's his crime.
That's the crime. That's his crime.
Tattoos.
Fuck that guy and his shit tattoos.
Why? Yeah. Death camp for you.
Death camp for you.
The government.
No, you're supposed to get the tattoos at the death camp. Damn it.
Yeah. Well, he's again. HHS says that this guy is an avowed MS-13 member. We're never gonna know for sure, I guess.
But yes, Kilmer. His name's got kill in it.
Kilmer.
Guilty.
It basically sounds like more killing.
Yeah, Killer Armado. Kilmer Armado. Rip Val.
The Maryland father, like Reed, likely MS-13 member who was removed to El Salvador, who in the Atlantic and apparently the entire political left are demanding he be returned to the United States.
Sorry, my eyes. Wait, wasn't this guy actually
First his detention, He was detained in March 2019 and charged with removability. Abrego Garcia is a, quote, native and citizen of El Salvador. He crossed the border illegally in 2012 and was thus removable, totally independently of whether he was in MS-13. The finding that he was a member of MS-13 only became up because he asked for bond. The immigration judge reviewed the evidence and found that it showed, quote, showed that he is a verified member of MS-13, end quote, and therefore that Abrego Garcia did not demonstrate that, quote, that his release from custody would, show more, thank you, would not pose a danger to others, end quote. The immigration judge also found that Abrego Garcia was a flight risk, noting that his, quote, history of failing to appear for proceedings pertaining to his traffic violations. So he refused to show up to court multiple times using an illegal immigrant. Thus, on 2 independent grounds, the judge denied his bond. Abrego Garcia appealed to the Board of Immigration Appeals, which affirmed the immigration judge's findings on dangerousness and thus dismissed the appeal. Fast forward 6 months with a new tactic. Instead of challenging the finding of removability, Abrego Garcia filed a new claim for 1. Asylum, 2. Withholding of removal to El Salvador, and 3. Protection under Article 3 of the Convention Against Torture. Blah, blah, blah. We have to remember the situation regarding, we have to remember the situation. Abrego Garcia is he's facing imminent removal given the ruling of the first immigration judge. He has 2 brothers who have green cards. His fiancée is a citizen, and he has just given birth, who has just given birth to his child. He clearly wants to stay. And so, at this hearing applying for asylum, he testifies that he fears returning to El Salvador because the 18th Street gang was targeting him and threatening him with death because of his family's pupusa business. So he's
pupusa?
This is the one I was referring to before about being sent back because of the gangs.
Yeah.
You argue the gang was extorting his mother, Cecilia, that they threatened to kill him. Of course, they never reported anything to the police. No wonder it's El Salvador. Still, he fears for his life. 8 years later, he testified, even though the family
8 years ago? Come on.
Yep. Because he came in 2012, right? That's 13 years ago. Even though the family had closed down the pupusa business.
MS-13 link confirmed.
Yeah. Despite the convenience of Abrego Garcia's claims now being made 8 years after the fact while facing imminent removal, and despite the lack of corroborating evidence beyond affidavits from his family, the new immigration judge found Abrego Garcia's account credible.
Dude, where do they find these immigration judges? They must be the most. Do they find them on Facebook? Like they just post a meme. Yeah. They just post a meme about a poor immigrant, and whoever responds gets to be an immigration judge.
Exactly. Even after this finding,
Nick Recatus is going to become a immigration lawyer next.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's right.
Even after this finding, the new immigration judge could
immigration judge.
This immigration judge could not grant Abrego Garcia's asylum claim. That was obviously time barred. Ergo, Abrego Garcia does not have legal status in the United States. However, Abrego Garcia was granted a withholding of removal to El Salvador. That's not a legal right to stay in the United States, only a legal right to not be removed to one specific country. Any third country would be sufficient. So that's the issue. The United States did indeed make an administrative error. They removed him to El Salvador when there was a withholding of removal to El Salvador. But
that looks horrible, Baldo. Like pupusa, that looks terrible.
Yeah, but that begs the question.
It's a griddle cake or flatbread. Yuck.
Yeah, exactly. We can skip the rest, right? Like that's the point. Yeah. They sent him to El Salvador when they were technically not supposed to, but it is his home country. And the only reason they didn't send him home is because he feared for the gangs. But the gangs are gone, and it's there. Yeah, remember that Abrego Garcia's withholding of removal.
So all the government did was violate a court order. Boo hoo.
Yeah, which was kind of valid at the time.
Fuck that guy. That guy's
it's safe to send him back now. So he's there. Whatever.
So.
But you have to.
I'd like to know more about the hairdresser.
Yeah, but you have to bring him back because his wife is a citizen and he's got American kids now. So that's the stop story, right? But that's,
he's just a poor married father.
Yeah, and again, then yeah. Either way, the court's confirmed he was MS-13.
ICE went into middle of a Boston court and arrested an illegal alien during the middle of his trial.
Nice.
New video obtained from defense attorney Murat Erkan showing the aftermath of his client Wilson Martel LeBron after ICE agents took him away last Thursday. Where were you taking him?
Lol.
It only cuts off there for some reason, but yeah, they walked in, but then immediately after they're suing him.
Yeah, the judges held the ICE agent in contempt after he detained.
Oh, sorry, that's right.
During a
They're
trial.
charging him. They're not suing him.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the deportation update.
It's a case of so they've kind of violated his right to confront his accuser and witnesses just by ripping him out of the trial. Like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know how this will work out.
Wait,
Like,
was he
he's-
on trial?
Yeah, but you have a right to confront your accuser, right? And you have the right to a trial in a criminal case, right? But they've ripped him out of that trial. They've literally walked in and grabbed him from the courtroom while the trial's in session.
No.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
was Boston. He just-
Out you go.
I mean, he's illegal. He has no right to be there. I know, but I'm curious how this will play out.
Now, what they should have done was walked in, cuffed him to an ICE agent, and said, "Right, you're a sanctuary city.
Mhm.
We're making sure our this detainee not going anywhere after this trial. Just spent however long the trial was going for, cuffed in front of the jury to the defendant."
Anyway, it's time for Aussie news.
I love how the gator's smoking. We've got two.
It's
two
what the
fucking
Chinese
gators
AI thinks Australian crocodiles do.
Good evening. Melbourne's youth crime crisis has taken a tragic turn, with 2 teenagers killed after slamming a car into a tree.
The boys were declared dead at the scene, paying the ultimate price after allegedly breaking into a home and stealing a family car.
I think Costy said nothing of value was lost.
Except for the car.
I agree.
Except for the car, yeah. and the tree, but I think the tree's going to be all right.
Yeah,
Stolen car wrapped around a tree.
Oh, fucking hell. They did a number on that thing.
Yep.
That's fucking. That would have got.
What is that?
I can't tell.
That looks like a Mini.
Like a Mazda 2 or
No,
something.
that looks like a Toyota logo, yeah.
I'm thinking class.
What is it,
like
Yaris?
my Toyota Yaris. Like my Yaris.
Fuck. How fast?
It's a super.
That's a Yaris. How fast can it even go? It's like a 3-litre engine. Like
it'll get
1.5 litre engine.
You can get Yaris up to 150.
Oh, yeah.
Get the fuck out. No.
Give it time, and you can.
Okay.
It takes a
I
while.
guess
hypothetically-
downhill, like 10 after a 10-kilometre run up, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But you can get to 110.
Hypothetically, not on public roads, I have gotten a Yaris up to 150.
Oh, Jesus fuck.
It's plausible, yeah.
2 young lives over.
Probably young kids whose parents don't know what they're up to.
Police say 2 stolen cars were driving along Kellett's Road in Rowville when one of the drivers lost control about 2:30 this morning.
Inexperienced drivers driving a stolen car in poor conditions, it's a real recipe for disaster.
A passing motorist spotted the mangled wreck of the Toyota Yaris.
They stopped and they contacted police and our first responders attended, but unfortunately both of the young men were pronounced deceased.
Police say moments before the deadly crash, the young boys were involved in an aggravated burglary at Shazia Jaffer's Knoxfield home. She woke to an empty garage and officers at her door.
Strange emotions to know that the car that I drive every day, it's come my house stolen it and now they've passed away in it.
Her brother's Honda Accord hasn't been located. The Yaris was so badly damaged in the collision, investigators will have to rely on fingerprints and DNA to identify one of the boys.
Oh, and it's the passenger too, because that's the fucking side that's just ruined.
Oh, no.
Fucking hell.
Well, that fuck around.
7 News understands both.
Oh yeah, the tree, the tree helped them find out greatly.
Teenagers were local to the area, and one was known to police.
Now 2 families are going to have to hear and suffer the consequences for their 2 minutes of joy, and it's just really sad.
Shocked friends of the dead teens placed flowers and tributes at the scene.
Not that they need to lose their life over it, but sometimes it's the wake-up call.
Geordie Wright, 7 News.
No, they're not waking up, so it's not a wake-up call.
Yes, no one's waking up from that one.
For everyone else.
Yeah. A former immigration detainee shot by police at Doveton on the weekend is facing multiple charges, accused of resisting arrest and threatening officers with a metal pipe. Delightful.
It's been revealed the man shot by police on a Doveton street after allegedly chasing them with a metal pole is an immigration detainee on multiple counts of bail. He received a visa following a controversial 2023 High Court decision.
Damn. Because he says Tree's doing more for youth crime than the state government.
Damn.
Volunteerism, boys.
100% truth, though.
Yeah, volunteer yourself into a fucking tree.
Words
Yeah, pretty
on
much,
the
right?
election campaign.
You don't need
Marta
the government
Murphy
to
has
end
more.
you.
Police say the only thing that could stop Marci Ayik was a bullet. This video captured moments after officers shot
careful
him in
how
the
you word that
armpit on
statement.
Saturday morning. They were called to a fight at a woman's home in Doveton and say Ayik threatened them, then chased them for 30 metres with a metal pole. The 33-year-old was on 5 counts of bail and
thing's
is a
already half
former
bent, it's like
immigration
aluminum.
detainee, one of
God damn, they're looking way
291
too long in the
criminals.
oven.
Oh, this is one of the detainees that was released by the High Court.
Oh. Well,
hang on. What detainees that were released by the High Court?
So back in 2023, the High Court ruled that like indefinite detention of migration detainees wasn't legal, which makes sense. So they ordered them released, and this is one of them. Because you're in detention, your option is to go home or stay in detention. But it wasn't in Nauru or PNG.
No, I was onshore.
So it was like it was onshore detention. So the High Court was like, no, you can't just keep people forever.
For immigrants,
what
yeah.
state
it's
is
like-
it in?
This is in Melbourne.
Oh, okay.
But it was it was
most
across the country. It was 291 people nationwide.
Yeah.
One of them ended up one of them's already was a pedophile and assaulted some kids or something.
So the victim.
So there's already been one of them.
Was she coal burning or was she unknown to this guy?
I have no idea.
Released into the community after a High Court ruling in 2023. The court found indefinite detention was unlawful if prisoners were stateless or had no real prospect of deportation.
We want these people out of the country, but you can't.
Get the fuck out.
You can't.
You don't want them out,
override the
Albo.
High
What are you
Court.
talking about?
He's right. You can't override the High Court.
Yes.
If the High Court says you can't keep them in detention, we can't keep them in fucking detention.
No,
And
so
that
you
is
fucking ship
just
them home.
Something that.
Yeah, but the problem is these guys, some of these guys were stateless. So
Yeah,
where the
they
fuck
don't
do you
have-
can't
they
ship
don't
them
have-
home because there's no home.
Yeah.
Give them a parachute and push them out overseas.
Well, we're not allowed to execute people.
I said parachute.
We have had to deal with. Peter Dutton would have had to deal with the same things.
Police say Mr. Ayik was granted a bridging visa in December 2023, but continued to offend. He was charged with family violence offences, wasn't living where he was meant to.
At this point, it's Victoria's fault.
Oh, yeah.
He breached his reporting conditions 21 times and wasn't in prison. I'm sorry. That's Victoria's fault.
Yeah, that's.
Failed to
Wait, when
appear
was
in court.
when was the High Court? Was that?
The High Court was in 2023. He was given a bridging visa in December of that year.
Okay. So, well, the High Court's taken off. Okay, okay, yeah. No, 21 condition breaches. Like, come on.
Right to jail.
Really?
Right to fucking jail. I'm sorry. If I breached my bail condition once, I'd be going to prison. Straight up. That's just how it works. If you're a normal person and you breach your bail condition, you go to prison. What the fuck?
Person being white.
No, but if you're darker than night, you're free reign.
And breached his reporting obligations 21 times. He was meant to be wearing an ankle bracelet, but during this arrest, police discovered he'd taken it off.
Look at what's happening in Victoria at the moment.
Another breach.
We've seen the government's
Can we deport Dutton instead?
Oh my God! Yes,
disastrous
please.
that means
I'm fine with Prime Minister Susan Ley.
relation to
Wait, can we put him
NZYQ play out.
on?
Mr.
Norfolk?
Ayik was charged with a number of offences, including assaulting police, but he wants to apply for bail again. The court heard he poses a risk to the public, but he'll get his opportunity tomorrow. Lana Murphy, 9 News.
Of course he'll get his opportunity. Of course.
Oh, wait, when was this? Because there's probably an update.
Oh, there will be an update. This was on the 31st, so this was
Oh yeah.
Last Sunday.
Detainee shot by police. Let's see. If there's an update.
Devton?
Drum roll.
31.
Latest.
No, until from April 1. Nothing's changed.
It's just. Will attempt to apply for his 6th bail.
Yeah, no updates.
Yeah, no one's really.
Detainee
keeping
walks
track
to
of it.
freedom through mandatory sentence loophole. No fucking way. Oh no, this is the story that just says to seek bail.
Yeah.
There's no update.
No update.
Terrible work, Australian media. What are you doing?
Complaining about Trump tariffs, understandably, but
The award for worst spending decision of the year goes to Australian real estate agents who have splashed out $500,000 for the world's worst public speaker.
Holy shit.
AREC 25. We're proud to announce that Kamala Harris, the 49th Vice President of the United States, will be joining us in the Gold Coast at AREC. There you go. Tim, Baldo, you guys can head down to AREC 2025.
I don't fancy spending the rest of my life behind in Fenty.
I found this story.
And hang
through
out
a
with
friend.
Kamala.
I found this story through a friend who works in real estate, and I just saw it on their feed, and I'm like,
That's fucking
why
gold.
why did you like this, you fucking idiot? I'm like, that's where I found it from. So, and I'm not going to the no.
That's funny.
I think this is an update,
Oh, is it?
On the asylum one.
but it's from the 1st.
Yeah, so it's former. That's the same thing. So they've released him, right?
It's the same. It seeks bail.
Yeah, so
No, if you go down a bit. Right there, former.
His bail application is continuing, but it's opposed by police. So, yeah. Well, that's what they said in the original story. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want him out on bail, understandably.
Yeah. Made it clear Sydney schools slammed over opt-out Anzac Day. The Education Minister has been forced to step in after a state school's controversial Anzac Day decision drew backlash from veterans. New South Wales Education Minister Prue Carr has slammed calls by a school principal in Sydney's northwest for an opt-out Anzac Day service that sparked outrage among veterans. In a letter sent last week, Sherwood Ridge Public School Principal Jody Sullivan told parents to inform staff if they did not want their students to attend. Kellyville State Government school decision was reportedly meant to accommodate a small number of students belonging to a fundamental Christian sect. What sect? Parents of the students, which number at least at less a dozen. What the fuck kind of? Which number at less a dozen? At least.
Is this the Brethren or something? What the fuck?
In a statement, Mr. Carr, whose husband is former military officer in the Australian Defence Force, said she expected schools to uphold the traditions of Anzac Day. So, for Americans that may not be
less
aware,
than a dozen.
Anzac Day is the commemoration of our armed forces in Australia. It's kind of like Memorial Day. It's on the 25th of April every year. The 25th of April is the Australian and New Zealand armed forces landing at Gallipoli in Turkey in the Dardanelles Straits during World War One. So it was unfortunately a loss, but the Australian and New Zealand forces acquitted themselves bravely to the point where the Turks actually celebrate Anzac Day as well. Because there's a memorial at
That's where Gallipoli is. It's
at Gallipoli every year too. Schools should respect the tradition as well. Principals should not have sent out that email to school, and the secretary was speaking with her this morning. The education secretary has made it clear that he expects all our schools to commemorate Anzac Day. I want to know about this fucking what's it called? I want to know about this bloody
The sect.
The sect. That's fascinating. A Christian sect that wants to opt out. What the hell? Very strange. Anyway, moving on. A Sam Kerr clause and long jail terms. Victoria passes tough new anti-vilification and social cohesion laws.
Yes,
fucking sounds like some goddamn commie gobbledygook.
Shit.
Yeah, Rick Norm.
The Australian state of Victoria has passed laws to crack down on hate speech, not a thing, which includes the so-called Sam Kerr clause to prevent harsh new penalties from being used to punish people they're intended to protect. Those found guilty of serious
white people.
Yeah, that's right. Those found guilty of serious vilification offences such as inciting hatred or making physical threats will face up to 5 years in prison after the anti-vilification social cohesion bill passed state parliament on Wednesday. I bet it passed fucking unanimously. I bet both fucking sides were like, yeah, absolutely. It totally needs to be passed. It's very important that we protect our blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What did the legalized cannabis party try to amend it with? Oh, they wanted it to apply to work to start earlier.
That's it. That's okay.
Clause 2, line 24 and 25, omit September 18, 2027, insert June 30, 2026. So that must be the date. That must be the date of implementation, I bet.
What's the bill do?
It is called the Justice Legislation Amendment Anti-Vilification and Social Cohesion Bill 2024.
Okay. That doesn't say anything about what it does.
Oh, I thought you said what's the bill called?
Oh, what's it for?
What's it for? It's
Yeah,
for
what does it do?
anti-vilification.
So it means that what
So it
black
means
people
you
can't-
hurt feelings can send. It means black people can send people with hurt feelings to jail.
I mean,
Yeah, so hate speech doesn't apply to black people, right?
So at what point does hate speech?
That's the Semco, yeah.
Yeah, that's the same code one, yeah.
Land you the same amount of time in jail as stabbing someone.
Yeah. Well, it's 5 years for inciting hatred.
Oh, you can't. About the same. It's about the same.
Yeah. The law
Okay,
is
It's an increase from previous vilification laws, which were rarely prosecuted and carried a maximum penalty of just 6 months. The law also expands existing protection against hate speech previously limited to race and religion to include disability, gender identity, sex, and sexual orientation.
Yeah. So the law is to protect minorities.
Yep.
So you can't
That's
use
what
it
it's
to
for.
punish minorities when they are doing the same hateful shit.
So RC's going to have to distance himself from us.
I'm still going to talk shit about the Troons. Fuck 'em.
I'm not Victorian, fuck off.
I've got nothing they can take from me, so they can fuck off.
Yeah.
Your freedom.
Penis.
Your
Okay.
freedom, yeah.
3 hots and a cot.
Yeah, prison's probably better for you.
Yeah, I might actually lose some fucking weight.
What are you in for? Stabbed 5 people. What are you in for?
workouts, man.
Insulted a troon. To secure the bill's passage through Parliament, the Victorian Labor government struck a deal with the Greens to add several safeguards, including requiring police and the courts to consider the social, historical, and cultural context when making decisions about vilification in both civil and criminal cases. The Greens demanded the Sam Kerr clause to be introduced, so it mustn't have been supported by the opposition. Something that shocks me immensely because usually they're all over something that'll let you fucking criminalise people.
I
Kerr's
do
comment-
recall
this-
the Jewish were
sorry,
kind of
who's
pressuring
Sam
the
Kerr
The soccer
Labour Party
player.
to push it through.
Soccer player who
Oh,
was
Sam
arrested
Kerr's,
in
yeah,
the UK. He's arrested in the UK for calling.
Oh yeah, she she said something about a copper, and about 6 months later, the copper was like, "Wait a minute, that was racist."
Yes, and so they arrested her, but she's black.
She was found not guilty, so yeah,
But
no
she's
consequences.
black. Yeah, but because she's black, that's why they brought in this law, because the hate speech laws are to protect
The
black
Greens
people.
brought in this law, yeah.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
the
I'm gonna
Greens.
start identifying as everything but white. On
Yes.
paper.
No, well, you can. Anybody can be Aboriginal. There's no requirement for you to have you just have to self-identify.
Say I'm
So,
Indigenous. You know, I can't be
I
racist.
identify as Indigenous now.
They've always been Indigenous.
My roots go back to the day I was born here. So I'm
Shocking,
Indigenous. I'm Indigenous to Australia.
I was born by this land.
This
Well,
land is my land. This land is your land. I'm with the Darking Jung people, bruh. Go and find a Darking Jung person to object. You won't find one. They're extinct.
You got the soul
Except
survivor.
for me.
No, except for you.
Anyway, let's watch Albo fall off stage.
Yes.
Politicians falling over.
Oh, good on him for getting up and standing up and being. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh in the moment. Fucking
For a
cock.
fall, that was pretty damn graceful. I
Yeah,
throw
it's about as
both
graceful as
arms
you
in
can
the
get.
air, like a gymnast when they land.
As someone who went on a walk in his lunch break one day and came back with two twisted ankles.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Would you fall off the curb?
Yeah.
No, it's Sydney footpaths are a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Like
Really?
a nightmare of loose tiles and like loose cobblestones and shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
especially
I
in the middle of
I went arse over with the first ankle. I went arse over in front of the Apple store, which was great because that fucking area is just full of people. It was like I turned into a bowling ball. I thought I recovered quite well because I actually like my ankle twisted and I went over and I went full over and landed like sort of on my other legs and didn't completely lose it. But then around the corner from work, I did the other foot in another loose fucking cobblestone, and ended up hobbling up to my office, and said, "I don't think I'm going to be in. I don't think I'm going to be in next week." Because I've twisted both my ankles, and my boss is like, "How the fuck did you manage to do that?"
Yes.
It was covered by work cover.
I
I was at work and did it in my lunch break.
Nice.
Love it.
I did something really stupid about.
But at the time, we lived in a house that had 48 steps up to the front door, like it was like a tree house. And that was not fun.
With your broken ankles, yeah, I'm sure
They weren't broken. They were It was like the doctor said it was like two of the worst sprains he's ever seen.
I did something real stupid in Sydney about 15 years ago. I got off at Central and walked up Pitt Street for about 6 blocks barefoot.
Oh Jesus! How do you not have AIDS?
I not a single cut, and it was 4 a.m. I think the sweet streeper just went past.
Oh Christ! You got lucky.
So yeah. I got back to the hotel, and my stepdad is like, "You're retarded. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why just take your shit
Horrible, nasty, disgusting. Describes what your experience
My
should have
feet
been.
were black, they were disgusting. But no cuts, no needles. It was, yeah.
And you didn't
Maybe
get
it was
mugged.
longer.
So.
Maybe it was 20 years ago. Anyway.
Horrible, nasty, disgusting. Not just Balder's feet, but peer attacker spared jail. Conviction as victim struggles. Melbourne teenager who punched a 14-year-old autistic girl more than 40 times as part of a savage group assault that was filmed and posted online has been spared jail and a conviction. Aljek Anai, now 19, was sentenced last year to 6 months youth detention after she pleaded guilty to one count of a fray over the appalling attack at Altona Pier in February 2024. Oh, there's the... It was appalling. It was shared on social media, so here we're going to share it again. Apparently we're not going to share it again.
Computer says no.
Computer says no. Anyway. But the County Court of Victoria upheld Anani's appeal on Wednesday, ordering that she serve 15 months of community corrections with her conviction overturned.
The courts are
and I was 18 at the time of the assault and the eldest of 5 teens who set upon the victim, landing 43 punches on the girl's head and body as she cowered on the pier.
If I did that to someone, I'd be in jail.
Yes. The attack only ended when a bystander stepped in, but the assault was recorded and shared on social media. It was horrible, it was nasty, it was disgusting, Judge Pardeep Tiwana said at Wednesday's appeal hearing. Had she been older or been in trouble before, I would not have hesitated locking her up. So everybody gets one.
So hang on.
Bitch, you better believe I'm going to make mine count.
So the attacker was an adult?
Yes.
Yeah.
But she was only just an adult.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Plus, she lived. She never had her own bedroom, and instead she slept.
It's
on
the hard
lounge
knock
and-
life.
I didn't have my own bedroom
and
until I
instead
was-
slept in the lounge, the court was told.
I didn't have my own bedroom until I was 18. What the fuck?
Her life was marred by past trauma and severe disadvantage, which the judge took into account when handing down his decision. The 19-year-old was also completing a makeup artistry course in the hopes of turning her life around, the
When
court
she
was
did the savage
told.
attack?
No, this is
Yeah.
after, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But while on bail, awaiting the appeal, she had engaged with a psychologist, taken an anger management course, and was doing excellently, according to her lawyer. Her rehabilitation was an important consideration, he added. At the time of the attack, Anaya was 4 years older than her 14-year-old victim, but had never before been in trouble with the police, and has abided by her bail conditions after the assault. The judge, look, I'm not asking for this girl's life to be destroyed, but 6 months in youth fucking detention is fine.
For an adult.
Fuck's sakes. Yes, for someone who's a fucking adult.
Mm-hmm. And no, well, I'm thinking 3 years probation should at least. That's an aggravated assault on a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
With disabilities. That's pretty fucking severe.
That should be a
2
years.
What was the charge?
Okay, 2 years, maybe 3.
Yeah.
Of probation, of supervision after the fact. Sure.
Dude, it was one count of a fray.
A fray. Oh, okay.
Fuck, it's not even assault. It just means like a general tussle.
Should be like attempted murder because she punched her 43 fucking times while she was on the ground. Like,
it was a gang attack. This is a pussy pass thing. Absolutely.
oh, it was a
100%.
gang attack? Sorry, I thought it was like a one-on-one.
It was her, and yeah, it was multiple people.
Pussy pass plus a black card.
Yeah, this is a pussy pass thing. Absolutely. What you did was absolutely appalling. It was serious, violent conduct, attacking a defenseless young girl, vulnerable, and there's a group of you attacking and pulling hair, punching her and kicking her. How do you feel about that? In response,
Clearly
said
not
she would
fucking
never have
serious
taken
enough.
part in the gang attack. I've
Clearly
been
not
apologetic ever since that day. I know what I did was wrong, and should never have done that. And for the victim, I'm very empathetic for them and her family. But it was of little consolation for the victim's mother, Anna Ixiak, who was shocked the 19-year-old avoided having the crime on her permanent record. Speaking outside court, said her daughter was dealing with the impact of the attack and has been too terrified to return to school since.
Does that mean someone can attack her punch her 43 times in the head and get away with it?
Yeah. Progeny says, fuck off. Heaps of people go through horrific shit in their lives and they don't beat up an autistic kid for no fucking reason. Shit makes me so mad. Yeah, agreed. 100% agreed. As part of her community corrections order, and I must perform 80 hours of community work over 15 months. 80 hours.
That's it?
So that's 2 weeks of full-time job.
Over 15 months.
And of that, 30 hours could be for psychological treatment. So she could go to her psychiatrist, which the government will probably pay for.
NDIS.
Yes.
Fucking Christ.
80 hours over 15 months. So it's like an hour and a half a week.
Yeah, this is why the judiciary has such a terrible decision, yeah. Yes,
Yep.
poverty's fault. This is poverty's fault. Poverty did this. Poverty repeatedly punched that girl in the head.
Does the kid have any...
I mean, she was charged with a fray. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Like-
that's the would it be the police prosecutor at that point, or would it be Department of Public Prosecutions?
It'd be police prosecutor. It's the same thing. DPP is the police prosecutor. The DPP is made up of prosecutors.
You know, police prosecutor is an actual police officer who has 6 months training. And the next level up is the public prosecution office.
What is it in Victoria?
They're the police prosecutions unit, yeah.
The police prosecutors, they do stuff like under 10 grand's worth of stuff for petty stuff.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just wondering, like, because if it went up a level, like, why are they doing it so low? And if it's, I don't know.
So it's a step above a breach of the peace.
So it is a violent crime.
Would it be
fray?
police
Okay.
prosecution?
Must prove several elements beyond reasonable doubt. It's just
It's gang violence.
A person intentionally or recklessly uses or threatens unlawful violence. The use or threatened use of unlawful violence causes a person of reasonable firmness. Present violence causes a person of reasonable firmness at the scene to be terrified. So
That's under-prosecuted.
That is a fray. So if your actions terrify them, but don't actually cause harm, that's a fray. So he undercharged. Whoever charged her undercharged.
The elements must.
It should have been assault.
Well, afraid because
So they recklessly use or threaten unlawful violence.
Yeah. So the threat is also a
that
crime.
causes someone to be terrified.
Yeah.
They should be charged with battery or assault or whatever it is in Victoria.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, moving on. Money lost, accounts accessed, super funds attacked using stolen passwords. Thousands of Australians have had their personal details fraudulently accessed, and several people lost hundreds of thousands of dollars as some of the country's largest superannuation funds were hit by a coordinated cyber attack. Australian Retirement Trust, Australian Super, Host Plus, Rest, and Insignia Financial, which have a combined 11.7 million members and manage almost $1 trillion worth of assets. Oh, by the way, I saw a story yesterday that said Australia's superannuation is now second in the world. It's like the second largest investment category in the world.
Wow.
Go us.
Yeah. All fell victim to the attack after hackers obtained email addresses and passwords, most likely on the dark web. Ooh, dark web.
I didn't lose anything either, Costi.
Dark web.
I did change my password though, just to be safe.
Tim says it was the Brethren who posted the Anzac Day stuff.
Yeah, I saw a video. Of
Fuck those weirdos.
Yeah.
I think it's American. I think it's American, like pension funds.
Or 401.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, what? Yeah.
Yeah, Australian Super doesn't use MFA. Oh, fuck's sakes.
Host Plus does.
Really? They don't
SMS.
use what? MFA
Host
is
Plus
multi-factor?
Multi-factor
Host
authentication,
Plus
yeah.
uses SMS.
Dude, our dingy little website uses MFA, like at work.
Yeah, same.
So, and we're tiny. So far, only some Australian super members have had money improperly withdrawn from their accounts. Yeah, because you're only going to be able to withdraw from accounts that are in the drawdown phase. But my boss was saying that they targeted, like they were smart. They got enough information about the people whose detailed credentials they had to mostly focus on the people who were in drawdown phase. So people whose superannuation, because if you hack my superannuation account, all you're going to be able to do is change my investment options. So you'll be able to go, put Thermo in defensive stocks. That'll show him. But if I were in 65, 68, 67?
Yeah, 67 I think it's at the moment.
You'd be able to withdraw from my superannuation. You'd be able to withdraw lump sums and shit. So
$500,000 from 4 people.
Yeah, with the losses estimated from 4 different customers. Yeah, so all up $500,000.
And that'll be covered by insurance, won't it?
I have no idea. I have. It's not a bank account, so it's not covered by.
No, it's a whole portfolio.
The deposit scheme. Yeah. I would expect the super fund make these guys whole.
Yeah.
Just because.
It looks good. And it's only $500,000.
Given the actual
to them.
The actual core, like, because one of the things I don't know if it's in this article or the other one. Here's someone showing that a lot of people's super balances are showing 0 because they did some hacking as well. Like some people did some hacking as well to like fuck up their internal systems. This week we identified that cyber criminals may have used up to 600 member passwords to log into their accounts in attempts to commit fraud. While we took immediate action to lock these accounts and let the members know, there are things members can do right now to protect themselves online. You know what you need to do? You don't need multi-factor. Like, you should have multi-factor. Everywhere it's available, you should use a multi-factor. But you know what you need to do more than anything else? Don't fucking reuse your password. Don't fucking reuse the same password anywhere.
Use a separate email account.
No, even then, if you reuse a password, like, I know it's hard. Get a password manager. Use a very strong password to get into your password manager. It doesn't have to be fucking, doesn't have to look like a waveform formula. Or it can actually be a passphrase. Make it a strong passphrase to get into your password manager, and then use random passwords for every website you sign up to.
That takes too long to sign into shit.
No, it's fucking instant to sign. If you use a proper password manager, you hit 2 buttons and you signed in. It's easier than even typing the same password that you know off the top of your head. Do this and you will be safe. And a website that supports 2-factor, use it.
And the password manager.
And the password manager. If you can, and the password manager supports it, a lot do now, use the password manager to have the second factor. But make sure you keep your password manager, like have a second factor on your password manager that is not connected to that. And make sure you have 2 of them. Make sure you have 2 second factors on that, 2 different factors. So if you lose one, like lose your phone, you could still log into your password manager and get all your shit back. This is.
I like to live dangerously.
This is not. It's not difficult. It takes a little bit to set up, maybe 15 minutes. There are videos on YouTube that will walk you through this stuff. So maybe one day I might actually sit down and do one. But yes, you should definitely never reuse passwords and use a password manager. You should definitely use a password manager.
Welcome to Thermotech Tips.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's not gay like Linus.
That's right. Or married to an Asian. I don't have yellow fever. Guy Hayden, 60, from Tallangatta in northeastern Victoria near the New South Wales border, was one of 8,000 REST members to receive a notification that his personal information had been improperly accessed. He said staff at the call centre could not answer any of his questions, and he asked for more personal information to confirm his identity. Why would I give them more information when they haven't been able to keep my existing information private?
Yep. Heard that all the time. Heard that all the time.
I'm so frustrated. I've just hit 60, so I'm at the preservation age for super. It means my savings can be accessed. I got the email last night. It just scared the hell out of me. Rest Super said less than 1% of its members, or about 8,000 customers, were affected by the coordinated cyber attacks, and no funds have been transferred out of members' accounts. So, I will tell you, outside of the big banks and some of the smaller banks, even some of the smaller banks don't really count, IT security in finance is garbage. Like, the big banks are all over it. They've got NOCs that fucking monitor all this shit. Like SOCs, rather, not NOCs. That monitor all this shit and have the high-end EDR tech and monitoring platforms that watch all this shit. But when it comes to the smaller superannuation funds, no. Like, your head would explode at how bad this shit is handled. Like, when I started where I work, like years and years and years ago, they didn't give 2 shits about cybersecurity. So now we are fucking up there with the banks, up there with the banks at the level we operate at when it comes to cybersecurity. Like, we take that shit very fucking seriously now. So, but there is a distinct lack of accountability and care in the insurance industry and finance in general in Australia, but yeah, mostly super fucking ridiculous. And then you go to get a file from some of these guys, and they're like, "Oh, you need to send us a public key for our SFTP." So it's like, dude, I just need to download this file once.
You know what? It'll be easy for me to hack you guys. Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll just hack into your system and get the info that way. So, dealing with other companies is the worst part of my job because people are incompetent. But one of the more alarming things was that some of these funds, they had the second factor. The second factor would send you an email, and it would fail open. So if you didn't respond, like if you didn't click the link, it would just go, oh, "Okay, it's fine."
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Exactly. It's not how it's supposed to work. So details were changed, an email was sent out, and then it was like, "Oh, hey, can you confirm you changed these details?" And even if you didn't confirm it, it still went through.
More like, "Are you not good with this? Please let us know." Oh, okay, cool, thanks.
Yeah,
Let us know,
it's just
because clearly it's you. That doesn't
So,
make any sense.
like, I do want to be a little fair to these companies. They didn't use some massive like exploit that all these companies had to get in. All they did was farm credentials. They went, oh, there's some 60 plus people names that we've got off and passwords. Let's bet that the old people reuse their passwords and hit all the super funds.
Yes,
but they were hit in the middle of the night. But I'm sorry, if you've got enough members for that to actually take effect. Oh, good night, Vicky. Vicky says, falling asleep. Got to go to bed at almost 11 p.m. Have a good night, good day, night, guys. Thank you. You too. Sleep well, and I'll see you next week.
Yes, good night.
Good night.
To be fair on these, but
who designed
like you should,
open?
if you have, so like I said, our website is like a tiny little website. But if we get 4 or 5 failed, like we get an email whenever there's like multiple failed credentials on an account. Where was that? And they would have been, and if you had that, you would have been seeing many of those. These were credential stuffing attacks, where you just take a bunch of credentials and you fucking try and jam them in, like jamming usernames and passwords as quick as you can. Like any like monitoring system would have been going absolutely fucking cocoa bananas on that. And when you're looking after people's money, it is important that you protect that money. And that means having someone available after hours to see that email or see that alert and respond to it. Which they don't. They don't have it at all.
Yeah, of course.
So I'll give them a pass on, okay, it wasn't an exploit, but really they should have like some more security when it comes to seeing this stuff before it fucking happens.
Yes, but the fail open
is fucking unconscionable.
That person who designed that should go to jail. It's that fucking retarded.
ChatGPT designed it and it can't go to jail. Anyway, so yes,
okay, so the monitoring software could say there's 100 failed attempts that happen in a short amount of time. Can you set it up so that it no longer accepts attempts?
You can.
Now?
So you can set this stuff up so that after 10 attempts from the same IP address, it's like no, blocked
for half an hour or whatever.
Yeah, you can block it for half an hour or require manual intervention.
Okay, so
like your account has been locked or your access has been blocked. Please contact this number. Like you can do that through Cloudflare.
Okay, so it's not difficult to do.
No, it's fucking straightforward.
Oh.
So I it's just like I said, they don't care. Yeah. They felt like they weren't a target. So
I hope this wakes everyone up in that.
Oh yeah, it's a safe bet. These guys are all going to be advertising for cybersecurity guys on Monday. So anyway. And they're probably going to be dragged in front of the Senate estimates after the election. So,
with the please explain.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Finance committees, like the finance committee is going to be like, yeah, you need to fucking. Why shouldn't we regulate you on this stuff? And there'll probably be legislation.
Great.
So, yeah, this is why I don't like it when people fuck up, because that's how you get new laws that makes shit harder.
Well, do you think it'll be enough to affect all money?
It'll probably affect. It'll definitely affect the super funds. Banks are already covered by laws that require them to have a certain level. A lot of the cybersecurity stuff we do is because we have cybersecurity insurance, and what that does is, if there's a cybersecurity incident, they pick up the tab of, getting a company in to do analysis. So getting in CrowdStrike, say, to do deep dive investigation into how they got in, paying for like reimbursement if there's money lost, time of staff to get stuff fixed, if you've got to replace hardware, that kind of stuff. That's what that covers. So we have a whole fucking list of things that we have to like tell the like it's a mile long. Not literally, but that my boss has to fill out for our insurance. And it's like, do you do this? Do you do this? Do you use two-factor like for all your administrative tasks? Do you use these? Do you use that? Do you do that? So, and every one of those you say no to, your fucking premium goes up. So, and the idea is the higher the more things you do, the less likely you will need to use the insurance, which means the lower premium they could charge you.
And so the bean counters are going right. It's more cost effective.
You can hear this $50,000 a month system that monitors everything is worth it because it saves us $1 million a year on our cybersecurity insurance.
Okay,
so,
gotcha.
That kind of thing. Yeah. 2 armed men have been arrested inside the MCG after bypassing security and carrying loaded firearms into the Thursday night blockbuster between Collingwood and Carlton. What the fuck?
What the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
What the hell? And that was at the MCG. It's not like some fucking dinky little stadium.
You get wandered down, don't you?
I would have thought.
Hang on. I can't.
No, the question is, Collingwood or Carlton support?
Yeah, what colours are they wearing?
I don't think.
Yeah, that's exactly it,
scummiest.
engineer. It's the corporate version of do you have locks on the doors and the windows? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I always point out to my boss that the weakest link in our security is physical security, and it's at most places.
Oh hell yeah!
Because if I can get in the building, then I'm only 1 or 2 doors away from your servers, and if I'm at your servers, well, that's game over, buddy.
Well, we literally had a disgruntled customer in our old building, like this is a decade ago, maybe even a little bit more. We literally had a disgruntled customer just walk in through the front door, jump in the elevator with everybody else, and just come up to the administration area where all the claims were being paid. Just a random disgruntled customer just come up and start harassing the claims assessors.
You need to work harder at gruntling people.
Oh god.
We've moved.
We need to bring that word back.
Gruntled.
Yeah, because gruntle is to put someone in good humor.
It's like whelmed and overwhelmed. Yeah.
Sky News says, watch Sky News has obtained footage of a woman cutting down Western Sydney MP Dai Lei's campaign material, claiming she was doing it because the former Vietnamese refugee is a communist and a Muslim.
She's neither of those things, but you know.
I think she's an independent too.
She is.
She is. Yeah,
she was a liberal for years.
Key Sydney seat has called her Labor challenger a token pick, accusing the party of selecting someone with the same name and ethnicity as her. Fowler MP Dai Li also blamed Labor supporters for shocking new footage obtained by Sky News of one of her posters being cut down. Senior reporter Caroline Marcus travelled to the southwest Sydney electorate of Fowler and filed this report.
Dai Li doesn't hold back when describing her main threat, Labor's To Li.
Absolutely. I think Labor was tokenistic.
Why can't her name be One Lee?
It's actual, and I'm going to actually...
Because if her name was One Lee, then her opponent being To Lee would be fucking good.
I see where you're going.
Yes.
Sorry, never mind.
One Lee versus To Lee.
Yes.
One Lee, Two
In
Lee,
this
Brown
decision
Lee, Yellow Lee.
to pre-select somebody with a similar name to me, and that's all that she has.
The Independent holds the southwest Sydney seat of Fowler on a margin of just 1.4%.
Damn.
She'd snatched the once ultra-safe Labor seat at the last election after the party decided to parachute in former Senator Christina Keneally, pre-selecting her instead of To Lee.
This.
Sorry?
She beat the Yank.
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Wait, she was an American?
Christina Keneally is a...
Yeah, Christina Keneally's from Nevada.
Yeah.
What's she doing
Time they have put in a...
Migrated here.
She's an Australian citizen.
Yep, just like Dai Li. Yeah. Dai Li was literally shipped out the day that Saigon fell. She came over when she was like 11. She was basically smuggled here by her parents. She thought she was going to the United States, but the UN ship actually went to Australia.
Yeah.
Oh.
A lot of stories like that from Vietnam, like Vietnamese Australians who thought they were going to the US and ended up in Australia.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So she's
Yes,
not a
and the green
communist.
candidate can be Ten Lee, a T Lee.
T Lee.
No, Tree Lee.
It's T
Lee.
Actually, It's actually Lei, but everyone says Lee, and she just runs with it.
One Lee, two
It is
Lee,
actually Lei.
Three Lee.
Three Lee.
Candidate targeting one specific ethnicity, thinking that's the only ethnic group that they need to appeal to.
Lady, it's Fowler. It is the only ethnic group you have to appeal to.
A former child refugee, Dai was proud to become the first Vietnamese Australian federal MP.
But I got elected not because of my Vietnamese heritage. I got elected because I am a local member who understand this community.
I think that's pretty disappointing, and I think we need to give voters more credit than that. I think they can distinguish between two very different people.
Tu says as part of a major party, she has more to offer voters.
People do want a strong voice. They want someone who can actually deliver and someone who is a strong voice in government.
The former lawyer and Labor staffer is also a second-time mum to newborn Matilda. Tu reveals her waters broke and she went into actual labour while campaigning
Labor.
at this local train station.
Instead of labour.
People are definitely seeing how hard I'm working and that I'm out in the community whilst I was pregnant, but also as soon as I've given birth.
Also hard at work again, vandals, at least one of whom damaged Dai's posters in 2022.
Clearly One Nation. She's all dressed in orange.
Sky News obtained this shocking news.
Oh no, this one's definitely Labor. She's dressed red.
The same woman slashing the latest posters, falsely.
Wait, did that just say the same woman?
Calling the MP shocking new footage of what appears to be the same woman.
This woman's got a fucking vendetta. Straight up. It's just this one fucking weird woman who just hates Dailey and was like, no, fuck this bitch.
Slashing the latest posters, falsely calling the MP a Muslim and a communist.
Why? Well, you go and tell her. You don't damage her. You don't damage her property. So what are you saying? Muslim, no good. She's not Muslim. She's Vietnamese. She's Vietnamese. Why are you doing that for? Communist Vietnam. What are you saying, Muslim? Now you're saying communist.
You know, some of the Labor supporters here are still very angry that I am still around.
I think it's dangerous to provide blame in that way without any strong evidence. I would not have anything to do with that or anyone I know of in my team.
Fowler has the highest density of Vietnamese Australians in the country. 16% of people here have Vietnamese ancestry, another 11% Chinese. Their top
There's your fucking offender right there.
Yep.
concern is the same as the rest of the countries.
Cost of living's gone up. Cost of living important because
No, the cost of living's cheap.
Price changing every year, every month.
Hasn't changed.
Expensive. It's hard to buy a house or a car or a furniture.
Both candidates are campaigning hard on easing financial pressures.
I vote for the attractive one.
Yeah, Dailey.
Did anyone else pick up on that?
Tuli! No, Tuli! Tuli! Not Tuli! Tuli! Jessica Clear says, today we announced an $8.5 million commitment to help build the first Hindu school in Australia.
Sir, give us the money for the school.
Do redeem! Do redeem! She was a
Thailand engineer.
She was a few faux short of a tuk-tuk. God. Sorry, she was a few fur short of a tuk-tuk.
Sorry, I've been corrected.
Anyway, I don't know what I guess, does a Hindu school only take Hindus or does it teach Hindus?
I don't know.
Anyway, that's Aussie news.
We're conquered.
Elon's transgender. We'll do some Elon. Time for the Elon update. I don't have a clip for that. I might make one. See how bored I am. When I should be working. Elon transgender child crashes out while on stream with Hassan. Because of course he went on stream with Hassan.
That's not happening, people. It's a marketing scheme.
Yeah.
Do you know how long it would take to colonize Mars? Do you know how long it would take to terraform that thing? It's a marketing scheme that everyone somehow falls for. This is my native language, I promise. that everyone somehow fell for, despite being like debunked by a Google search.
Debunked.
Drugs. Not even once.
Like, are you serious?
No, I do think that
It
we
looks
are.
like his dad. I'll say that.
Costi says, I thought I was a single-issue voter with the NDIS, but Pajit's score makes me a two-issue voter.
Progressively getting dumber and dumber as a society is genuinely is one of the things that I
Shut the fuck
yell
up,
about quite
Hassan.
a
What are you
bit.
talking about?
But this
You're an
was-
example of that.
I mean, you're nailed.
I can't. It's going to sound terrible, and it'll probably come back to haunt me one day.
Mhm.
But I kind of hope Hassan gets like a far left stalker who like harasses the shit out of him. I just think that'd be so fucking hilarious.
One can hope.
Like a red pill
No, like a far left
No.
stalker.
to put him on like the red pill line, like
Oh no, to confront him in his house and possibly sexually assault him because that'd be funny. Because it's a
Oh, can you imagine a 6'6" tall trans fat snob?
trans black flat, the fat black, yes.
The average
my
Californian,
God.
yeah.
While he's on a Twitch stream.
Yeah.
So
Oh, you're
so that
already
his
seeing
Twitch
boy.
his Twitch viewers have to
watch.
report it to the police, yeah. But the police won't come because they think he's being swatted. That'd be funny.
A lot of the reasons why I was always initially annoyed with Elon Musk from the jump.
Always
because of
initially.
all of this stuff, where it was like, this is not happening. Like, I remember having these conversations with like the donut media guys, who were like car guys, right? And I was like, on paper, I'm supposed to love this person because like this is supposed
How
to
old's
be like
this
a
kid
green
supposed to
energy
be?
focused person.
I don't know.
No clue.
No idea.
It's like
who, but he's not exactly. I'm saying like on paper, he's supposed to be like leading the charge on renewable energy,
20.
and electric vehicles, and
Has his balls even dropped yet?
And
You
yet-
fucking
Yeah, they have in the parking lot after the surgery.
oof. Yeah, they were just thrown out. Not even put in the biological
10
list.
years that facade worked? God.
Yeah,
No, more
but
than
I
that.
mean, okay, so
That's
but
my life.
all of these lies though, it still seems to work because, I mean, this is the first time I've ever experienced like
This seems like a totally sane and rational
and
individual.
people who understand the market a lot better than me have thought that like, oh, well, you know, we should short Tesla. It's inevitably going to.
Look up E ratio, and then look at Tesla stock compared to other car companies.
Yeah, no, exactly, because it's not it's not a car company, it's a tech company, right? It's just like
Yeah.
a silly.
It's not a car company. It's a Ponzi scheme.
It's a Ponzi scheme. Elon Musk's daughter says Ponzi scheme. Tesla's a Ponzi scheme. Ah!
That's flawed. Like, these faggots obviously don't understand that the reason Elon is buying all these businesses is because nobody else
Sounds unique
wants
out.
to invest in going to Mars. Like he's literally doing this to raise the capital to go to Mars. Like he's not doing Tesla for the Tesla's sake. He's
It's an
building all
AI
these
company,
businesses
duh.
and he's growing his own wealth so that he can personally fund the Mars thing. Because no one else wants to put
Oh, I
money
thought
into it.
he was growing his own wealth so he could be the richest man in the fucking world.
No,
Yeah,
well,
because of
maybe
Ponzi
he is.
Oh, dude, I've got
But
so much
to
more
go to
go.
Mars, you have to be the richest man,
Update,
basically.
Marine Le Pen, Grums, Titan.
Nobody else
So I
wants to
have
fund
the
going
Carl
to
Job
Mars.
stuff, this stuff.
Oh, shit,
Leftist
you got that
update,
too.
Marine Le Pen, Grums, Tate News, Cinema
Oh,
Slump,
God.
Influencer. Jesus fuck! I better
Holy
shit.
shit.
Start hauling ass.
We
Yeah, we
just
spent
learned
so
that a
long with tariffs.
70-year-old man was arrested after Meridian police say he hit another man with his car during today's demonstrations at the Tesla dealership in Meridian. Police say 70-year-old Christopher Talbot of Meridian made an obscene gesture towards a counter-protester and then hit him with his car. Police say the victim had been driving a truck with pro-Trump flags and had just parked and gotten out of his car when Talbot hit him. The victim about we
Lovely.
TDS.
Totally stable individuals.
Oh, of course.
Laura Loomis says gold digger and professional gaslighter Ashley Sinclair was caught on camera outside a risky Manhattan condo paid for by her sugar daddy Elon Musk selling a $100,000 Tesla. She was gifted to her by Elon during their romantic relationship. I think we saw this video last episode.
I'm selling it because I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out.
When was the last time that you spoke to him or tried to speak to him?
February 13th.
But he's just not responding to you at all. How would you characterize the way that he's going about?
That's Laura Loomer?
No, that's not Laura Loomer. That's actually Sinclair. Elon's baby. Elon's baby mama.
Yeah, well, I know, but I'm blind. I didn't read it this week. I couldn't read it.
So there you go. There's the car being taken away.
Oh well.
But it says she took a jab at Elon Musk, telling people to check Tesla stock. I'm not the one cleaning up after Elon's messes. Ashley, as I reported, has hired anti-Trump lawyers to sue Elon Musk. He was ordered by the court to take a paternity test. To which Elon replies, I don't know if the child is mine or not, but I'm not against finding out. No court orders needed. Despite not knowing for sure, I've given Ashley $2.5 million, and I'm sending her $500,000 a year.
You weren't sending me money, you're sending support to
yeah.
the child.
Ashley Sinclair replies, Elon, we asked you to confirm paternity through a test before our child was even born. Who you named, you refused. And you weren't sending me money, you were sending support for your child that you thought was necessary until you withdrew most of it to maintain control and punish me for disobedience. But you're only really punishing your son. It's ironic that your last effort in court was to try to gag me while using a social media channel you literally own to distribute derogatory messages about me and our child to the entire world. It's all about control with you, and everyone can see it. America needs you to grow up, you petulant man-child. To which Laura Loomer replies, you don't need $3 million to raise a baby. This is so outrageous that you had sex without birth control. You seem to have plotted this for many years. To Elon Musk to knock you up. Now you're complaining because you want more money for a baby? In what world does it cost $500,000 a year to raise a baby? Not to mention you were making over $25,000 a month on X payouts. How does one person need that much money to survive? This is an insult to everyone, Ashley Sinclair. You're trying to cash out on a billionaire, you baby trapped. Elon's next baby is getting popped out, is getting shat out by Laura Loomer, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm calling it here.
Do you have the follow-up to the Elon's tweet about not?
What other one? I'm guessing that's Tim.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Good guess.
Maury Povich said, you want to find out?
Oh, yes, I saw Maury quote tweet it and say, you want to find out? Is it going to be at the top? Yeah, there it is. You want to find out? You are the father. I saw this. This has been floating around this week, but
and then you'll notice there's a strange trend here.
So this says new non-citizen social security numbers issued.
The fuck? Where how many social security numbers were issued? It's. Do you want to?
Yeah. So let me tell you what happened here. We started at the top of the system.
You want to talk about a lot of it.
We started at the top of the system, mapping the whole system of Social Security to understand where all the fraud was. And there's a lot of great people there.
Yes,
that
this is
showed us,
right.
Really a lot of waste. And so that came with a big list of stuff that we're working on. You've heard some of that already. But this is what jumped out at us. When we saw these numbers, we were like, what is this? In 21, you see 270,000 people, goes all the way to 2.1 million in 24. These are non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers.
Okay, so this sounds horrible. What illegals? Illegals getting social security numbers. It's like illegals getting social security numbers. No, that's not what it says. It says non-citizens. So you can be a permanent resident of the United States and not be a citizen. And if you are a permanent citizen, like permanent resident, and you work in the United States, guess what you get issued? A social security number. Same as if you are legally in the US and you are working. So if you're a temporary, like a seasonal worker, you'll be working in the United States, and you'll get a social security number. This isn't illegals. And the reason it went up, the reason it was only 220,000 in 2021 was because we're in the middle of fucking COVID and no one was moving anywhere. So the reason it went up is because more people legally immigrated into the US or are working. Like,
So
this isn't illegal.
What you do is expand that to 10 years beforehand.
Yeah, I'd want to see long before that. So, did they bring in more people? Did more people come to the country during the Biden years? Yeah, absolutely. Were there lots of illegals? Yeah, absolutely. Are these them? No. So there's plenty of this is non-citizens. Non-citizen does not equal illegal. And the reason they post this shit is because they want you to think that. They are trying to get you to and it worked like a fucking charm. Like, oh, they've given illegals social security numbers. The only reason to give illegals social security numbers is to steal elections. The only reason is to, like, no. Number one, it's not illegals. Like, fucking Christ. Legal citizens can have social security numbers. Stop pretending that this is some universal identity number. If you want that, fucking get Congress to pass that. And get Trump to sign that.
Why do green card holders, I would understand.
And anybody who has the legal right to work in the US.
Yeah, temporary
Which is a whole mess of different people who aren't necessarily green card
They
holders.
get social security numbers too?
Yeah, because if you're allowed to work in the US, you pay into Social Security, which means you need it. Social Security is akin to a tax file number.
You're paying. Yeah, no, that's what you said.
That's why.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because in order to legally work in the United States, they ask you for your Social Security number, because the employer, whether you will ever collect Social Security or not, has to contribute to your Social Security account. So that's why. So, plus, like people on refugee things like supplementary supplemental security income for non-citizens.
Yeah,
I don't think that has
I
anything to
get
do with Social Security.
There's edge cases, I understand. But generally speaking,
Like this is not Social Security. Like it's
Supplemental
it's done by the Social Security Administration. So maybe that's why you get a Social Security number. So if you're on, so to be eligible for Social Security income, supplemental security income, you must be one of the certain classifications granted by the Department of Homeland Security. You may be eligible if you're lawfully admitted, granted conditional entry, paroled into the United States, admitted as a refugee, granted asylum, an alien whose removal is being withheld, a Cuban or Haitian immigrant, admitted as an Amerasian what the fuck is that? Amerasian immigrant, admitted as an Afghan or Iraqi special immigrant, admitted as an Afghan humanitarian parolee, admitted as a Ukrainian humanitarian parolee.
It's half American, half Asian.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
It'd be places where the soldiers went over and knocked up Asian wives, right?
Yeah,
That's
makes sense.
interesting.
Yeah, South Korea, Cambodia.
So yeah, all of those people would get fucking a Social Security number.
Yeah.
So this idea that they're all illegals, I guess some are like lawfully admitted for permanent residence.
Yeah.
Some have been granted conditional entry, so you're allowed to stay under these conditions. Some are people who have just been paroled into the United States, so taken to the border and let into into the interior of the country, admitted as a refugee, so people who have been admitted as refugees, people who've been granted asylum. So, these aren't illegals. These are people who went through the fucking system. They've been legally admitted into the United States. I fucking hate this shit.
No, but that's for supplemental security.
Yeah, but that's handled through the Social Security Administration.
It's like Centrelink, right?
Which
gives you a few different kinds of payments.
No, but
programs.
I would bet my bottom dollar that they use the Social Security number to keep track.
Okay, that
it's
makes
the
sense.
it's the Social Security Administration.
Yeah.
We have to issue you a unique number. I wonder what they're going to give you.
Yeah, an SSN.
Yeah.
But like
a nuclear attack submarine.
military exchange officers, they'd get social security numbers. Like there'd be a whole bunch of people that. I don't know why this is.
Yeah,
like
generally,
everyone would get one.
yeah.
Like,
I looked it up, and Thermo's obviously right. And pretty much anyone who is allowed to live in the US has a social security number.
Yeah. If you are legally allowed to be in the US, you will end up with a social security number.
Except unless you're a tourist, right? But
Unless you're a tourist, yeah.
If you're allowed to live there,
If there's no ticking clock on how long you're there, you get a social security number. So anyway, Attorney General Pam Bondi says Justice Department is seeking a 20-year prison sentence for a 24-year-old Colorado man accused of vandalizing a Tesla dealership. Vandalizing? He fucking firebombed it, you dipshit.
I've made it clear, if you take part in the wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla properties, we will find you, arrest you, and put you behind bars. Today, I'm proud to announce that the Department of Justice has unsealed federal charges against another Tesla attacker. We've charged Cooper Frederick in the firebombing of a Tesla dealership that occurred on March 7th in Loveland, Colorado. All of these cases are a serious threat to public safety. Therefore, there will be no negotiating. We are seeking 20 years in prison. The crime was committed in Colorado, and thanks to the great investigative work by the FBI, the defendant was arrested in Plano, Texas.
I agree. They shouldn't have politicized it by doing, it's Tesla to get special protection. Like, it's fucking retarded. But I think I'd say their argument is because it's political that makes it terrorism.
Well, yeah, literally. That's literally the definition.
Police department has identified 29-year-old Shaydan Hessner as the suspect who keyed a Cybertruck in Colorado. She was supposedly crying and asking for forgiveness. Do we have the crying and asking for forgiveness part? Oh, what kind of shit low-effort content is this? Fuck you, man. Anyway, let's talk about Carl Jobst. Carl, I should have put this in Aussie news, but I don't claim this guy. Carl Jobst says the court has decided to stream my decision live on YouTube, so you can watch me win or lose in real time. Oh, that ain't no woman, that's a man.
And the Queensland court's probably already taken down the video.
But Carl Jobst says, I lost. The judge found Billy to be a credible witness and believed his entire testimony. From that point on, unfortunately, there was really nothing that could have saved me. I will now obviously consider my options. I know many of you will be upset with this, and I am sorry for that. Thank you to all who supported me. All the support I received, and I will endeavour to work as hard as I can to repay all that you are owed.
Maybe you should stop slandering him.
The community note clarifies, Jobst was unable to defend at least 5 separate claims he made in his videos about Billy Mitchell. The legal challenge primarily contested videos which implied Mitchell's prior behaviour and legal actions may have contributed to the suicide of YouTuber Apollo legend. They didn't, yeah. Costy says, after watching Maddie, I didn't realise what this court case was about. I dislike both Jobst and Mitchell. Yes.
Yeah.
There are no heroes in this particular case. Mitchell is a serial litigant who is, in my opinion, a douchebag, and Jobst is a fuckwit. Legal term. So, anyway, I did think it was funny that apparently Notch gave him like $250,000 for the case. I hope no one calls the ATO about that, because that's a gift, and I'm pretty sure they'll want their tax on that, buddy.
The Australian Tax Office.
Yes.
ATO doesn't tax gifts.
Over $30,000 we do.
Really?
Yeah. So, unless it's from there's rules around gifts. ATO gifts.
Or maybe I'm thinking of winnings.
You're probably thinking of
gifts
winnings.
Winnings is not. Yeah.
Winnings is different.
So you can only claim tax deduction or gift for a gift or donation to an organisation. So what you can claim? No, I don't. What you can't claim. This is the different section. This is about gift deductions. Taxes on gifts and inheritance. My parents want to give me money. Do I have to pay tax on it?
Yes.
Gift money does not form part, and you don't have to declare it regardless of the amount. Oh, okay. Never mind then. I was wrong.
Okay.
Wait,
so,
what? Really?
then what is the thing?
Yeah. No, it's not. This is my parents want to give me money. Do I have to pay tax on it? No. Gift money does not form part of your assessable income, and you don't have to declare it regardless of the amount. We understand family and friends might give you money to put towards a home deposit or help you out. However, that money goes on to produce income for you. However, if that money goes on to produce income for you, for example, bank interest, then this will become part of your assessable income. So if anybody wants to send Thermo gifts, that's perfectly fine. They are tax deductible. They aren't tax deductible, but I won't have to pay tax on them. So,
yep.
That's great. I'm going to classify everything to buy me a coffee as a gift. So,
I mean, it kind of is.
Yeah. Well, I got my first. What is it? What is it? It's like a statement of income from YouTube for this tax season, this American tax season. It's like a W something, a W1120 or something. No, it's not a W. It's not a W2. It's like because it's not regular income. But anyway, moving on. This is what I've called leftist.
Was it
update.
1099?
Maybe it's a 1099, yeah, or a 1090.
Oh,
or
independent
something like
contractor.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So I couldn't make heads nor tails of it, and I'm a pretty smart guy. So I'm like,
Hey,
what the fuck does this even mean?
I love how Americans not in America still get taxed.
Yeah, only country in the world to do it. Only country in the world to do it.
Yep.
So there is a non-resident deduction that you can take. So you don't have to pay tax on up to a certain amount.
Oh, did you fill out
and
a W8?
also no, I didn't fill out I did fill out a W8. I had to. YouTube makes you fill one out.
It's to claim the tax reduction.
Yeah, I have to claim the tax.
Also,
tax
it
treaty.
helps to identify you as a non-US person.
Yeah. Because they send the info to the tax department, so tax office knows about my YouTube hobby. Hobby.
It's from youtube.com.au, as in the Australian company.
No, it's all from like I get paid from Ireland.
Oh,
in Wise. In Wise, the money comes from Ireland. The tax form says I work for the American outlet, like the funds are from the American company, so like the actual California organization. So it's all weird. I don't understand it. Anyway, breaking GOP headquarters in Albuquerque, New Mexico, was set on fire in alleged arson attack. The ATF and the FBI are investigating. Columbia graduates are tearing up their diplomas.
Graduates of the School of International and Public Affairs chanted Free Palestine as they destroyed their sheepskins. It was Alumni Day on campus. The protests are in support of Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia grad student and protester now held by ICE agents. And they also object to the concessions made to curb protests on campus.
We will continue to rage.
Snooze. Yeah.
I don't know who said it, but they should revoke the...
Yeah, that's right. They should. They should definitely revoke the diplomas.
Yeah.
White liberal woman releases shocking message to MAGA.
If you thought we were woke before, you done went and woke the beast. Welcome to Woke 2.0. All my woke warriors, give me a blue heart and share. Let's spread the love.
Oh
yes, please.
Please if Trump runs again and they keep doing that shit, Trump's going to win all 300 states.
Like, please.
They're going to have to invent new states for him to win.
As fuck. Please keep going. Please go harder. You're down to 21%. Let's make it 2. Let's make it
Yes.
1. Like, for fuck's sake. How can you be so retarded? But please go harder.
She's probably
Go
California.
hard.
Or from
So
Oregon.
you get back to the minimum, which is about 10%.
One of the laws you write about is playing out right now, the Immigration and Nationality Act. Now, this administration is using this statute to justify the detentions and possible deportations, actually, of visa and green card holders who they seem to deem a threat to U.S. foreign policy. What do you make of the administration's use of the act? And more broadly, is Trump really setting up a First Amendment showdown, which is what Whoopi's been talking about?
Yes, absolutely. One of my premises for the book is that every law passed before the 1965 Voting Rights Act should be presumptively unconstitutional, right? But because before the 1965 Voting Rights Act, we were functionally an apartheid country. Not everybody who lived here could vote here. So why should I give about some law that some old white man passed in the 1920s?
One of the laws you write about is...
Hey, motherfucker. Excuse me. Say goodbye to the first 24 amendments.
I was just about to say, that's fine.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the year?
That's in change, boy.
1965.
Cruel and unusual punishment,
back on the
boys.
table again, then?
Back in chains, boys.
Yeah. Slavery's back on the menu, boys.
Like, he forgets that those old white men voted to free him
The right to confront
and grant him
abuses.
citizenship. So do you want to undo that, my guy?
No freedom of speech.
And do you want to undo that for the 30-something% blacks in America? Because I'm sure the 60-something% whites would be down for that.
Yep.
At least some of them.
Yeah, just remember the blacks have no freedom of speech, or will have no freedom of speech. They'll have no protection against unreasonable search and seizure. Stop and frisk is back, boys.
Cory Booker breaks Senate speech record in 25-hour rebuke of Trump administration. So we're going to watch the whole... No, we're not going to watch the whole fucking thing.
Wait, he stood up there for 25 hours and spoke.
He stood up there for 25 hours. It is to be commended. It's an
Filibuster.
impressive act, but he didn't fucking achieve anything.
Yeah, this is a filibuster.
It was a
Okay.
filibuster, and the bill passed.
him.
Same, ironically, the same as when Strom Thurmond did it, who was the previous record holder at 24 hours and 18 minutes when he was opposing the Civil Rights Act of 1957. So, and afterwards, Cory Booker's staffer was arrested. One of Cory Booker's staffers was arrested for carrying a gun on Capitol grounds. So, yeah. I wonder if it's helped at all.
Holy Toledo. Voters' views of the Democrats in Congress among all voters disapprove 68%. And look at the approved number, just 21%, even lower than the Democratic Party at large.
This man's as
We can do better.
in Italian as I've ever fucking seen.
Fucking E.
These numbers are bad. Let's go to this side of the screen.
I know that sounds low. I can't turn it up.
Get this. The plurality of Democratic voters disapprove of Democrats in Congress at 40.
Hang on, I'll just mute it and to Papa da boopy, boopy, Papa da boopy da boopy. Democrats bad, boopy. There you go. I translated for you. Canadian man sends a message.
President Donald Trump, always been a supporter, love your policies, but you think you're going to come to Canada and take over? You better bring an army full of angels, partner, because we're voting for Polivier here. President Donald Trump, always been a supporter, love your
Fallout series
policies.
predicted the outcome of this. It didn't bode well for Canada or the world, but
Oh, you'd have an insurgency, but yeah.
Yeah.
oh no, Canada was completely annexed, and then nuclear war happened.
Yeah. I'm going to mute the audio because it's music and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, commies crashed the TV.
It's just commies being commies.
Yeah. Tearing it down.
Oh, it's
There's
always
Grant.
black bloc, man. Like, seriously,
Yeah.
if you show up on campus and you're fully masked like that, you should be arrested immediately.
Yeah.
Campus police,
Yeah.
you get the fuck out.
Yep, arrested and unmasked.
Or you should be unmasked and photographed immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, breaking Democrats hate the Democrats, yes. That's right. That's exactly right. DNC Chair Ken Martin announced the creation of the People's Cabinet, filled with experts that we use to fight back against Trump.
It's Ken Martin. I want to tell you about the People's Cabinet that the DNC is launching today. I have been traveling across the country nonstop since I started this job, and what I hear over and over is this: Americans want us to fight back against Trump's lies and offer a better alternative. Trump has stacked his cabinet with out-of-touch billionaires who are causing chaos and hurting working people. That's why we are launching the People's Cabinet. It will be made up of experts, leaders, and everyday Americans who will share reliable and accurate information that you can use to fight back.
God, do they think they are Canadians and they're just confused? My God. They're so milquetoast they just want to be Canada. Let's talk about Andrew Tate. Rick Grinnell has called House Judiciary staffer to berate them over Jamie Raskin's letter. Jamie Raskin sent a letter to Congress, to the administration, asking if they intervened. Here it is. Here's the letter. He wrote to Marco Rubio asking that if he or anybody else in the administration intervened to bring to get the Romanians to drop the case against or at least let the Tates out. Rick Grinnell was very upset. Called a junior member on the House Judiciary Committee, not a member, but a staffer for and basically threatened him and said, this will destroy my this. Like, you have any idea what you're doing? This will damage my credibility. So, I think he's worried he won't get the UN job now that it's empty. So, Murdoch Crayon says the Tate brothers are now under federal investigation in the US. The investigation is being handled by the DOJ Southern District of New York. He says, I don't have any additional details at this time regarding what offences they're being investigated for. And this is from a filing in Tate's case in Florida, where it says to stay pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 1595 B1 related to United States federal investigation of Andrew and Tristan Tate, FB defendants and counter plaintiff Jane Doe. Pursuant to Florida rule of administration until the United States federal investigation and or prosecution by the Department of Justice for the Southern District of New York has concluded. So that case in the defamation case is suspended until the criminal case is concluded. So, also, model Bree Stern says Andrew Tate made chilling threats on night he almost choked her unconscious during sex. Almost. What a loser. Didn't even get there.
That's pretty half-assed sex, if you ask me.
Yeah, if they're not unconscious by the time you're done, you've done something wrong.
Well, if they're unconscious, it's rape. So, you gotta. You just.
What if you got permission?
You got to straddle that line. Here we go. Yes. You got to take the arrangements in. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. This one feels sussy. This one feels very sus. I don't put it past him to choke a bitch, and then his texts are so fucking cringe. Like we read them last week. It's so fucking cringe. Anyway,
it's so lovable. It's fucking.
I think he's gone. He checked in with the Romanians and then went to Dubai. So he's going to have lots of women to choke there. So.
And poop.
Judges ruled that Marine Le Pen is barred from running for public office in France. She's been sentenced to 4 years in prison, 2 of which will be served in house arrest with an ankle monitor. This has been she's found guilty of embezzling EU funds.
From 10 years ago.
So, the article's from this week.
Yes, but
the embezzlement took place. The embezzlement took place years ago. Yeah. So the court handed her an immediate 5-year ban from public office. This is the problem. Did she commit the crime? Yes. Do other people who commit this crime frequently get charged? No.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. And when people are banned from holding public office, does it ordinarily take effect before the appeal? No. So, everything about this is sus. Everything about this is targeted. This is so. I know everybody likes to call any time a politician gets arrested for something, they call it election interference now. That's the new thing, thanks to Trump, which, fair enough. Honestly, the election interference from the Democrats got the man elected. So,
you never know what she's barred for 5 years.
Yeah, this is probably now she's going to win in a fucking landslide.
Yeah, in 5 years' time. It's like you created the monster.
So yeah, she apparently she diverted 4.1 million euros of European party funds to pay for staff working for the party in France. This happens all the fucking time, I'm told. Here's an excerpt from Times Radio. We're using them a lot this week.
You get oodles of staff if you're a member of the European Parliament, and I remember being summoned.
Oh God damn it!
By a Liberal Democrat member of the European Parliament, must be getting on for 20 years ago now, and they told me that what used to happen in their party was that basically the party headquarters took hold of your staff and re-employed them around the country, or probably in your area actually, so it didn't look too obvious what they were up to. And these staff, well, they might do a tiny bit of work for the MEP just in case anybody came knocking on the door, but most of the time they were working for the party. And when this MEP that had summoned me complained to the party said, well, if you don't like it, we'll drop you as a candidate at the next election. So they went along with it. And I remember going to see somebody
the European Parliament was acting as a cash cow, effectively.
Exactly. And that was one of the great advantages for people like UKIP and the Greens in the early days. It meant that their parties were... Farage used to boast about it all the time. One of his MEPs went to jail for misusing funds. Tom Wines went to 2 years he was jailed for. Another one was prosecuted, Nicky Sinclair.
He was misusing funds for his own personal use rather than ploughing them back into the party?
Yes, that's right, for his own personal use.
Yeah, so the times where the people have been so this happens all the time. The times when it's been prosecuted is when it's been funneled directly into someone's pocket, not to a party. So it's again, this is bullshit fucking.
Yeah.
Pro Engineer says that's the problem. There's so little faith in the justice system now. It's near impossible to sort out legitimate interference with actual malfeasance.
Ceiling birds?
No, I bumped my what's it called? My fucking temperature thing. I'm playing with like the cable of my headphones, and I just bumped it. It makes a beeping noise. The button I press turns on the beep. So and now I can't figure out how to get back to the menu anymore because it's too dark. Fuck, who cares? Anyway, Trump's response. Here it is.
Marine Le Pen, the far-right leader, got convicted in court and
Yes,
is now
chirp
banned
indeed.
from running for office for 5 years. Do you have a comment on
That's
that?
a big deal. That's a very big deal. I know all about it.
Yes, I do.
A lot of people thought she wasn't going to be convicted of anything, and I don't know if it means conviction, but she was banned for running for 5 years, and she's the leading candidate. That sounds like this country. That sounds very much like this country.
And to be clear, they did try to get him out. They did try to stop him from running. So he's not wrong there. Of course, this is you need to check your smoke detector N-word. You know what's funny? What I wanted to do is I wanted to get like the smoke detector noise and get like a whole bunch of like silent audio and just have the smoke detector noise on as a media asset in here so that I can just play it and it'll work like music. Like it'll be silence for like 10 minutes and then it'll play and like you'll just hear it. So anyway.
Well, now you ruined the bit. Now
That's right. I have ruined the bit. Yeah. I have ruined the bit. Marine Le Pen could still run for the next election despite 5-year ban as courts speed up appeal. So the Paris Appeals Court has announced it will fast track her case. So her appeal is they expect a decision by summer 2026. So
This accelerated timeline would give the hard right national rally leader
enough time to enter the race. Should she be cleared of wrongdoing? Yeah.
So she could still get back in the race if
She could still run, yeah.
Okay, I'll get up.
So I have a distinct look. The Court of Appeals has turned around and said we're going to fast track your appeal.
You're going to say
I got a pretty good idea what the appeal is going to find. No,
Yes.
why would they fast track it? If they were going to deny it, why would they bother fast tracking it?
to give her attention, to give her a day in court, and then say fuck off. The sentence stands.
I don't think so, Tim. But I guess we'll find out. We'll find out next year.
I don't. It's French. I don't know what the French think.
So let's talk about Grums. We talked a bit about him last week. I don't think I mentioned this stuff, but yeah. Wow, this Grums stuff is wild. A fetish for lolicon navels. Pretty little girl, 16 email. Taking hundreds of thousands from folks without releasing games. Everybody knows that one. Writing violent sexual assault literature. Using his mum as a front for his porn business. Potential embezzlement, tax fraud, and more. So this video was released. It's about half an hour long. Very interesting. A lot of strange reveals. He used to run foxyfighter.com. He wired... it's chick fights. He ran a chick fight fetish website.
Oh.
So he wired himself 50 grand from his failing... so he donated 50 grand to his failing... from his failing game studio. And then to a company that he ran. Then he dissolved the company and reopened a non-profit under the same name. So the theory is he wrote the check, like he got the bank check written out to the company name, and then didn't cash the check, and then closed the company name that he wrote the check to, and then opened a non-profit with the same name in Delaware, and then deposited the check in the non-profit.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, he's pretty sketch.
Yeah, it's sketch.
This is kind of like, I think this is an example of the shit he wrote. I ran up and grabbed her legs, spread them wide. Her firm... I don't want to read this shit. It's fucking weird. Anyway, Grums is an old weirdo. Like, yeah, that's check fraud. If true, that's check fraud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Grums GDS. Yes, this is Grums derangement syndrome time. To which Grums turned around and said the lefties went too far. They doxed me, tried to get me killed with bounties, and went to the dark web to nab plain word passwords and emails to try to cancel me for stuff 20 years ago, which turned out to be nothing. They put me in a position where I have no choice but to destroy their ideology. Oh man, you really didn't want that.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yes, this tweet sounds so... He's fucking 57. What do you expect? Now, I'm an old man. I'm not 50 yet, but I'm not even close to this level. I don't think I will ever be this close to this level of cringe. So for April Fools, Opera GX released this, saying we're currently developing a feature that will remove any trace of Grums from the web, which is
very nice.
That's funny. That's genuinely funny. Like, it blurs his image, it changes his name to redacted. That's funny. Now, for those who may not be aware, Opera GX is like a browser for gamers. Don't you know who I am, Rant? Data point. Yeah, that's right. Another data point. All this Twitter account does is shitpost. All it does is shitpost. What was Grum's response? You know you're getting too effective when an entire browser company is trying to erase you from the internet. Opera GX fully triggered, winning.
What the fuck?
He thinks it's fucking serious. The guy is a fucking moron.
When was it posted? Was it posted on April 1st?
The 1st of July.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it was the first on our side of the world, so not on his side of the world. But still, that's no excuse. Even if it wasn't April Fool's, it's still a shit post. It's just a shit post.
Which Opera
Like
GX
they're not.
is known for
Do you
shit
honestly?
posting on X.
Does he honestly think that they're fucking gonna Yeah, it's like the White House account. Yeah, now it's like the White House account now. Just shit posts. So yeah, and then he made it so that only verified people could reply. But there's people who take him seriously. Like, oh wow, they really want to erase you. It's because the problem is the people who fall for this retard grift. Like, look, Flash. Of course, Flash is fucking there going, that's insane. I totally believe you. Come on my show. And he did, of course.
He did, yes.
Because he's been on fucking Flashcast. Shout out to Flashcast. I'm so glad I never have to watch that show ever again.
We wouldn't be here without you.
Wouldn't be here without you, Flash. You did great work. And all you had to do was take some money from us and to get rid of Lofty. Which you ended up doing anyway. Which is fucking hilarious.
So how much was that bounty you offered him?
I didn't. I said, how much money would we have to pay you to kick Lofty off forever?
Well, he did bring Lofty back, so that's pretty good.
That's right. He did bring him back, yeah.
Rip.
So this guy says, so Weird Al Gore Vidal Sassoon. Says,
I'm still waiting for Yellow Flash to put out his comic book.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah.
Bro, the best thing you can do is just shut the fuck up, disappear from the public eye, stick to your own private Discord server or whatever your supporters can congregate, and stop saying dumb shit in public. This is good advice. Grunt says, this is their entire goal. They want me off X because I'm doing too much DPS to the narrative while tanking.
Too much what?
What?
So for those of you among us who don't play MMOs or WoW, DPS is damage per second.
Yes.
And tanking is keeping the attention of the mob so that they don't attack the DPS. So yes,
absorbing the hits.
Yeah,
yes.
essentially.
So this is why Grum's derangement syndrome is a thing. Under intense attack now by bots and organized mobs in replies, going verified only to make them waste time and money for a while.
All on April 1st.
Absolute fucking moron. So yeah, he's a loser. He doesn't represent gamers. This man does. I did not vote to represent this man.
Sounds like
Sorry, I did not vote for this man to represent me. He does not represent gamers. I identify as a gamer. This man has no idea about gamers. His behavior has I voted for him. God damn you guys! You wrote him in your ballot. The guy, he's so fucking retarded. I'm seriously starting to doubt all the, he was the team lead for World of Warcraft and a producer on Diablo 2 and StarCraft. And I'm like, really? Ugh, I don't know anymore.
Is he a Nepo
Probably
baby?
one of the
then?
ship members.
No, not a Nepo baby.
He didn't get the job by nepotism.
No, just working at the right company around the right time. Someone quit and he ended up as the team leader.
Failing upwards then, I see.
Yeah, he failed upwards, yeah. Susan Crawford wins Wisconsin Supreme Court race, defying Elon Musk. So Elon sunk like $25 million into this race in Wisconsin. Strangely, so if anybody follows, what's his name, The Persistence on
Scott Presley
on Twitter, Scott Presley, he's been banging on about that special election for over a year. The quartering came out and door knocked, so. How could the Republican lose?
Wait, Jeremy actually went outside and walked around.
Yeah, he left the house. He walked on, knocked on doors with Scott Presley.
Oh wait, did he have some?
Scott Presley. I'm sorry, Scott Presley is an okay bloke. Like he does a lot of good work. The guy is the most closeted gay I have ever seen. He's not closeted. He's straight. He's out. Okay, you're right.
He's flaming. He's not closeted. He doesn't shut up about being gay, being a gay Republican.
Does he? I've never seen him mention it. Maybe because it's always on Trump stuff. So
yeah, he doesn't shut up about being a gay Republican.
Hang on. I need to stop. I need to just run and check my my chili I've got on the stove because I'm starting to smell it. And considering it's in a slow cooker, I really should check it.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I saw this one, and it's Elon poured his money into the race. And, it's Wisconsin, though. It's a purple state. It's not exactly deep red. So,
how many subscriptions to Coffee Break Coffee do you think Jeremy sold while he was out door knocking?
Well, he didn't get any money from me. I don't think I've ever given him money.
No, I mean, while he was out.
Can you buy it in Australia?
Coffee Break Coffee? Pretty sure.
Yeah, I was talking about in Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin. I don't know.
No, he tried to sell it and tanked the GOP whilst doing it.
He's probably exhausted that market.
Yeah, but while he's out door knocking, he's door knocking for one thing. Why not door knock for try and sell subscriptions like Girl Scout cookies?
A roast about wholesale shop.
The problem with selling the problem with trying to get Coffee Brain coffee in Australia is the shipping. Like,
I was trying to find that. Jeremy's
so
website is so fucking shit.
There's so much coffee already in Australia. It doesn't make sense to pay for shipping.
We make better coffee generally than Americans do anyway. And like I've had American coffee, it wasn't bad.
I've heard a lot of
You know we grow coffee domestically?
Yeah, we do.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been got the climate for it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of.
There's some same with cocoa. Like we're trying to grow chocolate here as well.
Yeah.
A lot of
So we can't do it at
Americans
scale, but yeah.
hate their own coffee once they try ours. They're like, yeah, ours is shit. One of my sister's ex-boyfriends went to America and he got a coffee from like a Starbucks or something, and he's like, okay, I need you to remake this, and it needs to have twice as much coffee in it. Went back and he's like, yep, no, it's still not enough coffee. I need you to double it again. So it was a quarter of the amount that he normally had. But mind you, this guy was from Melbourne, so maybe he's just a snob.
He's good. His palate is just so well adjusted.
What the fuck is he in
He's
Starbucks?
so
then?
used
The
to
Melbourne coffee.
He's so used to drinking fucking espressos that he's like,
There was
Yeah.
Well, there was a Starbucks in the hotel that I stayed at, like a mini Starbucks, and it was like I had their black coffee for breakfast, and it was okay.
Racist.
But it's like Australia. There was espresso. there was espresso places on every fucking corner. They were okay, but Australian coffee is generally better. But yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, we did have the first McCafe, so I'm actually quite proud of that.
that's right.
But Americans usually
we
drink
ruined
coffee
McDonald's.
anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of ruined, I think I might have ruined my chili. Like I stirred it. Like I put it on before I started the show. Or I put it on an hour before I started the show, but and I stirred it before I started, but I just stirred it again, and I think
It's burning.
I think the refried beans have sort of sank to the bottom and like burned a bit.
Yeah.
So I think I ruined this batch. So
Oh, that's just a bit of umami flavour.
Should have stirred it a bit more. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to get up in the middle of the show and stir food. Who'd do that? That's retarded.
Well, you just did.
Me.
I know, that's my point.
I know. Yeah. Well, didn't you hear Tim? He was trying to go through his entire cupboard to try and find a cupcake tin before.
You're making cupcakes or something?
No, I was just putting something in the. I was putting something in the oven. Sorry.
Thermo had a Thermomix.
I didn't mute myself. You heard the oven racks clanging.
I have one of the Philips like 5-in-1. It's like a pressure cooker, a slow cooker.
You got a multi-pot.
Like it does saute as well. It's actually really fucking good. Like
yeah, I've got it's the Instant Pot. I got one of them too.
I use it for tons of stuff. Like that, my air fryer, and I've got like a huge, like buffet size, electric frying pan.
Oh,
like it's fucking, it's like 2 foot across by
nice
1.5 foot wide. Like it's huge. I can do like 3 packs of like I haven't done it in a while, but before like I used to in winter I'd used to get like a couple of kilos of mushrooms, a couple of kilos of like rump, and then chuck it in the thing with like shit tons of butter and do like braised steak and mushrooms. Like fucking great.
Well, you get like 4 dozen eggs and a stick of butter and just throw that in there.
A stick of eggs?
Oh, sorry. I was making. I was doing like a Christmas thing or had a heap of people over, and yeah, I used that thing just to make fucking breakfast for everybody.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like you just keep keep buttering up the beef until you're done, and then once you take the you take all the meat out, and then you haven't put the mushrooms in yet, but then you drain out all the liquid, which is mostly like a little bit like a whatever waters hasn't boiled down, and all the butter and all the meat dripping. Put it in my big my wife's big bench mixer. Well, actually no, the one I have downstairs is mine. It's like a cheapo one. The missus has a proper what's the mixer brand? KitchenAid. Yeah, she's got a proper KitchenAid on that I bought her. I pop it in there, turn it on, and then just fill it with the gravy mix, the Nestle one with the red.
Oh yeah.
Nestle one with the red lid. It's fucking great, and then you like thicken it up, and then you put it back into the thing with the meat and the mushrooms, and then just cook it until the gravy is perfect. and the meat just falls apart. It's better than Kraft braised steak and onion. We've mentioned these guys before. Influenceable. It's a company. Here's a company. They're a premier influencer marketing agency at the forefront of film and advocacy industries. They specialize in high impact campaigns for major theatrical release films and pivotal public affairs. This was in relation to the big soda push, because they want to get that was like all of a sudden MAGA, like a whole bunch of MAGA influencers were like, no, big soda, like we can't mandate what people drink. Like Snap should pay for soda. That's not fair. So John Cardillo says MAGA influencers who don't live in Florida are taking money to push Democrat-sponsored bill that will raise Floridians' auto insurance rates. Enough is enough with this grift. And sure enough, Nick Monroe has dug up Poso's post here, which I actually have. So what the bill actually does, the bill is House Bill 1181. It repeals no-fault insurance. Drivers will need to carry bodily injury liability cover with minimums. The garages will have liability. They'll also have to report. They'll have to mandatory report every accident or fender bender, which means it'll go on your record. So if you have a minor accident and you agree to just pay straight up, that still goes on your insurance.
That's fucked.
Yeah. So here's Gunther Eagleman saying Florida has the highest auto insurance rates in the country. HB 1181 gives drivers the same auto insurance as 48 other states. Stand with Daniel Perez and this here. And here's Jack Poso saying exactly the same thing with exactly the same wording. Here, of course, is DC Drano. Speaking as a Florida driver, we're getting crushed by some of the highest insurance rates in the country. This bill will repeal the outdated no-fault law aligning Florida with other 48 states. Then I'm all for it. Chuck Lesto, of course, supporting as well. It's all very interesting that the same people tend to all follow the same line, and they all seem to be connected to this influenceable company. So
Interesting.
Very, very suspicious. Pentagon Watchdog has opened up probe into Hegseth's use of Signal to discuss Houthi attack plans. That's going to go nowhere. Snow White bombed so badly at the box office that Disney put another live-action princess remake on ice.
Ooh.
Rapunzel let down your big screen dreams. Disney's hitting pause on its planned live-action remake of the animated hit Tangled, following the disastrous box office performance of Snow White.
It's only 15 years old. Why does it? I know I posted this article, but why does Tangled need a fucking remake? It's almost as old as
because money printer not working.
Yeah, but it's Tangled. Why wouldn't you be
So CinemaCon was this week, and here's the remaining slate for Disney in 2025.
Oh God.
So Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, Zootopia 2, Avatar 4, the 3, The Amateur, Lilo and Stitch, Elio from Pixar, Freakier Friday, Tron Ares, Predator. Marvel, sequel, Pixar, sequel.
Wait, hang on. Is that
original IP?
Live action Lilo and Stitch. Yeah.
Live action Lilo and Stitch. Yeah.
So it's not a sequel.
Not a sequel, but live action remake. Yeah, remake. I don't know what that says. Something the Roses. Probably new. Deliver Me from Nowhere, probably new. And then there's 2026, Avengers Doomsday, so Marvel, Disney Pixar, Marvel, Moana 3, Masters of the Universe, fucking Scream, another Street Fighter, Super Mario Brothers movie 2.
Wait. I never even heard of a Street Fighter movie coming out. And I play Street Fighter. Like, what the fuck?
Why didn't they consult with you, Tim?
No, I just never heard of it. Like, what the fuck?
The Odyssey, that's what's his name? Fuck. The Batman films, the new ones.
It's gonna be shit anyway. Whatever. Mario Brothers 2.
Chris Nolan. That's the new Chris Nolan film. Shrek 5, Hunger Games spin-off, Jumanji 3. The Mandalorian and Grogu is a film because they don't want to do a series. Another Minions film, Clayface, which I assume is a DC movie.
Who was that? That wasn't me.
You did. Yes.
I started. It's playing in the background.
You played the clip.
I played the thing. It's 8
I
minutes
should
long,
guess.
so
I know,
it's
I
8
saw
minutes
that.
long. So
Should have gaslighted. Just told it was 10.
Ice Age 6, The Hunt for Gollum, a Supergirl film.
Yeah.
Toy Story 5, Hail Mary from Andy. So that's an adaptation, and the final fucking Fast and the Furious film, I guess, Part 2.
It's never over.
Like it's
It's
never
Fast
over.
10
Family.
but-
It's about family.
It's always family.
It's always
Fast
about
10,
family.
Part 2. Yeah.
So yeah, cinema is done, and that's just Disney's slate. I'm sure there'll be something good. Investors demand Ubisoft to renegotiate Tencent's subsidiary deal and initiate legal proceedings. Best of luck.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It's another one of those like, oh, I'm a minority shareholder, so I'm gonna cause trouble. YouTube removes gender identity from hate speech policy.
Faggots!
That's great.
There you go. You're not going to get struck with that.
Woman who was convicted of chopping up her boyfriend finds out after trying to attack her defense attorney in the courtroom.
The Baldoverse.
You know what's funny? You guys
Remember
posted
this
this.
name.
You guys posted this after my wife came down and told me all about it.
Oh.
So for shame.
Fucking quick.
That's the second time she's done it. So these guys were ready. You know what you need in this clip? You need the fucking. I'll show you. So right about here, you need the sound of a bowling ball getting a strike.
Leaves a little animation playing on the TV as well. Oh, she's sitting there like she's in a timeout. Oh,
Yeah, she is in a timeout. 20 to life. My wife was explaining that that woman killed her boyfriend and then blew him after he was dead.
Yep, and then chopped him up or something.
And then chopped him up. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Why did
Nick and
she
Sean have covered that.
extract his semen?
Pretty sure Nick and Sean covered that case of like when it
Yeah,
happened.
it's an older case. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's an older case.
She
but
did it
still
again.
checks out.
She did something again. Yeah.
I have no
Necrophile.
idea because she's fucking weirdo, man.
She's a necrophile.
Officers. So Ottawa Police says officers are on the scene of Parliament Hill for a barricaded man in the area of East Block. There's a large police presence in the area. East Block has been evacuated. There are no known injuries, and police continue to deal with an individual in an ongoing incident. So some nutbag is not taken hostage, but
Canadians getting angry.
nutbagging. Yeah, Canadian being Canadian. Donald Trump says these Houthis gathered for instructions on an attack. Oops, there'll be no attack by these Houthis. They'll never sink our ships again. To be fair, they never did in the first place. Tried to. Fucking around, finding out.
Wait, they're gathering around for what?
They're doing it. They're near a terrorist training camp, and
And they're having a briefing.
Yeah, that's the word. Thank you.
They're developing software, and this is their morning meeting.
It's the
This is
thing
their
now.
stand up.
Yeah. Oh, don't you fucking use that damn agile word. Fuck you. Fuck.
Yes, we need to work on the.
Fuck, I hate agile.
Yes,
Fuck
that's
you,
the
no,
scrum.
fuck you, engineer. Fuck you. God, it triggers me so much.
Fake Down syndrome influencers created with AI are being used to promote OnlyFans content.
I think like a Downs filter on or something.
Yeah, there's a Downs filter. Only down.
Shit.
These promote content on OnlyFans. Okay, that's probably that. Okay, that makes sense, I suppose. So they repurpose content from authentic creators.
No,
put it down-
and put a Down syndrome filter on the face, and then Go, are you down? I'm downs.
Transformative content. Yeah.
I'm downs to fuck. Just what a time to be alive, indeed.
Utah,
Hooters.
Utah, retard nation.
Hooters files for bankruptcy.
Rest in peace, boys.
The company plans to sell all 100 of its company-owned restaurants to 2 franchisee groups that operate Hooters, located in the Tampa, Florida, and Chicago areas. I know which one of those franchises I would rather invest in, and it ain't in Chicago.
Tampa.
Judge blocks CIA DNI from firing DEI staffers under Trump order. This was actually appealed and has already been overruled.
Nice.
Oh, so they're fired. They're gone.
It was overruled en banc, I think. Sad news. Val Kilmer has died. Star of Batman Forever, Tombstone, and the greatest film, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. He's dead at age 64.
I thought you were going to say Top Gun. And I'm damned so fucking ashamed and annoyed that Variety chose Batman Forever. He's a good Batman.
I know, right? He's a good Batman, but
of all the
really?
films, you put that one first?
Someone used the wrong photo too. They used the Batmobile from Batman Returns, which is not the right Batmobile. It's a totally different Batmobile in Batman Forever. It's the one with the big wing on the back and the lights.
Yes.
Because kids like lights, he says in the glow of his RGB computer. No, I watched a Val Kilmer film this week in honor of Mr. Kilmer. I watched. No, you will never guess what it is.
Doors? Or the Morrison one?
Spartan.
Oh.
Spartan. It's a David Mamet film from 2004, and it is exactly as pretentious as it sounds.
Is the Val Kilmer suit Batman? Is that the one where the nipples are introduced on the bat suit?
No, that's Clooney. Clooney's Batman has nipples. Yeah.
They were in before Clooney.
I don't think so.
Hang on.
Yeah, they were in the one before Clooney, because Clooney was the one in.
Because suspiciously they didn't put nipples on Batgirl.
No, sorry, they are. They are they're barely present. They do kind of exist.
Sort of, yeah.
But Clooney's the one that is the suit that really pushed it.
Yeah, it's because Clooney's suit is blue. It was such a cuck out to not put nipples on Batgirls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Huge development. People in Gaza publicly execute a Hamas militia member in retaliation for the killing of citizen Abdul Samara. The screenshot is from a video capturing the moment. I've seen the video. We've all seen the video here. Yes. I can confirm this guy is very dead.
Yes.
About 30 times dead.
Yeah. They used an AK and then the guy came up with a pistol, which looks like a 1911, and finished the job. Maybe a Makarov.
Yeah. Some clone thereof.
Yeah.
But yeah, they
speaking of very dead.
Come join the Discord.
Yeah, come join the Discord. Putin, speaking of very dead, Putin conscripts 160,000 men as Russia eyes Ukraine offensive, but it's okay because Putin, the Russian government says, "Oh no, this isn't for Ukraine."
Oh, okay, that's cool then.
Yeah, because they said it wasn't for Ukraine, so it's fine.
It's for the next war.
Yeah, like I said, it's for Poland.
For his White House meeting with President Trump, Bill Maher brought a list of insults Trump said about him over the years and handed it to him. What did Trump do?
2015, and he has been relentless, really, ever since.
Yeah, well, Bill, when he showed up at the White House, he had actually brought a list of insults Trump had said about him and gave it to Trump. And what did he do? He signed it, which is very Trumpian. And they laughed and they laughed. Kudos to Maher. You know, he knows this is going to burn whatever bridge that remains with the tolerant left. But he said full steam ahead. And you got to give credit to Kid Rock. You know, he went out on a limb, you know, as a bridge.
Anyway, I think there'll be like an interview next week or something, like on his show. Like, I don't know. Anyway, revenge, a dish best served cold. Fuck around and find out. Meet Aubrey Cottel, the unhinged radical leftist from Oshawa, Ontario, who hacked Give Send Go and released the private information of Freedom Convoy donors, soon to be inmate Cottel. See U.S. Attorney's Office press release below.
I hacked Give Send Go, baby! And I do it again! I do it 100 times! gonna do? What are you gonna do to me, huh? Yes.
Well, about that.
Put you in prison.
That'll go well at his hearing.
Yeah.
From Canada was arrested and charged with stealing data from the Texas Republican Party. According to a press release from the Department of Justice, 37-year-old Aubrey Cottle faces multiple charges after allegedly hacking TexasGOP.org back in 2021. Cottle is accused of downloading a backup of the web server and sharing personal and other sensitive information. The charges were filed in an Austin federal court. If convicted, he faces 5 years in prison in the U.S. and could also face additional charges in Canada.
Progeny says, why do these tools think they'll get away with this stuff? Because so far they have.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, most likely, yeah.
Thomas Sowell quotes posts. Check this account. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen a Thomas Sowell post all week.
Yes.
Like no quote. It's just like Trump, just Trump shit. And I'm like,
Sowell did do some.
Aren't there enough? Look, there's more than enough quotes from Thomas Sowell to fucking have a tweet every hour for the rest of time.
Yeah.
And this is just another grifter. This is what I hate about Twitter now. The second they enable monetization, an account gets big enough, it gets turned into something that just generates engagement farming. I fucking hate it.
Monetization's pretty hard to get though.
No, it's
You
not.
gotta have it is. You gotta have like 1 million.
1.3 million followers.
And they have to be verified.
They don't have to be verified. Not the followers.
Monetization on mine.
There's plenty of money. There are plenty. Grums is monetized, my guy.
I got it mixed up. 5 million organic impressions in the last 3 months.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing for an account with like 100,000 subs.
For a bit,
so.
yeah.
Anyway.
I travel.
And
Yeah.
there's this other story. I know it's hypothetical right now, but if you were allowed for some reason to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love that.
For his third term?
Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that. No, people are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it, but I don't.
There's not. There's really not.
No.
Unless you have to repeal the amendment, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, also, that's the only... Sorry, let me rephrase. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
Tragedy on the train. Migrant burns to death when climbing on the roof to avoid paying for a ticket.
FAFO.
He paid.
Okay.
Yeah, he paid all right. I should have put this with Val Kilmer, but Richard Chamberlain, who starred in the TV medical drama Dr. Kildare, among other things. He was the original Jason Bourne. He has died at the age of 90, which is a fucking great run. And finally, let's watch the Europeans try to launch a rocket, shall we?
Yeah, engine ignition. And we have liftoff of Spectrum.
There it goes. Woo!
The vehicle has cleared the tower and is now starting the pitch over maneuver.
There we go. Let's see how it went. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Catch it, Elon. Catch it.
Oh, you didn't catch it.
Michael Bay level explosion there.
Hang on. Did it meet its target?
No.
Okay.
No, its target was space. It did not make it. So.
And that's it. Thrust it takes to get off the pad. They succeeded. Trying to get into space.
Yes, that's right.
I think they failed.
If they were trying to make a bigger boom, then they succeeded. Anyway, that's it. That's the show for this week. Have a great week, everyone. We'll be back next week. Same time as always. Now that daylight savings is over, it's actually night time here now. Like it's very black outside. So
yeah, it's about to go black here.
You guys are you're in a northern latitude, so
yes.
Maybe you've got some Sudanese hanging around.
That's right. Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
I live in Logan, so yeah.
It's very black here. All right. I'll see you guys. Have a great week. Don't forget to like and subscribe and support the show and all that. So I'll see you around. Bye.
See you next time.